This ring is a commitment. After we got married,
Let me show you.
The deals are obviously
we'll see.
They're gonna see. I mean, based on what happens, they're gonna potentially shift it or not. I think they're gonna wait and see. I don't think they're decided yet.
I could see like time deals. See, all stuff that they used to pull back in the day, both Sony and Microsoft. I feel like Microsoft's gonna do everything possible outside of just taking the game away from PlayStation. Like they'll, the big marketing marquees and stuff at stores, and like it'll be Xbox logos everywhere.
Because Battlefield, man, that's supposed to be like the next big, huge, and that's not on PlayStation anymore. So I don't think they're opposed to removing a big franchise or a big anticipated game on Sony. So we'll see.
I wonder if this deal ends or closes. People were speculating it might close in the next month or two. I wonder if it closes before Call of Duty comes out, if they consider doing something with Game Pass with it. And they just own Activision Blizzard. I wonder if they do something with that immediately with Call of Duty. They just drop all of these in, then they go do something that benefits you if you have Game Pass for the new one. Because this is Modern Warfare 2. After Vanguard, there is like a lot of pent up hype for something that's not Vanguard. So
Yeah, true.
Even Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first one is still kind of expensive. I was a little surprised. Like the one that came out 3 years ago or whatever, it's still almost full price. So they didn't even really drop the price much on that one recently. But then Microsoft came in and they talked about on the other side, and they said Activision Blizzard, and they said it like with respect to Activision Blizzard. So they're about to say something bad. They said that they have no must-have game that would lead to concern of foreclosure. As if Call of Duty didn't exist tomorrow, the gaming industry would still move along. And I agree with that. I think
that's true.
Things would, like, Nintendo doesn't even have Call of Duty on their system. They'll wake up and be like, all right, whatever. and I feel like Microsoft would continue on and Sony would continue on. So it's this weird thing, Sony saying they need it, and then Microsoft's like, no, you don't. So it just sounds like posturing on either side, both going very extreme with it.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks too, because I think it'd be awesome, even though they probably wouldn't, because it is a lot of work. It would be cool if, like, instead they like dug deep and kind of created a new shooter to create a competition. Because, like, in my opinion, like, COD is COD at this point, but like if you created a new shooter that really stuck well, a lot of people like would look for something new. But because it doesn't have that COD brand, they know it's going to be like too much work to even like overcome that marketing. But man, I just think it'd be so cool if you had a really fun shooter introduced into the market. Because
here's the interesting thing, Click.
Yeah.
I kind of think, well, they're doing live service games, Sony is.
Yeah.
One of them is probably going to be a military shooter. And the studio that I'm very interested in, what they come up with, because I kind of think it might be the quote-unquote COD rival, even if they don't want to position or call it that. I think it's coming from Deviation Games.
Oh.
And
I haven't
Deviation, they partnered with Sony. In fact, if you look online, like they have like images of when you first walk into their studio, there's a bunch of PlayStation controllers on the wall. So like painted and lit up and everything. So it's pretty obvious that they are like really involved with. I mean, they announced the partnership like to the next level for that. But it's actually headed by someone who was with Treyarch for a while. It was actually Chief Jason Blundell. And they're entering production on what I can only assume is some sort of shooter that'd be like live source based, because that's kind of what they were doing at Treyarch. So that's what I'm thinking. Some were wondering if it's SOCOM. I'd be curious how people would feel if SOCOM went first person and tried to compete with Call of Duty. I kind of wonder if they're backlash for that.
Yeah, I think at that point there is a lot. It is a big undertaking, especially nowadays with how influencers and streamers kind of affect it too. Also with the casual crowd, like getting them introduced into a brand that they've never, or a name they've never heard of before. I'd be really interested to see how they market that.
Yep.
But also, like if they do like a competitive scene or something, or an esports scene, like how they would team up and promote those as well. I'd be down. I mean, I'm down for new shooters. I'm tired of COD at this point, so
the thing with Sony and these live service games, if it's a shooter like that and it's live service, it would be on PC and PlayStation. I bet day one, like they would just
That's
go
what I
for
was
it.
curious about. I was like, you couldn't just do PlayStation, right? You would have to have that PC crowd. Like the mouse and keyboard, I feel like you bring that in and it's just it's double advertised.
Yeah, I think any of these deals won't necessarily own the studio, like Deviation Games that are partnered. They'll probably also put it on PC at the same time, and that's a good move for live service games because they desperately need population in their game. So I think that's the best way to do it. That cross-play, the whole deal, cross progression.
I would agree with it. Yeah.
So,
Just-
Deviation Games is the one I've been eye on.
Just make Mag again. How about that?
Oh gosh, Mag was such an interesting idea for its time, but man, it was like 120 some odd people in a match, but everyone was like technically sectioned off in their own kind of room, and it was so weird.
It was fun.
It was an interesting idea.
Well, supposedly the spawns
I
that
played
were-
it for a weekend.
Yeah, supposedly the spawns in that were terrible. If you like died, you'd have to go way back and miserable.
Yeah.
See, that was when Sony was really trying with some of these like weird ideas in games. Now it's
But a lot
becomes
of,
a bit
a lot of the times when
straightforward.
you heard people kind of bail pretty quickly, you get something as simple as if you press aim down sights, it locks onto someone, then you pull the trigger and you get a kill and just keep going.
Yeah.
Like that tends to be what
for-
people like.
anyone in chat who thinks Call of Duty's dying, wait till
No.
when Modern Warfare 2 comes is going to be nuts. Like it's like that trailer exploded to #1 trending immediately when it dropped. So people are waiting for this Modern Warfare 2 from Infinity Ward. It's going to be interesting. So I'll check it out. We'll see if it's any good. Go over to Evan. We have Discord questions over there.
Which was the bigger face palm for Sony, showcasing Abandoned or KOTOR remake?
Abandoned.
Yeah, abandoned.
Abandoned by far. Because KOTOR was supposed to be a thing.
Yeah.
Like, at least Asper has made games before, you know?
You just call them.
Or Aspire, whatever. Shut up.
Baby.
That was great. That just sounded really funny.
We're definitely gonna have to use that wave at some point now. Be good.
I'm gonna go with Abandon because, dude, Abandon didn't even like exist at all. Like, at least with KOTOR, you had Embracer Group, you had a Aspire, and even Saber Interactive got it at one point.
Asper more. No, I'm calling it Asper.
Asper. It's got to be Abandon because I don't even think a game even existed there. At least with Aspire, they presented a demo, a demo that immediately people fired. So there you go. You have another Discord question, Evan.
When was it established that if Nintendo doesn't tell us the most recent sales figures for Metroid Dread and
here we
RGT wins
go.
by default? Shouldn't the bet be null if the answer is unknown?
No, because you have an answer.
Justified.
You go with the latest answer that you got. Or what are we going to sit here and say, oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake sold 50 million copies? Well, how do you know that? The last report we got was 3 months after it came out, which was 5
We
million.
got until the game's 1 year anniversary, so we gotta hope
Yeah.
Nintendo next financial report.
They're not gonna
has
say it.
something.
There's not going to be one between then and now.
Isn't there?
There's not-
No, because that covers the quarter before. You see what I mean? Like it covers basically the information they give us there.
Nah,
What
I'll be
up to?
done with it by that.
It'll give us information
I
up
should
to
supported it.
September, end of September.
Not my fault. I gave the game a glowing review.
You did.
I'm pretty sure it's the best-selling Metroid game of all time.
It is.
Yeah, I
That's
was
what the
supposed to-
celebration was.
Weird. I thought
I
you were
was
talking about
supposed to buy
Valorant.
it.
Now, what are we talking about?
You hyped that. You hyped that up. I was so hyped for that game because of you.
Well, I played the demo and told you how it crushed my
Surprised
hopes.
though,
and
RGT.
dreams.
I'm surprised. I mean, you were telling you did say that like you didn't feel it do that well because of Metroid: Samus Returns. So I mean, like I'm surprised that that now all of a sudden you're taking credit for people getting when you just said it wasn't going to do that well with Metroid:
mean-
Samus Returns. What happened there?
Comparative to other Wii U games, I mean Switch games, they're really Kirby kind of. Mario
No.
Strikers pass it.
No. You said it. Samus Returns did so poorly, so you don't see it doing better than what it's done in the past. That was what you said.
Which I think is a logical thing to assume.
Is it?
I think so, and I'm glad that I was wrong.
Wait a minute. It's logical. Hold on. It's logical to assume that a system that consistently has games that do way better than their previous entries would somehow not do better with this one, with the next big one. How is that logical? I just want to know.
Well, if a game has pretty much fallen off of a cliff in terms of interest with its previous entry, I think it's safe to assume that, there's a chance that the game might not do all that great.
So you're saying there's a chance?
But you're basing it off of the system and new hype. You're basing it off of
You're basing it off the
remake.
previous entry that was released in the franchise. I don't think that's too far-fetched to
The
think.
3DS. We all know Switch games sell way better than 3DS. It's a remake.
Should we go to?
Come on, man. Come on.
Let's talk about Pokemon.
What?
Jordan, Scarlet, Violet got a new trailer for it.
Uh-huh.
We had a Pokemon Presents. Anyone else care about anything in there other than the Scarlet and Violet? Before I just go to Scarlet and Violet.
I
No.
don't remember the other stuff.
That sounds about right.
I was showing the trophy. Okay, that was cute.
Yeah.
They talked
World
about
Tour.
that. They talked about like Pokemon Go.
Oh, I did like how they were involving like Unite and stuff into their world. I thought that was really cool. Because I enjoyed that game, so it's kind of cool that people are getting to play it more competitively and they're supporting it.
We had Scarlet and Violet, new trailer, still coming out in November as expected. But it looks like Jordan, we're getting the berries early in the game.
Yeah, they're changing it up.
This is weird. I don't know. This is strange. This is strange.
There's a lot of strange stuff going on.
And their bikes or their motorcycles.
which
No, they're not. Why does the one run? Why does it
because
have
it's from
wheels
the
and it
past. It's ancient.
That doesn't have wheels.
supposed to be-
then.
is
They
it
want
supposed to be a
balloon
past,
animals.
one is
reference?
future.
Is it a
No.
Flintstones reference? That's what it feels like.
Technically, because I mean it's from the past.
It looks
you
dumb.
know.
I'm not getting Scarlet now because it looks so dumb, man. It has
Well, listen, hey, I'm all for it. I'm riding on the future bike in Violet.
Yeah, I'm getting Violet.
That's sick. I love that. No, this game looks. If you would have shown this type of like gameplay and open worldness and other stuff like playing Pokemon back on like the Game Boy when you were a kid or younger, depending on some of you. I mean, OJ's like 55 now. Like
Well,
Pokemon
yeah.
is just
48. I'm turning 48.
this evolution is no pun intended. Like this feels
there's
like they
pun.
finally. I don't know. It feels like they're finally getting it. You know, like Arceus was like a good step way to try some things, and this really feels like they're trying to hit a lot of the stuff that people have been asking for. Okay, we want more Pokemon in the wild. Cool. Let's figure out how we can get past that. We want certain other features to be in the game. We want certain things to be. We want no more N64 Gs. There may be a couple hidden there still, but
We'll find
hey,
it.
you know what? It's nice to feel excitement towards a Pokemon game that is so drastically different than a previous Pokemon game, because it always felt like we're getting the same Pokemon game every year with minor, little, small differences. I feel like this is a completely different game than Sword and Shield.
Jordan, I feel much more invested in Pokemon than I have in a long time.
Good.
All right. I did the Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, did
Good.
Arceus.
Good.
I technically played through Sword. That was all right, I guess.
Yeah, it's all right. It's
Yeah.
easy.
But I'm here
This is
I'm here for Violet. I'm here for it, okay?
It looks good. New Pokemon, the crystal typing. I still think, like I've said on here before, I still think there's some like future and past Pokemon something, because we have Pokemon from Arceus that cannot technically be in the modern day because they went extinct. So something has to happen with that, or they're just make some
They'll just
some
say they
excuse
brought
like
them back.
they're in the game now. Like if that's the excuse, kind of let down,
mean,
but whatever.
See, but you say that, but like for me, like what's really gonna set it apart, which I'm not expecting a good story at all. I'm really not. The story.
That's the end thing clicked
Hey,
because they
Guess
have.
what? There is no story.
Well, no. There's three storyline or three paths technically.
Stories,
Yeah,
bro.
there's some
but,
stories,
Like,
but
I
it-
want to pull my hair up by the end of the game every time. It's mainly like the battles and stuff. Like we still
Yeah.
don't know. Is it all just random encounters? Or
Mhm.
like I liked the Arceus catch style. Like honestly, it made me enjoy Pokemon more than just the random stuff all over again.
Okay.
But if it's
okay.
going back to random, it's gonna go down a notch for me. 'cause
No, it's not.
No,
it's
it's-
not. They've
it's
already
gonna-
showed it.
Yeah, it's gonna
Did
be
they
like
know?
Arceus. You're gonna have sections where Pokemon spawn, and then they have rare spawn rates for Pokemon in certain areas. It's probably gonna be the exact same as Arceus open world. It's not
Okay.
gonna be random Pokemon in the grass like the
Because if
old
it has that, that's fine. But other things too, like tracking quests, like the side quest stuff like that, like there's a bunch of hassles. The UI, like I really feel like there's a lot they're gonna have to like streamline for me to fully like enjoy the experience because
Yeah.
like at this point Pokemon just feels clunky to me. So like I like the fact that you could do the gyms in any order. I like the new designs. I like the way new like gym leaders and stuff look. I think they look awesome. For me, another thing too is like how interactive is the overworld though? Is it just gonna feel super bare? Because Arceus was cool to explore, but it felt bare outside of just the Pokemon and the resources. Like, are the like NPCs doing anything? Are they gonna have like any type of movement or schedule? Is it just gonna be a bunch of random NPCs you can't talk to? Like for me, it's like if you're talking about like this is gonna be this is the first open world experience. I really feel like, not that my standards are super high, but also like, hey, we get a motorcycle, but like what else? Like what else is there for me right now? I don't know. I thought I was gonna be more excited by now, so I'm still on the fence.
We still haven't seen the last of everything. We'll still probably get one more. I wouldn't say, I don't know if we get like a full like Pokemon Presents, but definitely at least one new trailer that shows off something we're not seeing. We definitely have to see. We're still yet to see the final evolutions for the 3 main starters. A lot of people thought that that's what we were getting this past week. I'm surprised we didn't. But we got everything else on the checklist for the most part. I don't know. I think there'll still be more to be seen. I did get excited when I started hearing some voice acting in whatever they were talking about, but then I realized that that's probably not the game.
They literally said that there is no voice acting in the game. They literally before it said it, there is none. They literally said it right there. People are like voice acting. I'm like, no, guys. It said this is not representative of the game.
And I'm glad. There's 2 reasons. I'm glad and I'm not glad. Or it's like, come on, we're at a point right now. I need someone to talk to me on the screen. I can't just hear click.
Yeah, there were some really quiet parts in Arceus for like an hour.
Voice acting we did get, it wasn't good, but at least I was like, there's someone talking in a Pokemon game. Thank you. That's all I've asked for.
I mean, I'm playing Blade right now, man. I'm like, Game Freak's gotta get this figured out. It's because like Xenoblade,
look, man,
the voice acting there
company.
It helps. Oh gosh,
no, but it not. And again, I want to say this: voice acting in a Pokemon game, it's not gonna make or break the core fundamentals of why people play, people enjoy. It's just a nice feature that feels like there's a little more time, a little bit more love put into the overall game of the game, rather than what a lot of people end up continuing to play the game for, which are shiny hunting challenges, online battles, and that's where like the real end game stuff goes for people who are really into that side of it, more so than okay, go and do the story, go get your gym badges. It's more of just finding your Pokemon you want to use and training them.
Yeah,
so
Jordan, I'm curious.
I like Zelda feel though. Finally, so have the one game that's like here's our trailer that's literally Breath of the Wild for Arceus, right? Yep. And then this game now copies Swarm's like you can go anywhere. That's the whole.
How do you feel about the open world nature where it's open with go through? They have 3 different storylines apparently. One is just the gyms you go through. The other 2 are just they didn't specify, but there's some kind of storyline. I mean, in Pokemon, you have different storylines that are just part of the more linear style. You just happen to go off and defeat this faction, and then at another gym, you do something else over here with their NPC, and then you end at the gym. I assume you're just going to be running through gyms in different order if you want, but the levels don't scale. So like you may run into, you could go to the very difficult gym immediately.
Would you be deterred?
Sure.
And then work backwards. There's probably an easy path, a difficult path. Like someone's going to grind out their Pokemon team in the beginning and just go take down the last gym and work backwards. Probably.
But for all we know is that any could be the ultimate challenge gym because of the scaling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's going to be something that keeps it somewhat of that balance. I do think the game is probably like the last several Pokemon games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Oh,
Spawncast
damn it.
episode
Hang on. Discord does this all this. There we go. Go.
episode 269. It's good to be here tonight. Sean's moving, or he's doing something. He's setting up for a party that doesn't take place for another like month or so. I don't know. He might be in later on tonight when he gets back. All right. So if he just randomly pops in, there you go. But got a bunch of people to talk about. Actually, the month coming up was the last Spawncast before June starts, and that's good because May felt like it was taking forever. So good to see. We're gonna start with OJ tonight because I forgot him last time in the intro. So let's go to Player Essence, holding up the pre-stream.
I think
People
back
forgot
and-
until I did it.
No, but I think people went back and checked. And you did talk to him. I thought. I don't know, I can't remember.
Going to OJ. OJ, how we doing? How'd the pre-stream go? Everything.
The pre-stream went well. 300 something plus people in there. I was telling them stories about my fights with fraternity people and running my life sometimes. That was fun.
Okay.
So yeah, we talked about video games too. We talked about video games as well. But no, it was a good pre-stream. Thanks for having me on once again. I'm excited to talk about some video games today.
Let's go over to Miss Click. Good to have Click here.
Hi, yeah, good to be here. Never fought fraternity people, so I just got a more exciting
There's
life
three
than me.
main ones. Click.
Oh, yeah?
When I went to Fresno State, there's
Yeah.
three main ones, black fraternities, and I would get into all sorts of issues with them. It's funny. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Good to have Click here. We got
Hi.
Jordan.
Hey, good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Jordan Fringe is here. We got Max, Dreamcast guy, floating around out there.
I'm off in the seat. Look, I just want to say this once because I'm so happy. They had those limited edition anniversary Final Fantasy shirts. I got one of the Final Fantasy 7 shirts.
Ooh.
Sold that in like 1 minute. I had to click and I had the last one.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice. Then we have Nate. Nate the Hate is here.
Yes, and potentially with explosions in the background in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Memorial
Well,
weekend, right?
Well, it's Gatsby Days in Rhode Island, and that is a
Oh.
historical event when Rhode Islanders commandeered a British ship as the first act of rebellion against the British Empire, where the ship got stuck in a sandbar, and the Rhode Islanders flooded it, and they lit it on fire and killed the British. And it took place before the Boston, Tea Party. So this was the first act of rebellion, and we celebrate it every year, the weekend,
They're blowing stuff
including
up.
in May.
Keep
Yeah,
themselves
so when you hear
together.
cannon fire, explosions, it's just them celebrating.
Okay. Thanks for that, Nate.
It's an important part of American history they don't teach.
It's because they don't.
Wonder why. Let's go. We'll actually start over here. Let's start with actually Evan. Evan's here too. Sorry,
Yep. I'm here.
I got lost after Nate told that riveting story of Rhode Island and what was it? What was it?
Something like that.
Gatsby Days.
Gatsby
okay.
Days.
Gatsby Days. Thank you.
Talk about, like the Great Gatsby or whatever.
No, it's Gatsby. This is Gatsby.
Is it kind of like Gasparilla here in like the Tampa Bay?
Is that a soda? What is
What
that?
is that?
We celebrate. It's more of a along pirates in the Bay, but. Is there, you guys do like here in Florida, it's like a day everybody would like take off school, but there'd be like parades and beads and people dressed like pirates.
Florida celebrating fake
No.
holidays.
Yours is a little bit more like
Pirates in the
Patriots,
Caribbean
probably,
holiday.
right?
Yeah, we don't have anything like
dress up like
that. It's just kind of like festival in the city where you have arts and crafts and fireworks and
Florida was like, we like Mardi Gras. Yeah, let's get something like that.
Yeah,
But
let's do
Florida-
that. Texas just has a lot of Civil War reenactments. You get tired of that fucking war, but people just live it forever.
Plus, Jeff Grubb over in the chat with the super chat says, "Sorry, but Top Gun Maverick is about to start. Have a good show."
Saw that this morning.
We don't care
Okay.
about no damn Jeff Grubb.
Jeff
Was it
Grubb's a
good?
big fan.
Was it good, Jordan?
Oh yeah, no, it was a good time.
Okay. Well, we'll see what thinks. Maybe we'll still be here when he gets out. I don't know. We'll see. We got some stuff to talk about tonight. Includes the June coming up with Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, since we know a couple of events now, with Sony announcing their state of play. Sega has some weird mystery announcement that sure will just build up for massive disappointment, but we'll talk about it anyway. And then we're going to talk about the PlayStation Plus issues with the emulation. I wanted MVG to be here because he had some input on that as well with the 50 hertz and everything, but we'll go over all of that here tonight. Evan, you want a Discord question to start?
What is your most favorite video game meme? I'm guessing it's the "Here we go again" meme.
I mean, that's the easy one, right? That's the
that's the
trial.
big one.
I would go with the James Woods getting shot by the criminal meme, like Max put out with Nintendo, and valid criticism, weird ass internet nerd. I like that one because it can be applied to so many things.
Yeah, but that's more universe. I don't know if it's game centric, kind of like the Here We Go again.
So out of a video game.
Most likely.
Here we go, CJ. Here we go.
CJ's Here We Go again is the big one.
You can use that in anything.
That is a good one.
I do love it, as cheesy as it is. I do just love the "let me solo her," all the Elden Ring memes, but that one specifically always cracked me up. Of like, a naked guy with a pot on his head, because now people say like the more naked you are in Elden Ring, the better you are. So people just like draw pictures of people in thongs and be like, "I want that guy on my team."
I mean, I think for me, my favorite one has got to be the surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
That's anime though. That's not a video. That's
like
anime.
Lives off of pizza and iced coffee. Has stomach problems.
That's anime though. That's not. You can't use that.
That counts.
It blurs the lines a bit.
He counts as property.
Let's Evan, we got another Discord question.
When did YouTube/Twitch become full time for you?
Years ago.
Yeah.
Feels like another lifetime ago at this point.
2016.
I'm still working a normal job, bro. I'm still out here grinding.
OJ's got that Walmart life.
Yeah, damn right. Pulling carts in the heat.
Stocking shelves, man. It's crazy.
I did that for
Support
years.
my channel. Go become a member. Do something, shit. So I can get out of this hell.
So let's go over to. We'll just start with June. I've been ready for May to end for a little while. May's kind of boring. What's really happening in May? I don't know. Is that just me?
No, yes, it is just you. May was packed full of games.
I mean,
all games.
I played a lot of the Evil Dead game. That was a sleeper hit.
That was the big thing, is there wasn't like a massive release in May. There wasn't like a lot of events or news or anything. It was just kind of like drifting along through.
I'm kind of thankful for that though, because I was able to catch up on some games that I didn't get to. Like I finally finished Horizon Forbidden West.
I am right at the end of that game. My problem is they keep giving me side quests and I keep doing them.
Yeah, but they're actually pretty decent though, and they give you some really good stuff. So
They do. I'm almost 50 hours in on that game, and I'm like, I should be done. But I'm still going.
Yeah, the characters that you recruit too, I love the dialogue with them. I kind of wish there was like a reputation system like Mass Effect, because it almost does feel like Mass Effect 2, where you're acquiring your team. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Aloy probably wouldn't be very renegade, but it would be cool if they had that in, but the different characters and stuff. But did you get to the part where you got your upgraded like mount?
My upgraded,
yeah. Bro, wasn't that epic?
Well,
that was a really cool scene.
My problem is I end up finding some ridiculously large creatures in the beginning. Like I found the big turtle, the shell snapper.
Yeah.
In the beginning, and that thing just cracked me completely. I just died immediately from it. But I keep going off and finding these massive creatures, and I end up fighting them for like 20 minutes at a time, and then I forget that I was supposed to be doing the main story.
Yep.
So I need to get back on. I just need to finish it. I just need to go through it.
Yep.
That's just where I am now.
It's kind of really satisfying finding a big machine like that, like the Thunderbird or the bear, the Fireclaw, whatever they're called. Bro, the bear is terrifying. But yeah, when you find those, it's like, I'm gonna fight this thing. Are you kidding me? It's really easy to get
shell
distracted.
snapper. That was the one. That one. But game's good. It's kind of fell under the radar for a lot of people, but it keeps selling. Like it's in the sales charts constantly. So
yeah, I hope it's one of those things that just people kind of buy when they finish the other games that they've played, and then they can story. So I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I want to talk about it. When you finish it.
Or sorry, no. Okay.
I did. They might actually do that for the holiday in the US or something this year too. I think that's a good bundle to go with. I do.
Yeah. The Lego set was really cool too. I was with some of my patrons earlier, and he had the tall neck Lego set that came out constructed. That was really, really cool.
Well, May is over just about. We just have a few more days. This is the last Spawncast before then, though, and we're already looking at some events coming up. We have Microsoft's event. We have Summer Games Fest. We have Sony State of Play that we have to go over. And I mean, I feel like we'll probably hear about a Nintendo Direct if it's going to happen here pretty soon, because last year I looked, they announced it 2 weeks in advance. It's around, I mean, this week coming up when we get into June, that's about 2 weeks prior. So I would expect they would probably try to announce it earlier than usual. Like it's not gonna be like 3 days before, but it's weird this year. There's no E3. Like it's like right there on the calendar.
Hey Nate, how's it going?
Pleasant. I'm
Got
enjoying a
anything to
nice
say,
glass
Nate?
of water, having a bag of
Got anything to
pistachio.
say, Nate?
Pistachio are a great snack that people should invest in.
You know what?
Well,
I
what
feel
it
like
would well,
they're
we would
gonna-
normally see it. Let me bring up the calendar here.
they're going to announce that direct, and RGT is going to use that same fucking thumbnail used every time, which is him looking shocked
The
in front of
crystal
the
ball.
badly photoshopped crystal ball. Like, what? Every time, every Nintendo direct,
Predictions. No, that's
exact same thumbnail.
predictions. I like
The
the
predictions,
crystal
yeah,
ball.
the predictions one's
That's his
identical every
predictions.
time.
Pondering the sphere.
He always
when he-
looks shocked, and he's always just
Like
same
when they
thumbnail
announce
every
a
time.
direct that his predictions are up like 5 minutes later.
Six
after they announce-
seconds later, yeah, they're like, "We're doing it direct," and he's like, "Good news, I got a ball."
It would normally be on the so we would have Microsoft. What's that? Microsoft's the 12th. Is it the 12th for Microsoft? I think. So
No, 12. My bad.
you would have Nintendo 13th or 14th. That would be 14th. I'm sorry, that Tuesday. Normally, if it was like E3, right? Because Microsoft go on Sunday, and then like you'd have Capcom or Square attempt to run something, and then you'll have like Nintendo finish up on that Tuesday, and then the rest of the week is just E3.
So we need something super distinct.
Dad's work. Meet daughter's playtime.
Wait till you hear this.
Thankfully, Metaportal helps reduce background noise,
Zero lace model.
adjusts to low light,
Though it seems far out,
and pans and zooms to keep you in frame,
take a look at this.
so the whole team stays on track.
Okay, let's get some feedback. Right.
Metaportal, the smart video calling device that makes work from home work for you.
Bum, 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 bum.
The technology inside, the technology that inspires. How wonderful is that? Intel.
And like media and all that stuff in person. None of that's going to happen. So then you would assume if they're going to announce it 2 weeks prior, it would be this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So the 31st to the 2nd to announce it for that week, trailing Microsoft. So we'll have to keep an eye out this week if that's going to happen, because I mean I know some people were talking about things changing up for Nintendo this time, but I still think they go with the typical direct. I think it's just going to fall right in that week.
I actually put up a poll on my asking when people expected the direct, and how I phrase it is, when do you expect the Nintendo Direct to air? Do you expect Nintendo to stick to tradition, or will it come later than usual? Right now, most people are expecting it the typical week.
Yeah, I mean they've stuck to it for a long time, so it would be very weird if they all of a sudden did. I don't know, Nate. Bringing that up makes people think that maybe you're leading them on there.
People can go vote, and they'll see how they did.
Stop leading people on.
Well, see how they did this week up when they announced that it's. For the 14th. There's a direct this right around that time. I'm sticking with it. Stick with tradition.
When does
Did you
Nintendo
vote
announce
in the
it?
poll?
I will vote
When
right
does
now.
Nintendo announce it?
That's the big question. When would they announce it? I still
No.
think 2 weeks before.
Okay, I was about to say, answer my question, please.
Yeah, Nate. When do they announce it? I'm gonna go to Nate the Hate's chat right now. Nate the Hate. Here we go. I'm gonna go to Community tab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
What
so
percentage?
so you have June 1 minus 4. So
June
maybe
1st through
voting for
4th.
June -3, June.
This isn't a math class.
6th. No, okay. So 12th to the 18th. Okay, so
Broken down week
it's
to week.
it's happening. Basically, saying it's going to happen sometime in June. Then the way you're phrasing this. So I'm sticking with 12th to the 18th. Thank you. 60%. That's right.
Nate put the crawl in
60%.
June,
Wow.
so he can never be wrong.
I'm sticking with it. 60% voted correctly.
That's to be determined.
We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But we do have Sony State of Play.
Mm-hmm.
Final
And-
Fantasy 16.
This is interesting. They gave us an idea as to what will be here, probably because everyone's like, "Oh, God of War," and they essentially wanted to be like, "Yeah, God of War's not going to be there." So stop saying that. Well, it is Thursday, June 2nd. 30 minutes of announcements and updates from the world of PlayStation. To be at 3 p.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. Eastern time. They said they'll have exciting reveals, third-party partners, sneak peek at several games in development for PlayStation VR 2. And then they let everyone know who's co-streaming that they do not have your back.
Yeah.
So
Wait, seriously?
Like two days before this, I think Sony did an interview where they said that like PSVR 2 is going to have 20 games at launch. Did you see that?
It was in an investors thing. Yeah.
It was in an investors briefing. They're going to have at least 20 major titles, as they say.
And that's why I think I'm hoping, I hope it's good stuff like Final Fantasy 16. I'm afraid this is just going to be one long PSVR 2 showcase.
I think it's going to be 70% PSVR 2 if I had to guess.
Oh my God.
Really?
If I had to
You guys
guess.
think it's going to be that much?
Yeah.
I think this is the like big push for VR2 with games, because I don't think they tell us the price or release date. They want to set us up with games because this thing's going to be expensive. So.
Well, and remember when the PS5 was in development, all the people that were working on it, devs were leaking that the thing was made for VR. They made the thing specifically for the PSVR 2. So I mean, get ready for my hands on head thumbnil when that happens.
I want to go back to Click as well. We were kind of going back and forth there. Click, what were you trying to say?
Well, I was just gonna. I mean, so they basically said it wasn't gonna be like DMCA kind of thing.
No. They said here, please note that this broadcast may include copyright content, licensed music that PlayStation does not control. They say we welcome co-streamers and creators, but licensing agreements outside our control could interfere with or VOD archives of this broadcast.
Cut the audio.
Interesting.
So
yeah, I mean, that's
like
just,
good luck.
That's just gonna be me muting the stream and then dubbing over sound effects again. So
yep,
all right.
This always happens. I mean, this is like they'll claim most of these things. You know, Microsoft's too will probably get copyright claim because they always use music.
It's one thing on YouTube, the copyright claim. It's different for Twitch because if they really wanted to, they could just strike a whole bunch of channels and get them taken down on Twitch if they wanted to. It's a little bit different on YouTube.
So we have a lot of PSVR 2, I think, going on here. But for a second, before we go a bit further into what we think could be there for that, what third-party game developers you think going to be? I give two right now. And again, it's a shame MVG's not here. You know what? I think he did this on purpose. Nate, I think he did.
Final Fantasy 16.
What are you gonna say? Silent Hill?
I'm saying Silent Hill.
Silent Hill, and I to throw out a dream one. There's so much talk about Resident Evil 4 remake. Capcom has in their Capcom did an investor thing where they said this is about to be their highest year of sales ever. I do think that Resident Evil 4 remake.
Resident Evil 4 remakes there. That's an automatic. Yeah, so, I mean that's a win for the stream immediately.
If they have FF16 and would they do that, Nate? I'm stupid.
That's a lot. That's bordering on like showcase territory. Then
yeah,
like,
I think I'm done. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty bad. I mean the problem with the June stuff, especially with the summer games, is we don't know if Square, Capcom, or any of these other third parties will still announce their own individual events during the month of June that Keighley will then claim. Because right now all we have is Sony, Microsoft, and Keighley's one-day thing.
Keighley's back. Yo, look at this direct. It's part of Game Fest now.
Yeah,
a little logo on it.
I mean, Keighley kept putting out there that a lot of these companies opted to do their own thing, and no company has announced their own thing.
He did kind of. Well, he mentioned that it's going to be a bit more validated this time around, is what he said. Where they realized. I mean, dude, Capcom, their E3 last year was pretty bad. Like,
well, yeah, it was a waste of time.
Yeah, so it would have been better if they took one of those. Like, they had one big announcement in there. I think it was the Phoenix stuff. They could have thrown that into just Nintendo's event, something like that, right? It's like, here's this, and we'll take RE Village DLC, and we'll drop that announcement into anything. So Sony, whenever they want to do it, or something, right? So I think they are going to split it up a bit. Square would be in because they have that deal, like you said. They could have Final Fantasy 16 there. I like the idea of RE4 being here, though, because Sony generally has the marketing for Resident Evil, these remakes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the closeout, right?
Well, and let's face it, like Resident Evil 4 is an iconic game. They could literally just have a chainsaw revving and say Resident Evil, and people would know what the hell it is.
You got to show Leon, though, right?
I would hope
show
so.
what he looks like.
Yeah, right. Well, or even because a lot of the leaks saying that it's darker and scarier. I hope they show like the castle at night or something. That's what I want to see.
There's a lot of stuff they can do there. I just hope that is the reveal. Also, it could go hand in hand with PSVR 2.
Oh,
You could have a PSV2 mode for not only RE Village, but also RE4 Remake. Which I think would be really cool, because we already have RE4 in VR on Oculus. So why not do one for PSVR 2 here?
I think Resident Evil 8 for PSVR 2 would make more sense, because you could also announce the Resident Evil Village DLC at the event as well.
Yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think most people, if they had to take a guess at one third-party game that's going to PSVR 2, it would be Village, because 7 was completely playable in VR. So you assume that Capcom would follow that up there. There was also a rumor that apparently Modern Warfare 2 may have a PSVR 2 mode. This from Valve. That would be kind of weird. Although we have like Medal of Honor and stuff on Oculus, so we already have first-person shooter games there. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw that. Just why not? Just throw that mode in there.
That does not. I would not. That sounds like shaky cam on top of shaky cam inside my headset.
So I mean, with PSVR 2 still going, Gran Turismo, that's probably getting a VR mode. That's like, to me, that's obvious. Like they did it with Sport, so why not do it here? Horizon Call the Mountain. I feel like there has to be more first-party VR stuff ready to go from Sony. Killzone was apparently canceled at one point based on rumors.
Iron Man VR 2.
Ouch. Iron Man VR 2.
One of them was, what was it? Fire Sprite was doing something, right? I think they made some sort of like bank heist.
They're doing a horror game, I think.
Oh yeah,
they're doing a horror game, but they just like recently hiring for it.
They're doing Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
So they're busy.
I like the idea here of an Astro game as Astrobot. Have that just be. I think it'd be better to have an update to Astro's Playroom that takes advantage of the PS2 headset, so you don't even need a pack-in game for the headset because everyone just has it on the PS5 already. So you just update it and boom, you have VR for it. And the big third-party game, I feel like Sony has to have, if we're talking VR, it's got to be Half-Life Alyx.
I know. Yeah, you were talking about that. Months ago. I remember you speculate if that's it, because I've still never played Half-Life Alyx, and I've heard everybody who's played it has said it's the definitive VR experience. It comes to PSVR 2. I'll definitely
has to be a launch game. Has to launch. You have to launch with that game. I think that's a great one to have next to like Horizon, a Gran Turismo update for VR, and some Resident Evil thrown in there. And apparently like another 15 games or something. I don't know. That's one of the reasons I think this is going to be one state of play mostly centered around VR and like 3 third-party announcements for like regular just games. They got up. VR it's not launching this year though. Like we would have heard.
Nate,
it's just a siren. It's gonna be followed by coyotes howling, but
it's
Nate's about to get arrested for Nintendo Ninjas.
I guess that they're gonna unveil the pricing in this well after these games. Like it's not gonna be part of the state of play. So my question is, can they show off enough games here to soften the sticker shock when they reveal the pricing for this thing? Because I am envisioning $500 to $600 for this headset.
Am I going to need a second job to get this? Like the is Sony going to tell us we need to get a second job for this?
Yeah, OJ is going to need a promotion at Walmart. Like, look, I'll pull the carts if you give me a discount on the
VR. I have to start pushing 2 at a time, man.
Yeah, dude, please. Give me that VR, please.
And my Walmart's ghetto as hell, too, so people would just be leaving. They don't even use the little section, They just leave it all over the place.
I'm thinking it's going to be based on the specs they were saying and the market around them. I think it's going to be $500 to $600 for that thing. Damn. And then you still got to buy the PS5. You're looking at about $1,000 investment for this thing.
If it's the same, dude, if it's the same price as the console, I'm not going to be happy.
Well,
I'm saying that now.
I would look at it this way for VR. High-end PCs now, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. The headset for like a Vive.
PC was $3K with the 30 series, 3080 and all that.
which is what you'd want for VR, and you get an Index or a Vive or something. I mean, you're bordering on almost $4,000 for that setup. So technically, you'd step back and be like, all right, this is actually not that bad. It's still expensive. Like, the reason Oculus Quest 2 sells as well as it does, which last I checked was almost 10 million units have sold of that, because it's $300 to $400, and that's all. You have the headset, there's no wires, nothing. It's all in one. And it plays Resident Evil. So, what was that?
Resident Evil 4
I got a text message for
Resident Evil 4 is also on mobile. They just let us know that it is on it is a mobile game as well.
That's going to be interesting, because they are clearly waiting to tell us the price for this thing. I do not think they're excited to run out there with that sticker shock. So show all the games you can.
Everything's just so expensive right now. I just can't imagine spending money on a headset.
VR.
Well, especially because, man, I don't know. I feel like I'm not super into VR, so I am, of course, a casual, not a hardcore VR person. So the idea of dropping $500 for something, I mean, I'm probably going to buy some launch games and like it, but after that, I played my original PSVR headset for a month, and it's been sitting in a box for 2 years.
Here's the other interesting thing about that: the specs on this headset are really good. I almost wonder, with their direction currently, which is heavily PC based, if this thing works PC as well.
Ooh.
Like, there's drivers, it's set up, it's ready to go. You buy it, you can use it on PS5, or you can use it on your PC. Oh yeah, and there are going to be a bunch of PSVR 2 games that we develop or fund that also go to PC, like day one or later on. Because then you open it up to a PC cloud that, like $5 for a headset in that space is
good.
That's easy
for good stats. It's 1,000 normally.
Yeah, and if you look at the PSVR 2 specs, they're talking about now, it's pretty good. It's like up there with some of the other stuff.
I think it was better in some regard from what we saw to the Index, but worse, I think, only in field of view, and that was it.
Yep. So I think that's the best route for Sony to go, is to broaden their audience by also allowing it to be compatible out of the box. Eventually, they got the regular PSVR working on PC. It's so old now. Oh, it's so bad compared to everything now. So I am looking forward to the state of play, but I'm not expecting like ridiculous presentation ever.
Yeah.
You're a sucker. I'm expecting Final Fantasy 16. I'm expecting Resident Evil 4.
If they have those two games there, I mean, that's an automatic like 8, 9 out of 10 for a state of play immediately. Especially if they have a date for 16.
I do think they're going to show like 30 seconds of God of War Ragnarok. I just have a feeling, because even though it's not the point of the showcase, I just feel like they've been tweeting about it so much. I feel like they're just going to be like,
here's the interesting thing about that, man. I think what this state of play really tells us is that there is a God of War Ragnarok state of play coming probably before the end of June.
Well,
like, I think that's going to happen.
That usually, apparently, the last couple of years, I don't remember this, but somebody said that like they'll usually do like an E3 style showcase, and then like exactly a month later in early June they do a dedicated. So there is a chance that they'll do something right at the beginning, like June 2nd, and then June 2nd do a God of War 1.
I think if they filled up, how long was Ghostwire Tokyo one? They filled up a good chunk with that. They can definitely do an entire state of play around God of War and then hit us with a release date at the end that I still think is this year. Like I think that game's out this year, and I think if you look at it, finish, pretty good year for Sony overall. So
yeah, it's this year.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, Nate. So yeah, look out for that. That'll be this week. Should be interesting. See how it turns out. Evan, we got this over there.
We have someone playing Rising. They're just wondering if any of us have checked it out. I guess thoughts on the game.
Not yet.
I haven't. People keep saying it's good though.
I tried it for 2 hours. Okay. It's all right. It's top down, so it's that Diablo feel, but there's still the survival elements. I believe we kind of talked off stream a little bit about it being kind of close to Rust. I think the servers are 40-man. You can set a PvP server, join factions, have a lot of fun that kind of way, build castles. There's stuff going on, like regular human beings walking around doing stuff, and you can just attack them as vampires. It's kind of cool.
The sunlight sucks.
Yeah.
Since you're a vampire, man, when it's daytime, you actually have to hide in the shade, and it's a pain.
I got to a camp when the sun came up. I had to wait for the shadows casting from the trees to move over to the camp to then run into it and kill everyone. Yeah, that's great.
I killed a whole fort of people And so there was this big archway, and I was literally having to tiptoe to stay in the shade till it got deep enough that some of my horse would run away.
Let's go over here to this Sega mystery announcement, because I have no idea what this is.
Is it cake?
It's very strange. It was posted up by the official Sega account. Right, this is their Japan account. And you have to hit the little translate button to get a rough idea of what's happening here. This is a live broadcast this week upcoming. They have it on the 3rd Friday. And if it's in Japan, it'd be like, what, Thursday night here or something, or early Friday morning, depending on what time it is there. I think this would be, this would be Thursday night, maybe on the East Coast. Anyway, they say this is an urgent notice, live broadcast to announce Sega's new project. They say there will be an appearance from Hiroyuki Miyazaki and Yosuke Fukunari. And then it just says, does that mean, with a little question mark and like the thinking face. YouTube, and it's going to also be on Nico Nico Live Broadcasting. So, looking into this, and it obviously brought up the names for a reason. One being executive manager of Sega for marketing, producing, all this. And then the other one, Mr. Okanori, creative producer for Sega. Background marketing during the Saturn era. So obviously now people are running wild with speculation. They put this weird little, is it like a chocolate Sega Genesis controller here?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I don't understand what it's supposed to mean.
Either that or it's a turd.
Yeah, it's one
delicious.
Of the two. It's one of the two. They spend time decorating it.
It does look a little bit like a turd that somebody decided to come on.
Oh, I was going to say it turned out too long, but
yeah.
Fine too.
That too. That possibly as well. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what they're doing here. If it's not hardware related, could it be? I mean, a new software collection, like how the Genesis collection or thing, as like the game on the Switch or PlayStation or any of that, or is this the Sega Saturn Classic? Saturn Classic.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, the names attached to it have.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own,
Hi, guys.
it is where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Have also been attached to the Sega mini consoles. So that would be the logical
Yeah.
to remove in. But this is Sega. Sega once hyped up a Game Gear that was the size of a pinky.
I have it.
Also
It's very
true.
small.
Yeah, I have it right next to me. Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, it's Sega. You can't.
They're
get
gonna
too
do something
excited with
weird,
them.
aren't they? Oh, no, they're gonna do something.
Like, they'll open a Sega Genesis K only in Japan. That's open for like 2 hours, and they would think that's a big deal.
I'm trying to think of how they would completely swerve this, because the Game Gear thing, no one saw that coming, and it was kind of stupid if you really on it now. And I don't know if that worked out for them or not. But this, to me, the next logical step. We have the Genesis Mini, we have the Game Gear Mini. It's got to be the Saturn, right? Like that should be it.
Or the Dreamcast Mini. I just feel like the big thing is that I just don't know how popular the Saturn is worldwide.
Yeah,
It was big in Japan, and this is specifically a Japanese Twitter tweet. I don't see this at all in the American accounts, but man, I'm hoping it's like a Dreamcast Mini instead.
My thing with this though is the Dreamcast emulation is ahead of the Saturn emulation. So you feel like they would just say, you know what, we're just gonna do Dreamcast. Let's just go for it. Because if they announced a Dreamcast Mini, that would be a big deal online.
I'd buy like 5.
I mean, yeah. I know Max would, but you would definitely buy a couple because you keep some sealed.
Yeah.
But I would
Probably turn
definitely
one
buy
into a
at least.
necklace. Be good.
I would buy at least. It depends, but I would like to keep one sealed. It's like definitely collector's item all over it. But if they showed up and it was decent, because the Genesis Mini was actually a good little console. Like there was some attention to detail there. The emulation for me, I was fine with it for what it was. I really want to tackle a Dreamcast Mini with like 20 games. I don't think how many games they even put on there, but like it'd be good.
They could do multiple. Like that's what I would like them to do. A couple, because that's what they did with the Game Gears. 4 different models of the game, each with a couple games. It'd be cool if there were different models of the Dreamcast with different games.
Oh, see, that'd be cool too. Just different. It'd be really cool though. So they put an Ethernet port on that thing, and they said, "Hey, you can play online with it."
Bro, I was playing Fantasy Star 9. I was playing it on the hacked servers this week. That game still plays.
I played it on the GameCube.
People still play it. It's that good.
Yep. I ran into at least one person on the GameCube in that video. Full, but I feel like Sega gonna let everyone down because it's Sega. It better not be some weird like Sega Genesis NFT thing.
Jesus.
Nah, there's no
way, right? Can't do that.
no way, no.
You say that now.
Apparently they filed a trademark that falls under both machinery and equipment and toy classification. So this might be some weird freaking like, hey, check it out. Here's a bunch of Sonic toys. Got a gas, or it could be like a mini.
Maybe a Master System mini. That would not go over as well. People would be like, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, right.
The Dreamcast is actually it's well known. Like definitely, no one really knows what the Master System is. So I think that's the way to go. What do you think, Nate? What do you putting your chips on?
I mean, it's Sega.
I'm asking you what you put on. Where you go?
Yeah, I don't even put shit at this table. I just get up and walk away.
Man.
Unless there's a wild card selection, then he's completely gone.
Cut your losses and walk away.
Yeah, with Sega, you have high hopes of something great, and then they come out with something that
looks
nobody
like the
in their right
controller
mind
in that
actually
picture
wants.
You know, it'd be hilarious if it's a Sega CD Mini or a CDX Mini. It's just the Sega CD games put on there. No one, they just sell it as a system, like a plug and play system, but it's all the Sega C games.
Remember when Sega hyped up like, oh, we got this big AAA new game, and it was like, what was it, Humankind or something?
Yeah,
like
it was so Humankind.
Oh yeah,
thing,
yeah. Sean was convinced it was going to be some big
Triple A
deal.
Nights. It was Triple A.
Yeah, AAA Nights and Humankind. Sean was just like, what the fuck is this? He can't believe Sega's lies.
Oh my gosh, yo, Sega has like some of the most legendary IP, and like add that like we can't even get hype, and they try to hype things up.
We want that win for Sega. That's why.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want
Everyone
like
wants
you
them
want
to do it.
Dreamcast Mini.
Yes.
You want something awesome because they have that back catalog
Watch
of
this.
software that they could do something. Then they come out and they make the game here the size of your thumbnail and say we're charging $35 for this, and it's what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
What do you think, Max? $100 for a Dreamcast Mini?
I think a Dreamcast Mini, and I think people would be. I think it's going to be $100 if it's a Dreamcast Mini. I think it's going to have 2 controllers, and they'll sell additional controllers, and it'll be compatible with a 4 port. And to people in chat who may not know, a lot of Dreamcast games were made to be HD. The assets are full HD. The games will look fantastic.
I put a poll up, said we buy a Dreamcast Mini for $100. Yeah. No, that's the thing about the games now. They sharpen really, really well, like because they're all VGA and everything. They look really good when you upscale them in emulators and all of this. So I feel like that would do well for them if they can figure it out. And emulation is good for the Dreamcast now. It runs off of like low-powered chips, like the Raspberry Pi 4 can run it fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like if they got together, them and M2, which M2 Dreamcast a long time ago that they're working for others on. So this is it. Drop S Mini, Sega. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm here for it.
You cowards.
Do it. Everyone wants Sega to have that win. Everyone wants them to have that W at some point.
I mean, I would just assume for like the most boring thing, and then if anything, maybe you're surprised. If not, you're just like, called it.
I'm not anticipating anything. I'm not anticipating anything hype. Like if something comes, cool. But that's why I know this from like Click. I know you're not probably into this much, but like the Persona teases.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Wait, hold on. What happened with that?
It was nothing.
It was
Here's
socked.
the wallpaper for your phone. Thanks, Atlas.
What was it? It was like I forgot what it was, but it was like a new merch shop or something.
Yeah, it was a hoodie. It was 5 shirts and it was 3 pairs of socks.
The
they were like,
the first announcement should have let us know, because I think at first it was a wallpaper for your phone. We should have known right then and there what was about to happen.
Didn't they release like a shampoo and conditioner?
They had like all these anniversary stuff. They did nothing for the anniversary. They're like, oh, we're having anniversary celebration from now all the way till this was last year. They said till next year.
Is it still going?
It goes till September.
And that's a damn thing. Maybe the P Live concert. That one is like where everyone's like, okay, that's where it's going to be something, because that's where Persona 5 Royal, I think, was first announced or teased. They do announcements of announcements. Atlas is super weird. Sega Atlas are super weird, but yeah, we'll see.
It was exciting stuff there.
Yeah, I've stopped being excited. Whenever Sega says something, I'm like, all right, Sega, I'll just wait till Persona 6 comes out. Just let me know when it's actually dropping. And
the next
Yakuza, just let me know when something's actually dropping,
And us with some Discord questions over there.
All right. We have a how many of the Soncast have switched to Windows 11?
I have not.
I think I have it.
I am on Windows 11, I think, right now.
Yeah.
I know I upgraded tablet to it. I just didn't upgrade anything else for fear that if programs had issues, I wouldn't be able to do things.
All right, you want to hit us with another one?
Could research and development of a PS5 Pro make PS5 production easier?
I saw Jez say that possible, or Jez said that that if they make a more efficient prototype, he basically said something like, while they were working on better PlayStation 2s, cheaper I don't know, maybe
a wild shot appears.
They'll revise the chip so that it's easier to make or just more efficient in general to make. That's
already expected. They reported last that they will be switching to, it's either 6 or 5 nanometer. It should come out towards the end of this year. It's still going to have the same power profile. It's just going to be more efficient. It's going to be cheaper for Sony to manufacture and produce.
So Sony's working on a more powerful PS5 anyway, or PS6. They're always working on it. So TCL is guessing, which we can talk about that actually for a second here. TCL told everyone there's a PS5 Pro and an Xbox Series something. What did they name that anyway? Was it just next?
They called it. I think they called it
Series Xbox Series X.
Yes, they called it New Series S and X.
They didn't want to take a guess, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be called Series XXX.
Hey, Sean's here. Hi. RGT. How you doing, Sean?
I'm all right.
You all set up?
Yeah, somewhat.
All right, good. Good. Talking about the PS5 Pro. Go.
Imagine me in 20 plus years, but replace video games with alcohol. That's my uncle.
It's a pretty easy.
So just you without video
mental
games.
Image.
Yeah.
I've already.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with TCL. That was the PS5 Pro and the next Xbox Series E.
I mean, I made a video about it and it got good views, so I'm.
Hey, TCL coming through.
Right.
I believe.
I believe PS5 Pro on the way.
I do think, like Nate was saying as I came in, like there could be some, almost even a little bit beyond what Nick's saying, there could be some sort of revision to the system, maybe more along the lines of a Slim, which has different internal components, because of the fact that this chip shortage really isn't changing anytime really. So maybe it can find another way. Maybe both companies find a way. I don't know. It's a lot of your sort of field, the tech stuff, which I don't understand. So
I have no problem with a slim PS5. I actually think that's a great idea from them, especially making the chip smaller, essentially, or shrinking it down for fabrication. It'll make it so that they can essentially get a better yield out of their chips and all of that,
Yeah,
which
and,
means,
I mean,
yay, more systems.
And we've seen that for every generation. It dates back to PlayStation 1.
Yes.
We've seen Sony do this. That's expected. That's an inevitability that Sony is going to go that path with the PlayStation 5 when the time is right.
See, the thing with the we matched it up to the PS4, the PS4 Pro, which was 3 years. The thing with this 4K actually grabbed I think a little faster than even Sony was thinking there for a bit. So that PS4 Pro maybe even came out a little sooner than they were thinking it would. I feel like if they had a little more time, it would have come out alongside the One X.
Also, I think Sony talked about part of the reason they released the Pro so fast is the PS4 sales were way above their expectations.
That too.
And
Yeah,
so
that
their
too.
thought was like, okay, if we release a Pro, the already fan base want another PlayStation 4, whereas PS5 is not in that boat. You do not want to.
You just can't find it.
So
Yeah.
rare.
But let me ask, I mean, who out there right now is like clamoring that hard for 8K?
Nobody.
There's no ATV, and you can't even buy PS5.
You can buy an AK. I can buy one now from Best Buy for like $2,500.
No, you can, but there's not like a large
no reason.
array of
Yeah.
8K TVs or people that are even really 8K content.
That's
Really,
the biggest thing.
Yeah, there's not 8K content, and like you can't even find. I haven't still to this day. I know some other people say, "Oh, I see them all the time." I haven't seen a PS5 in stores.
No,
I
not
haven't
in
seen
stores.
No.
a single PS5 in stores. Like I've seen maybe a Switch OLED once, at Xbox S once, and I've never seen a PS5 in stores. So, like, and it seems like that's not. Did you guys hear about Sony's report that they put out? How fast they're selling? Like every PS5 sells like every like half a millisecond or something.
I
like
wanted
that.
math where they
You know?
did that for. That's kind of funny. They were
Yeah,
like,
it was
look at
weird
this.
as hell.
Every minute, every 60 seconds, we're selling a PS5.
Jim Ryan got to stopwatch at every single location, like to the Matrix and timing every single one.
Cyborg, when he's in the internet, just walking around, I can feel their PS5 selling.
Absorbing it into his body. My body.
Absorbing. I am the PlayStation.
Absorbing the information.
To me, that's the difference. Because like 2015 to 2016, 4K was coming up a bit more than 8K is now. And everyone was just like moving to 4K. And we had these systems where it was like people were fighting over it was 720p or 1080. No one was talking about 4K. So
Well, I
there
mean,
was a reason to push systems out.
I mean, not to be that guy, but are the systems we have now doing 4K 60 locked? Like,
No.
you know, developers can't even harness it.
Hey, we'll see. Forza coming up. That might be the one.
And you see Elden Ring's 4K.
Hey,
mode,
turn 10.
but-
Don't count out turn 10.
You have not seen a damn thing from Forza.
Don't
though.
count out turn 10. I'm telling you.
I mean, obviously, we'll see it next month, and I'll have to decide if I need an Xbox
Hold
steering
on, don't
wheel
back
as
off
well.
now, Sean.
No, but you really think that game's gonna be 4K 60 plus?
I kind of feel like it's gonna be 4K 60, man.
What is Forza on the Xbox Series? Isn't 4K 60?
Oh, which one? Horizon, or
Yeah, Horizon.
Horizon? I think
4K
it's
60.
dynamic. It's dynamic. I think.
Yeah, but I think it's dynamic.
I think turn 10 is gonna have some pretty good stuff for this new Forza coming up. But we'll find out in a couple weeks, right? Because most likely that's gonna be at the showcase for
What's
Microsoft.
Gran Turismo?
Yeah, huh?
Gran Turismo. What is it?
It's
jumps in.
no, there's a 4K with ray tracing mode that nobody plays.
It's only for replays, though. I learned this after a while.
Yeah,
it's like
photo
the
mode.
replays, it cuts the frame rate down and adds ray tracing.
And there's also graphics and performance mode, and everyone uses performance mode because it's racing.
They're talking about like a lot of how 4K shifts and moves a lot because a lot of it's dynamic and they use lower resolutions, upscaling techniques. But I think Forza is going to be 4K 60.
Which for the record, like I'm not, bashing developers. I'm just saying, like we're talking about because of the 8K conversation.
Yep,
use what you got. If you can't max out,
I would
on to other
much
things for.
prefer that they conquer 4K completely, so the Pro system comes out and it's like no
Yeah.
questions asked 4K 60. The problem is you can't market that. That's the problem.
Right.
So they have to be like it's 8K now. Oh, and it also 4K really well.
Isn't 8K the?
It is on the
8K
box, the
It's on
PS5.
it's on the PS5
Now,
box.
The reason it's on the box is because it should have media streaming capabilities whenever that all gets implemented, but not going to be for a little week because like bandwidth
Well,
and these companies figuring it out, like Netflix and stuff.
When Jordan gets back, because I know Jordan has his headset on, he can hear us. I thought I heard that most films in Hollywood are even filmed in 2K, so it's not like can even be visible in 8K. Am I mistaken, Jordan?
It varies. Everything is shot different nowadays. Certain places have standards, what they only shoot in. Some don't. It's all over the. Not really like a set rule or anything.
The
8K is a million miles away.
The problem is there's so many tests and stuff that there's so many online where people are like, which one looks sharper? And half the people in the say that 4K and 8K because they can't tell the difference. So
yeah,
you need a screen. I want to say that it's
got to be big. Yeah,
it's 100 some odd inches for you're like, okay, that one looks a bit blurrier, I think.
At what point do we say? Okay,
I think we're here. I think we're there now. Like I think 4K is good enough for a lot of people. I don't know if 8K is that necessary.
4K is like there was an initial difference, obviously, when you had like DVD quality going up to like a blue quality, right? And then there's can't get better than this, right? And then 4K was able to match something that looks real to what you're looking at in real life. And when you look at 8K right next to it, 8K for some reason just better than real life because of all the adjusted, this is extra colorful, there's more pixel density, there's too much to it, where 8K will look better than something you're looking at in your hand for some reason.
You know what they need to do now?
Less real.
You know, they need to really get down now to HDR and everything else except for resolution. They just desperately want that marketability when you got to get HDR correct, right? You got to get everything that's going on with audio, and like there's so much stuff to the experience that they just because of it is to just put 4K or 8K on the box. So that's where they need to go with it.
At some point, though,
I honestly think.
Oh, go ahead, Dreamcast.
Oh, I'm sorry. My thing is doing a half-second delay. I'm not meaning to be a OJ. It's my delay. I'm sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that playing my Xbox Series X is doing. Oh God,
you're good.
I'm sorry. Good. Playing on Xbox Series X at 100 frames a second has blown my mind more than seeing 4K visuals. So honestly, I think that I hope pro consoles boost frame rate. I think that's going to make a bigger difference than 8 billion.
They need a better marketing term for high frame rate rather than just saying frame rate. They need something like
real,
some kind
real
of
motion or something like that.
Yeah, true motion.
Blast processing.
If that wasn't used and someone did, that'd be good. Like how Nintendo called the basic haptic feedback in the Joy-Con. They called it H Rumble, and it's like, whoa, I've never felt this before. And it's like, your phone does that. Like, it's kind of what it was. So it was, that's what they need. They need to figure out how to market it, and then step away from this solution race.
Oh, that bug guy in the chat makes sense too, though, because we're also restricted to the HDMI's. You know, what's the standard? 2.1. You would kind of need like 3 something or 2.5.
They'll keep building up bandwidth and all of that for those, but I get what you're saying there. Yeah, because like with PC, we're on like DisplayPort and all this.
I get that, man. But the law of diminishing returns is actually real, though. That's like factual that people don't to factor in. They say, everything's like law of diminishing returns is real.
It's there now. I think we're there.
We're there at law of diminishing returns, guys, and that's something, like I said, it's literally factual with this. So it's like, I know this 8K, like what Jordan said. Where it looks better than what it looks like, and we're like, that I don't like that stuff. Or it's like the colors are so to the point where it looks even like.
Well, I think 4K with just really good HDR will still give you a similar effect.
Yeah, I like
it anyway. So
4K with really good HDR is great. Watch 4K movies, they looks great. 4K movies look awesome.
Your OLED,
yeah, OLED, looks great.
Isn't that kind of like the same school of thought though? Like, I remember watching like a documentary on like why a lot of films are still filmed in frames per second than you would imagine, because
24 is
24.
Yeah, because if you watch in like films that are done at like 60 frames, like people were dizzy and they were getting sick and it wasn't enjoyable.
They did it with the Hobbit. Gemini Man a couple of years ago.
Yeah, like people were like getting sick. Yeah.
Well, in that mode on
Avatar 2 is doing that as well.
Really?
Buckle up, kids.
That mode on cheaper televisions where it takes signal for watching a movie like on cable or something, and it ups it to 60 frames per second, and it makes everything look weird as fuck.
Yeah,
that's because it creates frames. It has to create frames that aren't really there.
Go away! I that?
Opera effect where it looks like
Yeah.
it's too smooth and everything.
I was at my grandparents' house watching TV over there on that TV that I bought like last year sometime. And I was like, why the fuck does everything look so weird? I'm like, my food get pulled or something? And then I was just, wait, is this? And I started looking up online and I was like, it is a thing. I'm not fucking losing my mind.
I like seeing these companies once they get this all, because I'm sure they'll push out another more powerful system, but eventually they're going to have to start looking around at other things. Like the idea of like what Sony did with the DualSense or what Nintendo did with the Joy-Cons or any of that. Work more into other ways to immerse the player into these things. The 3D audio is really cool. So that kind of stuff, like point now where the games are going to look real life more than they do now. And it's just like, how much
Unreal
further?
Engine 5 stuff is pretty
How much
impressive,
further?
So
Yeah. We'll see.
Like, could you? Never mind.
No.
You know what's going.
Yeah.
8K that, dude. Like, that's too real. That's too real. Like a
Sean about
butthole
the
wrinkle.
Hey, what?
Yeah.
That's too much.
Sean about to buy a PSVR 2.
Oh man, no, dude. When I watch that, like, I'm like, if it's like 1080p, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it. It's like put it at 360p, and it's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, you see the needle marks. You're like,
no.
Jesus.
Like, go to the super chats here. Charlie says, hello again.
40p myself. No, it's-
Hello again. OJ. Sorry, I was late to your stream. That's from Charlie. Tijo says, so did we just immediately forget about the fourth game Nintendo added to NSO, Umihara Kawase? It's a good game, and I wish we got it in the Western apps.
Good game, but we forget it didn't release in the Western half.
That is correct. Edward says, with the Xbox showcase just 2 weeks away, what's your most anticipated announced game you want to see, and what's a dream announcement that'll make you jump your seat? Have a great weekend.
I just want to see Fable. Show me what
Lost
Fable's
Odyssey
going to look
2.
like.
That would do
Imagine
it, OJ? Lost Odyssey? Okay.
Lost Odyssey 2, Blue Dragon 2. Oh my god, I'd freak out.
I thought he said announced.
Well, what was an announcement that'll make you
I thought it was an announced game that we were looking forward to.
Oh, Fable. If it's that, yeah, Fable.
I was gonna say Perfect Dark if it was that, just because I'm very curious to see what that looks like.
Okay.
Golden.
Do you have Golden? Hey,
I just watched that the other day.
it's always
still holds
possible.
up. It's a really good movie.
GoldenEye could be there in a couple
yeah.
weeks. It's very possible it could happen. Would that make you jump out of your chair, Sean? As if GoldenEye was there, full multiplayer. It's the remake one that switched from the old visuals and the new ones.
Yeah, I
would
would
do
like that. And really, it's not even so much about that. I would just be for modern tools with that game because this
Yes.
doesn't control. Like
I played. I mean,
the 20
I-
frames per second. It's a little rough.
I played the remake. MVG did too. He's not here, but
I
like,
played it.
it was
played
good.
it. I played
Yeah,
it.
there you go. Okay. It was good.
Amazing.
I would like the release on the Series X, 120 FPS, the whole deal, achievements, online play. That would be a lot of fun.
Dude, we got to squad up. I used to
Oh,
actually
we would play that a
competed
lot.
in some tournaments of that. I didn't win, but I competed, and I would love to try and kick y'all's ass.
That would be awesome. That'd be a lot of
Oh,
fun.
golden
to play.
guns.
Yes, exactly. Or slappers only. That I was meaning to
Pistols only, one shot, one kill.
I'm
Yeah,
odd job.
License to kill. Yeah. fuck
No.
What? He's a character that is selectable in the
No.
game.
Do you odd job? They do that glitch where you aim and crouch and release aim, and you just pretty much are laying down and be like a waffle with a machine gun cruising up and killing you.
Teacher, that it would be very anticipated for me is if that deal between Microsoft and Kojima is actually real and they have some sort of concept to share, because I need to know what Kojima would do with having access to the data in the cloud and being able to connect to it at any given time.
Do you really though?
Yeah. Yes. I need to know what terrifying idea he has for that. Can you imagine him having access to all data view online? And
Oh, I don't want it. He probably tests it out with Jeff. He has like Jeff's house like wired up and has like cameras in there and
I'm
stuff. You can
telling
watch
you.
him at any time.
Kojima's gonna come up with some weird idea, and I need to know what it is. Tijo says, also, can us Vita owners get an F for no longer being able to play PS1, PSP games that were only available via PS3 transfer, like MGS and VC2's DLC? Yeah, it's a shame. I'm telling you, they're slow winding it down, and I don't even know if they're gonna make the announcement like that, like a big announcement. I think they're just gonna quietly uncheck the box on their side on the server, and just all of a sudden the PS3 and Vita aren't going to work for the store. And see how long it takes for people to.
Right.
I feel like someone eventually will soft mod it though, like they did with PSP games. Which I'm surprised someone hasn't done that. Oh, MVG's not here.
The Vita's been modded, right?
Not. I'm talking about soft mod.
Oh, okay.
Because you soft mod, like I don't have mine hacked whatsoever. Everything I have is on a standard Vita, and I can play any PSP game on it. But they don't have it now, so that you can do it with PS1 stuff, which I would like because God forbid you play those PAL versions.
Oh, we're gonna talk about it. You came in at the right time, Sean. You came at the right time. Talk about that. This is from Trevor. Says, "Where is the OnlyFans RGT? I'm dying without it."
There was a preview in Twitter chats today.
We did get a full preview.
He sent me a nude. Look, let's just get that out there. Yeah, we saw him.
But then Max followed up with a nude. So
yeah,
I was wearing mostly pants.
My finger was on the leave chat button. I was just like,
it was very unexpected, but it did spur new content in the form of new channels that we could create.
Sounds like an eventful afternoon. Jeff Grubbs Game Mess says, "Sorry, but Top Gun Maverick is about to start. Have a great show." That was earlier. Trevor says,
"Oh no, Jeff is in the danger zone."
More.
It's actually
a lot of people said it's actually
amazing. Isn't Miles Teller in this movie?
Yeah, he does a great job. Like he looks just like Goose, which is pretty cool.
That's impressive. It's probably the best performance he's ever done. But Miles Teller is a terrible actor.
Well, why you're saying
Miles Teller's excellent, bro. You got trash.
Nate's coming in.
I watched
swinging.
Fantastic Four, and he fucking sucked. I watched him play Vinny Paz, and he sucked.
No, he's doing Golfer right now, and he is Top Gun. He's doing great. And he was great in Whiplash. You can't say.
I can't get into The Offer. Something about that show is just not clicking, and I love The Godfather.
The first episode.
I did get past the first episode.
Charlie says John Mayer Wade could be lyrics to Spawncast starting soon. Hurry it up, mate. Don't subscribe to Game Pass. It says PlayStation beat Xbox. Let's go. Cope Nate. 4 clown emojis.
What?
He put 4. 3 of them showed up. And the other one, cut all the way to the bottom on the side. Gotta clean that up. Don't subscribe to Game Pass. Cristobal says, saw Top Gun Maverick. Great nostalgia sequel. Everyone's seeing this, huh? I got Ace Combat 7 at Maverick Edition on PSN because I am a fighter jet slut. Good pre-show, OJ.
Fighter jet slut?
Rune says, you guys made me try Death Stranding again. It's honestly one of my favorite games now. Thank you.
Stop it. let me try fucking PCP again that I had accidentally when I was a kid.
You will probably
Maybe
like it
this
now.
time.
You will probably like it now.
Lost my mind running through a fucking hard screaming for water.
And you have a good story. You got yourself a good story out of it.
Oh,
bad, dude. It was bad.
And you won't play through Death Stranding.
I'd rather do PC again, actually.
Wow.
Damn.
I think you'd like Death Stranding now, Sean.
It was laced in the weed, if anyone is wondering.
I remember fighting someone that did CP, bro. I felt like Street Fighter, man. That shit crazy, man. He was throwing all sorts of punches.
Dude, I had to like it was so bad. Like I was calling people.
Sean, he was like,
and I was like, I need so and so's, bro. Like the real druggy kids, like the addict kids that like nobody really messed with. I was like, because I don't know what I took, and I need someone to help me. And so like I finally got in touch with someone who was like, really, he's like, describe your symptoms, and I like tell him my symptoms. Shit, it was wild, dude. It sucked ass.
This episode of the Spawncast is brought to you by Lowe's.
No, that's a story that's like, don't do that, right, Sean?
Yeah, don't
do it.
That's the story. Or the story right there.
Don't PCP.
There you go.
Death Stranding.
Don't do drugs.
Yeah, see?
I had a time once my buddy was like, let's go buy some weed. So we go to the bad side of town and we go to this guy's apartment and we buy stuff. And we're like, what's this? We go home. Oh, this isn't weed. He sold something because he gave it as a brown paper bag. He's like, oh, this is meth. So we go back to the guy's apartment. We're like, hey, I would like a refund and get some marijuana. And the guy was like, I don't know who you are. And I don't you're bringing my apartment, but get the fuck out. So we went back home and my buddy was like, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and smoke all this meth. So we just smoked a bunch of meth.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, don't do that.
Not partake in any of this. I was back in the day. We used to drink juice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Lunchables. That's what I did for fun.
MD 2020s and King Cobras.
You could have just thrown it out, Max. You know that, right?
he was a cheap ass. So he was gonna throw away pretty good meth.
Perfect.
This isn't sponsored, right?
No.
Not anymore.
Okay.
No.
Sponsored by
Sure.
DARE, Drug
Yes,
Abuse
by
Resistance
DARE.
Education. Did any of you guys have DARE? In
Almost
Yeah.
Did you,
every
do you
year.
remember the DARE song that you had saying?
No.
There's a song.
I remember that shit word for word, and I don't know why.
Sing it.
The world's a different place where lives become a race, and I like the years of our kids grow up too fast, because what they see in stores is threats of bombs and wars. I'm speeding it up. In that deadly game, they're taught the happiness is brought. The children of today have no time for child's play. They're all alone, strangers in their home, hide the pain and tears. They destroy their youthful years by giving up on love and hugs and escaping into drugs. And then it goes into the chorus. Dare to keep the kids off drugs. Dare the kids off dope. Yeah, people remember. Dare to give the kids some help. Dare to give the kids some hope. Like, I don't know why I remember that, but it was like burned into my head, dude.
And that is,
Luano
you
tell
did a
us
lot of
about
drugs
drug
as a
show.
kid.
Yeah, it didn't really work on me. I don't remember. What
Lou
he was-
Albano said, "We go to hell first."
Oh yeah, you go to hell before you die.
Yeah, you go to hell before you die.
I love that quote.
And his name was Mario.
Yeah, he's dressed
Yeah.
as Mario. Remember,
Well,
kids,
it's like
if
when
you
they
do
had
drugs,
the-
you go to hell before you die.
When WWF had like the cigarette stuff, and you had like Shikels and Marty Jannetty like, "Hey kids, don't be smoking cigarettes." It's like, dude, you probably just smoked crack before this interview, Marty. calm your tits. It's there, buddy. All right, sorry. Move on.
Agent Redbeard
That was
says.
a very long song.
What if this is the moment like DMC? It's just
I
Sean
dare.
singing the
I
Dare song.
dare.
Dare still exists. They're against bullying now. They are a bullying organization now.
Okay.
They say which
Drugs
is
are
more-
fine. Bullying, not so much.
which is more important to you? Graphics, sound, story can't. I think sound might be mine now. Graphics kind of plateaued.
I'd say story. I actually play a lot of games muted. I play if I'm replaying stuff. I replay stuff muted while listening.
Oh,
to podcasts.
replaying. Hmm.
See, so, yeah, story. That's out of those three. I probably story then. Jason says, "What is a game that you did not like when you first played, but came back to later on and loved?" Not like when I first played, but back to it.
Kirby
I don't think I
Forgotten Land.
I don't think I replay things a lot. I mean, I liked the first Horizon, but I was like, eh. I think I approached the second one differently than the first one. I liked it way more. But that's a
Enter the
sequel.
Matrix.
Hell yeah, yeah.
Renting it, I didn't really like it, and then I played it a couple of years ago. I love this game.
Real Enter the Matrix. Okay, but Path to Neo is better, right?
Path of Neo is better, but I like how Enter the Matrix was like canon, and like it
Yeah.
had like an hour of like canon stuff in it. By the way, I watched the Matrix, fell asleep. Can't tell you a damn about it.
I'm gonna agree. Someone mentioned Final Fantasy 13. I will actually say that because I think the game. I don't think the game's as bad as people say it is.
It's bad, but story
not good.
makes no-
And I
it
wasn't a
makes
fan
sense.
of it when I was first playing it, and then I ended up going back later on in the 360
Okay.
life. And I was like, all right, this isn't bad.
I've tried to like it over the years. I've played and beat it twice. I've beat the whole trilogy. The thing about it, games came out. Lightning Returns came out, and people were like, "Oh, I guess Final Fantasy 13 is not that bad," because Lightning Returns is terrible. It's got some really good aspects to it, but it's not a good game. So I think that people went back and I guess
Out of that, I fell out of that after the second one, 13, and I'm like,
13-2 is the most
gone off the
it's the
rails
most
for me.
non-crappy-ish.
I like
of
it.
the
I like
three.
13 too. Genuinely, I like 13 too.
You know, it's like it's where they to fix the issue first one, but then they didn't go off the rails. Like Lightning Returns is literally off the rails. So I think 13-2 is a good balance between the three games. But yeah, Final Fantasy has seen better days and will see better days in those games. But no,
This
it's
is
all
from the Uncharted Wolf saying, "What's the farthest you've gotten into a game without beating it? I got to the last mission of Cyberpunk before it crashed, and I decided it's not worth it."
Without beating?
Yeah, the furthest game without beating it.
Xenoblade 2.
You said
that
you
was
played
like-
the game for 18 hours.
Yeah.
That's not, you were nowhere near beating it.
I know,
That's
but
like the
I
furthest
wasted
for
18
you.
hours of my life and then decided, I'm not going to play it anymore.
I'm gonna say for you, Sean, it's got to be Halo Infinite
Why? Because I never played the campaign?
because
yeah,
the
you haven't
hours you
beaten it.
racked up in it. As soon as if you just touch that campaign right now, that's got to be it.
Maybe.
If you even
But
drop
I'm not-
into the world,
I'm not interested in doing that.
the campaign's it's not bad. It's interesting to
Has
play.
it got
through.
co-op yet? Can I play it with
No.
a friend? No?
No.
Okay, then.
First time I had I tried to play freaking Final Fantasy X. I got a PS2 and I got the strategy guide and I was trying to do everything before I beat Sin. I got all the way to the last boss. I had all the god weapons. I had everything, and somebody broke into my house and stole my PlayStation 2.
Oh.
And I was so pissed. I didn't even try and play Final Fantasy X for like 10 years after that. I was like, I'm not doing it
Damn.
again.
Okay. Let's talk about these PlayStation games. This is because Digital Foundry released their video. I don't know if you guys watched that as well. I think
I
John
did.
Linneman took a look at it. So the service is rolling out in different parts of the world, specifically in parts of Asia. It's rolled out. And they do have a couple, like Wild Arms is in there, and they definitely didn't tell us that was in there until it just released. So
Good game.
yes, I am wondering if, for example, our selection does roll out in the US, North America in June, will be different in some way, like in terms of game selection.
Does
I
it
don't
matter?
know. Well, it also kind of matters because the games might be different in terms of how we're not sure
Yeah.
yet. But at this time, the emulation is like shockingly poor in terms of what they've learned, what they learned from the PlayStation Classic, which appeared not much of it. And that's the part that confuses me the most.
And I'd be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe the US will get the NTSC versions, but there's no indication of that because they're releasing in Asian regions, which are NTSC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
The only place that was PAL is in Europe.
Yeah.
So why would they it makes no sense. And to further elaborate, which I talk about in tomorrow's video, make sure you watch it. They did an update. Did you see the update?
Yes, I did.
The update was
They
to
added
make it,
interpolated frames, whatever.
yeah, and then it called posting out on it. They're
Yeah.
not doing the 60 hertz versions. And here's my theory as to why. Because Jim Ryan, he's some sort of British, isn't he?
What?
Isn't he European?
He is from Europe, yes.
Okay. He's just hard ass about it. He's like, these are the versions I played as an
You
adult.
think Jim Ryan played a video game?
As a young adult, and these are the versions I want. So these are the versions we're doing.
Well,
I,
That's what it
I,
is.
th- I thought the
Revenge,
assumption.
American Revolution.
my
Revenge.
guess, and I could be dead wrong, but my guess about it was that in a lot of cases, the PAL region ones are the highest version code. So like version, like America will have version 1.03, and then when it goes out in PAL, because they come out with extra language patches and stuff, it'll technically be like 1.04. So I think maybe just inside of Sony, they think of it as the most updated version, even though it's
Yeah, the speculation online. The reason they would go with PAL is because of the language options. It has the most language available on that version versus NTSC.
That's such a drawback, though. It looked, when we were seeing Digital Foundry doing it, it looked really bad. Like the way that the motion was and the frame timing. That's something you would actually feel when you're playing it.
especially with people were testing out the hot shots golf specifically because when you hit the ball, the camera goes very fast. With the new patch, they tried to, instead of upping the frame rate, they put in like in between blur frames. When that ball goes, the entire screen is just smear. It's like, what the hell?
That's a shame. Because there was already a lot of criticism around the PS2, PS4 remastered games with emulation, and it just doesn't. It's just so weird that they have such a hard time getting emulation right as a large company when you see most free emulators that just do it so much better.
Yeah, I've been playing it on my Retro Pi. I played all the games on the list to record what they would look like in a great format, and it's crazy that the Retro Pi, those games look insanely good on emulators and look terrible officially by Sony.
I wanted MG to be here because I'm if there's anything Sony, because this isn't going to be like the PlayStation Classic where they sell it and they can just move on and be like, well, that was a thing, and then just walk away.
They
from
did.
It.
They did the patch.
I mean,
Gives
they
you
could
ghosting.
do. They could. Nintendo does. Nintendo with NSO in European countries, they offer them a 60 hertz version, and they have the option to do 50 hertz if they want to have that nostalgia trip.
Yes.
Sony has that capability as well. They're just opting not to do it. Taking a easier route in their approach to this service, and
Well,
this is the end result.
I mean, Jim Ryan literally said who plays old games anyway.
It's
So
true.
it's not like it's a high priority for them.
But this is now the reason. I mean, what's the reason that the PM tier is being pushed right now? Like, what is holding it up? I can't imagine it's the game trials, and I can't imagine it's the streaming PS3 games.
Could be.
I think part of this is just because it is such a request fan feature. Like inside the entire Sony bubble, people have just been saying, "Give us any way to play your old games. You have all these great old games," and it just feels like they're finally just throw us a bone to shut us up, and it's just the most lazy version of it.
It's a shame too, because it could have been really cool if these came out and they were like fully 4K. Their frame rate was actually better in terms of like they could have been higher frame rate. Like what we'll see Xbox doing things with compatibility that's actually like really impressive when it comes to like if you look at Knights of the Old Republic was a good one. When that came over backwards compatible, they also had the frame rate be at a solid 60 on I think it was like the Xbox One S and X and everything. And just looked a lot better. It's so weird that they're struggling with just PS1 games, just emulating them correctly. And then Nate, you say that this is just taking the easy way, not being as, I guess, just
They're not being proactive.
dedicated to it.
It just seems like they're looking at saying, kind of like Max mentioned, they're looking at the highest build, saying, okay, that's the best version. We don't care. Upload it, get people to subscribe to the service or buy the game standalone, and we'll reap the rewards from it.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I mean, we've seen Sony do this time and time again with other products. I mean, look at the iToy. Came to market, they came out with a few games, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we came out with that thing." Same with the PlayStation Vita.
Yeah,
they gave it some support, and then they're like, "Yeah, we don't like you."
To me, this is different because it's gonna follow them going forward, like forever, maybe, because it's part of the subscription service, and they have to update this service every single month. It sounds like them. So they're going to continuously have to remind themselves just how poor the emulation is.
Maybe if criticism is loud enough when they begin to emulate a new round of, classic software, they make the NTSC version as priority, and that will be the ones that we see added to the service moving forward outside of this initial launch lineup. But I mean, that's something that remains to be seen. I'm not in the position and the benefit of the doubt that is they're going to implement. Because if they really cared, they would have done that in the immediate. And if it's going to take outcry for them to do what is right, and as we mentioned earlier, they should just give the option. Here's the version you grew up, but here's the superior form of play. There is no reason in 2022 a 50 hertz version of a game should be the only means of playing a title on a classic.
Yeah.
Did they say why? Like they're not doing the other.
No, there's no official reason behind it.
And like the ones that we're getting, it's going to be the same thing. It's not going to be the one that we got.
We don't know yet.
Why would they tell you?
Why would they?
Like,
I feel like
they have a reason to. They don't.
I feel like they. I feel like if they were going to be, because they have to be hearing from this. Obviously, that's the whole reason. See, the whole problem is that I feel like refutes every point of them potentially doing 60 hertz versions of the games here is that goddamn patch that they just did. Make it 60 frames. Like there's no reason to do that if you don't plan on doing that everywhere. You know what I'm saying? They can go to there's this website called romhustler.org. You can download the fucking ISO on there and get the proper ISO. Like do that. I don't understand it, dude.
It's strange that even Nintendo is like, yeah, no, not the 50 hertz. We're not doing that.
I mean, we do have to wait for launch in other regions to see how it releases in North America. It's just the fact that they launched this in Asian regions with PAL versions of these games, which other these regions with TSC builds of these games, is what is baffling. And that's what is causing a lot of the confusion right now, and the doubt that when it is released in North America, that we're going to have pure NTS build. With the PlayStation, we all had a handful of games that were paced. So there's just no reason to assume that Sony is going to release that product here and have it, match our nostalgia. Right now, we could potentially play the, Ape Escape as we've played it before. It's going to feel off from muscle memory, and it's not going to be a pleasant experience.
Hey, just got to get the PS1 digital and get the X Station. You're good to go.
Well, that's part of what's weird about this. Is they did seemingly the PlayStation emulator that they built over at Sony headquarters. It does seem to upscale very good. In fact, I've seen some side-by-side comparisons specifically with Apis that look better. A lot of the emulators on Retro and stuff. It looks great. That's why it's weird that they just borked the hell out of the frame rate.
Yeah, I thought they would have taken this a lot more seriously because it's part of their premium subscription service, $120 a year. It doesn't like they did. So I mean, we'll see how it rolls out here. But yeah, I'm with Sean and leaning towards the idea of it just being what we're seeing now, just here. Like that's maybe they'll have maybe a different lineup and maybe a few extra games thrown in there with the rollout, because technically we'll be a month late. Like they have to do it new games
monthly.
Yeah, so like
have a new batch of games included.
Yes, yeah, because parts of Asia now that have it should expect more games next month. Then
maybe that's why it's not so because they have to get games every single month, have to keep on pumping these games. Maybe is that the reason why things are kind of maybe not as optimized, or is because Microsoft never had a timetable for their stuff, right? They just kind of did it,
dropped them,
yeah, whenever. So
I've seen that theory. Also seen some people say that's why Sony is not requiring developers to put trophies on it, is just because they're worried about having games out. They're kind of like, all right, as long as it's on the service, as long as it's on the list, that's all. Just want to sign up.
Sean, notice that MVG's here.
Yeah, he's ducking me.
He's and we have the third-party state of play coming up where Silent Hill could be there. So he ducked Nate too.
He's a coward.
Ducking a vintage gamer.
Yeah, I am Paul Revere of the Spawncast, and he is the British.
MVG just has moved 5 times in the last 3 months. So just to keep ducking and dodging, man.
I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "Oh, you're wrong. This region was PAL. That region was PAL." That's fine. The problem is this: are 60 Hz games available, that third-party games on the service? There's no rhyme or reason for Sony to have included a 50 Hz version of the game and then patched it to make it seem 60 Hz.
Gotta be careful. Sean's got a scepter and a crown right next to his chair, so when they launch this thing next month, if it shows up 50 Hz, he'll wave those around.
There's a method to madness. If that didn't happen, I would give you a little bit more leeway. I would say, okay, well, that is a possibility. The patch, so that throws everything sort of out the window for me.
Well, we'll say Dino Crisis was on the page at one point, apparently. Is it that or is Exoprimal? By the way, you guys realize that the younger audience now is going to know that character as Exoprimal character, not Dino Crisis?
No one's going to know what Exoprimal is.
It's not Regina, is it? They didn't call her Regina.
No, she just looks exactly like her.
Oh, yeah.
And
totally.
fights dinosaurs.
It was really funny. We'll see. Hey, next month. It's rolling out, I think, 3rd week here. So I'm sure we'll all be checking it out. It'll be interesting.
Shot. Nate, what are you doing? Why are you humming? Is this?
I was humming Band on the Run because MVG's on the
We got to get you a better mic. That was just insanely bad sounding.
I always thought that song was Man on the Run.
So did I. I thought that's what that was.
No, it is Band on the Run.
Evan, you want us with Discord question?
Do you think movie/TV adapted video game series should do an original story with the cast or follow the main plot points of the
Just having to do with the Halo show.
Halo, Uncharted, pretty much anything.
What a sad day it is for Halo with that.
Do we need so many TV shows based on what the fuck are you doing with a Gran Turismo show?
That'd be interesting. That's gonna be really fun.
Fast and Furious movies have lasted like 20 years, and now they're in space. You can do anything with Gran Turismo.
Well, the thing is, Fast and Furious isn't about cars anymore. It's just a standard. It's a standard action flick.
What do you mean, family? That's all it's about. Family.
Did you ever see someone made a meme where it said that technically the Vin Diesel and the Fast crew are stronger than the Avengers because the Avengers lose more than the Dominus crew? It's like they just challenged Thanos like a drifting competition and whip his ass.
In the next film, his grandma comes in.
If these shows end up like this Halo thing, just don't even do them.
I mean,
at the door.
Some people, I think that you should stick as close to the game as possible. Have y'all been looking at there's tons and tons of set leaks for Last of Us, and it seems like they're literally just beat for beat, shot for shot, the store.
That's because Neil Druckmann is like on it with them.
Yeah,
in
he
Halo, that there was the person who played Master Chief was like, I don't know what am I supposed to do?
So like,
they didn't know much about. They didn't play the games, nothing, and it's like, well, this is gonna be amazing, I'm sure.
It's like, I have a question, right? Like, I know you want to appeal to a broader audience and you want to bring new people in. You want to get them attracted maybe to your series. Wouldn't you want to kind of have both worlds where you put a little bit more research in or pick a little bit more of a specific team to where you please both the hardcore fans and a new broader general audience? And my other thing too is, we were talking about this the other day on my stream, is I think more people probably enjoy the show if it was Halo-esque but not Halo. Like when you watch a show, it's like, man, this really seems like it's inspired by Halo, or this really reminds me of a Halo. I think people be harder to get people to watch that at first, but I feel like if you approach the marketing the right way or approach the right, teams or news outlets, you could have IGN be like, yo, if you love Halo, you'll love this show because reminds you of something like Halo. Like, I feel like that would be a better way to approach it versus being like, this is Halo, and people are like, no, it's not.
I would have much preferred this Halo show to not have Master Chief as the main character. I'd rather them have just made an original character,
completely different,
and have it so that Master Chief is like this big mystical figure that
that'd be cool.
Finds her in the battlefield and stuff. And it's to be like they're obviously powered by the Spartans, like these cadets and everything. They've had shows they did that before, like one-offs, and it worked so much better than what they did here. And like Master Chief, they had to ruin his character. That's all I know. It was bad.
Well,
so like
they partly succeeded from how people describe it.
They kind of did, unfortunately.
He used his thruster jets. No, but my thought is that definitely, I think the idea have been better. I think the marketing should, like, if anything, hyped up the Covenant more. I wish there was more battles in the show and stuff. And if the marketing had been like Halo is not about a Halo, it's about a battle that's impossible, an alien race with technology, a humanity that's not prepared except for one man who was built for a different mission. Can he succeed? Master Cheeks is thrusting into movie screens and Paramount Plus,
Or they could have started off with like the follow or followed Chief when he first started, as a kid, worked way up and all that. I don't know. There's a lot of things they could have done, and somehow they did the worst thing possible. So there you go. You got another.
Mentioned a Castlevania game in development. Would you want to see a third entry in the Sorrow series, considering they thrived on Nintendo handhelds?
I want them to just do a 2D Castlevania, high quality. Just go for it. Like Metroid Dread. Do something like Castlevania. Take a shot. Konami can just license it out. Who wants to make it? There you go. We'll pick up the check in a year or something like that.
The fact that never got it was already too late for the Mercury Steam, but they made them on the 3DS, which was okay, but
great game.
You think that's something that Nintendo would actually like work with? Would they come like, hey, let's make a Castlevania game for the Switch?
They work with them on they work with them on the 3DS one. That was because of Nintendo and Konami and Mercury Steam all worked together for that one to get that made. That was like the idea. Nintendo was like, hey.
You figure if he was open to it, Nintendo would like
I think they would be open to it.
Why not?
I think they would be open to a 2D, like if it was exclusive or timed exclusive.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Switch.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they'd be open. I think they'd be open to it. Castlevania is still classic. Still like it can still do well. People still like Castlevania. The Advanced Collection did well, so like I don't.
The animated show did really well too, right? People feel like it was. Yeah.
I wonder if it would cost to make a Castlevania game like that than Bayonetta and potentially sell more than Bayonetta.
I don't know if it sold more than Bayonetta, but
how much did Bayonetta 2 sell?
Well, that was on the Wii U. That was the
in like Castlevania, if it was like good enough and like actually like legitimate, like 2-3 million copies.
Well, because the best selling Castlevania is Lords of Shadow, and that's like that's not the 2D Castlevania. The 2D Castlevanias didn't sell as well as Lords of Shadow, the 3D one that people liked, but people were like, eh. And then
I hated
Lords of Shadow 2 was already done.
It was. I don't even know. I can't remember what Symphony of the Night sold.
Symphony of the Night did under 1 million. Lords of Shadow was by far the best selling Castlevania game.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I'm sure Symphony of the Night, like if you count all the versions of Symphony of the Night, it probably did maybe better. Like if you count every.
Yeah. They have like time sales of it because that thing released a couple times.
Yeah,
Konami ain't doing shit. Quit.
Yeah, they're not going to tell us lifetime sale. They don't tell us.
Hey, they're bringing us the
anything,
Turtles collection, Sean. Come on.
They're not doing anything that requires effort. And I believe that's Nickelodeon. Like, hey, foes, we want to make some money off of Turtles.
They don't have to do any work. They just hand off the. Hey, when Silent Hill shows up, Nate's gonna be bringing back.
But Konami's not making that either.
Yeah, Konami's not making it.
No. They would have to license it out. That's saying for Castlevania. That's what just picks up the check at the end.
Well, I mean, with Turtles, they're publishing it. They went to Digital Eclipse to make it. Nickelodeon was like, yeah, this is a good idea. And he's gonna. He did come out with that train game in hand that sold like 4 million copies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Momotaro or something. What was
it? It's like one of the biggest releases.
Konami making moves out there. See, Sean, see? Huh?
And they came out with a base on the Switch this year.
Konami's so weird. There's such a weird company, but they said they were. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. I just hope
do something with Castlevania.
Yeah, something with Castlevania.
Do something with Metal Gear.
I mean, like a true, like even if they did Symphony of the Night, like, and just make another game that was like that, but just like a new one, that'd be dope too.
That'd be cool. I'd buy that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, you'll get Castlevania 64 on Switch Online.
I would take.
Yeah, I would unironically.
I'd play it again.
There's a
cult fan that game.
There's a cult fan base behind that game. And the first one, there's a cult fan base behind.
And they need to be put on an FBI list.
You ever actually just junk food? Not even hungry, but you're like, you know what? I could just put one Taco Bell taco down my slutty throat before I even taste it, and it'll be great. That's what Castlevania.
I like to
64
savor
is.
my food.
No, I like.
You
also eat taco.
I mean, Eduardo Nunez, Nate, you look like a Konami.
I mean,
what?
Turn that cam on. Prove them wrong, Nate.
You're not there. That's what he means. You're not there. You're not showing your face. You're not showing. That's exactly
a voice in the dark.
This is from PC saying
45% of people said they wouldn't buy a Dreamcast Mini for $100.
Yes, I'm one of them.
Evan wouldn't buy it for $1.
One thing that means it's gonna sell really well.
Yep. PC says Sony is going to announce PC ports for sure. Jermaine says, do any one of you guys know what happened to Song? I've been waiting on news, but there's nothing out. What do you guys think?
We're all waiting.
They're chilling, doing stuff.
Yeah. Chilling. They're still making the game. They're still doing it. It's coming.
I think that's been upgraded to like full Nintendo Direct territory at this point.
That was upgraded to a Direct territory like 3 years ago.
It's too big for the showcase now. Absolutely.
You also have to keep in mind they're a development team of like 5.
It's like 4 or 5. Yeah, it's not many.
Sure.
Too bad.
What is Sean?
I was gonna say, too bad you can't hire more people. You made a lot of. I mean, Hollow Knight did very well.
They don't want to split. I mean, they don't want to split that money though. When you start hiring more people, the money that they're about to make when the game drops, it's gonna be a lot, and they're not gonna split, and they don't want to split it.
John is the cheapest motherfucker I've ever known, and he's like, they should spend money on this game.
Tinker says Sonic's announcement.
Sonic Ox, okay.
Brayden said, I bought a PS3 Slim. What are some must-have games?
Metal Gear Solid
Puppeteer was a good one. 3D Dot Game Heroes. I like 3D Dot Game Heroes just because, well, it's from Atlas, but it's also a very weird game for the.
But you're also naming games that are triple digits.
Yeah, you're telling this guy to buy like a $200 game.
Yeah.
Puppeteer. Much?
Puppeteer is
game.
Puppeteer is triple digits. I want to say.
Hold on. I have one that can get that I think's cheap. Let me just double check to make sure it's cheap.
Infamous one.
I gotta make sure it's not Yeah, Infamous 1 and 2.
Oh yeah,
it's 2.
Infamous is cheap.
I will recommend Spec Ops: The Line.
Ooh, good. Yeah, I like Killzone.
It's $15.
Killzone's fun.
And it's still stuck in that generation.
God of War. You could probably say Ascension.
Yes.
You should get the God of War Saga. You would get the first two. You get the original trilogy plus the PSP games.
Gravity Rush.
Yeah.
Wait,
Gravity Rush was on PS4.
They did it on
No,
they did it
yeah, it was.
remastered,
Never
and then they did
mind.
2 on the PS4.
Yeah, there's Gravity Rush on the PS. Yeah, the original, then version on the PS4, then Gravity Rush 2.
I mean, you get the Jack and Daxter, the Sly Cooper collection.
Yeah, Sly Cooper. Nothing's happened with Sly Cooper since the PS3, so you'd have to go to that for it.
No, there isn't.
Have tried crunching?
You haven't tried crunching? What are you, insane?
Crunching made us almost dangerously happy.
100% real milk chocolate and crispy rice really works.
Crunching made me actually like being home.
Crunching today.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places in the U.S.
There's something on the. There's no like PS4 clutch or anything like that. Like
There was the one on the Vita, the Thieves in Time.
Nothing on the PS4. Yeah. And that people for Sly Cooper's not really had much in a long time. That's why Sly
Coming
Cooper
back
5,
though, isn't he?
That's why the Sly Cooper 5 rumors was kind of hit online because people were like, "Wait a minute, we haven't seen Sly Cooper in a long time."
Sly Cooper came back, but would they have the same play loop as last time, or would they do something?
No, it'd be a cinematic action adventure game with a deep narrative.
I'm picturing it like Ratchet and Clank, where it's not like a super long game, and it like Ratchet and Clank looked good. It's clear that like ridiculous of money into that game, like compared to what like Horizon cost them.
Problem
I'm
Sly
thinking
Cooper is
around there.
Who do you give it to? The original developers have been doing Ghost of Tsushima, so they like Sly Cooper anymore. They did like they've moved beyond Sly Cooper. So do you give it to an external studio like Sanzuru Games again?
Yeah, you'd have to give it to somebody because Sony's not going to give it to one of their, their big dog teams.
That's a good question. Who else would make it? I don't know. Platformer. That's tough. That's
Is
tough.
the new Sony even interested in something like that? I don't know. After the Jim Ryan's comments he's been talking about recently, I just
still feel like they need that variety thrown in there a little bit because if all your games do kind of feel like that same camera position, that same third person over the shoulder narrative,
Jack
it gets
and
a little samey.
Jack and Daxter's been gone for a long time.
Greatest game ever.
Jack and Daxter's been gone for how long now? And I don't think are they gonna bring?
Fuck them.
I don't think she cares.
Well, and also, Naughty Dog loves making the most adult hardcore games ever. If Jack and Daxter comes back now, it's about battling
Occasionally we
against
still get
child
like
trafficking.
a concrete genie.
But that's not like big time. That's like
I know it's smaller, but like
Yeah,
still, they
smaller.
still at least have their thought, like looking at it, like we could do something with medieval. Let's just do a little.
Or maybe they bring
PS4
it back
game or something.
like Little Big Planet. How didn't like that game. I know, like the Little Big Planet game.
I still think it's a good idea to do these kind of things for them, though, just to see if they can continue building up their mascot. I guess you'd say it's like Kratos isn't like Spider-Man to them. Like Spider-Man is like their mascot, which is weird because it's not technically theirs. But you see Spider-Man, you think of PlayStation, so it's in the collectibles. They gotta figure that out, though. I still think Astro was a great mascot for him. He's got to push him.
Astro?
Push him off the cliff.
Astro. Oh yeah, Astro. Definitely Astro. Astro has like the play colors and everything now. PS5.
That's just not the type that they're going for right now, though.
You can't put it. It's not gonna be Joel or Ellie or anything like that. People are not gonna know what's going on.
It's Spider-Man and it's Kratos.
It's
I
great
don't
when
even
your
know what the
mascot.
main character's name from Ghost of Tsushima is half the time.
Yeah, it's great when your mascot isn't even necessarily from your IPs. It's just like from this whole other thing over here. You're like, yeah, it's this guy. You know.
What was the question again? Something about PS3?
Recommendations. I said Spec Ops: The Line. We said Infamous. They got to do Infamous too. Infamous
What about,
Turning Point, Fall of Liberty.
Dishonored?
Dishonored's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do Dishonored.
Prototype. Look, I know a lot of people hate on
Prototype's fun.
Prototype. I like it.
First prototype's fun.
No, it's fun. First one was fun. Yeah. Let's see. This is Sean saying oh, by the way, with that PS3 Slim Brain, I just want to make you aware, you can also PS1 there. It'll work. The disc. That library is open as well. Sean says, as an Xbox only user, PS Plus looks like a great way to get into the PS ecosystem. Is a PS4 Pro a good value now, or should I shell out PS5? PS4 Pro is not that much cheaper than a PS5 digital, for example, right now. So I would still, a PS4 Pro I think is still $300 online. So I would just go for the PS5 if you can find it. They're supposed to be produced this year coming up. So hold out, get a PS5 next to God of War. That's the move. Or if they do that Horizon bundle, that's the one to go with.
Yeah.
Tinker says, I know Sega is not list, but 13 Sentinels PC. They moved it to Switch. So, maybe. BR said, had on real quick and say, I saw the Sonic 2 movie and I love it more than the first. Seeing Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and Eggman made the kid in me go absolutely nuts for it.
Yeah, it was great.
And then BR follows up saying, also, what are the cast thoughts on Sonic 2 and hopes for a movie?
I haven't seen it.
Sonic 2 is great. I love it. Some people didn't like the dance scene. That was actually one of my favorites. I like the fact that they just keep stopping the entire plot goofy, and I feel Sonic would want to do, not in a hurry to solve the problem. They're just like hanging out, and that's what made it fun.
Thomas says, would the Dreamcast Minis controllers be mini too? You know what? That's something Sega would probably do. That's the
like that godforsaken Game Gear Mini.
I'm getting the game. We keep have the Game Gear Mini.
Nerd says to OJ, I rage quit Xenoblade Definitive Edition when it launched and sold it, bought it back, loving it on this ride. To the whole crew, what game that you hated was better on this next ride? I think we actually talked about that same question from Discord. James says, hey RGT, what match are you most looking forward to at Double or Nothing?
I don't even get to see it because I'm gonna be Uncle Stupid.
Can't they put it on?
Are they gonna have it on TV? They seem like
pay-per-view. My cheap uncle, there's no way in hell.
You do it. It'll make their day.
Be drunk. Well, yeah, he will be like drunk and stoned in a corner of the house somewhere. As far as the pay-per-view is
staring
concerned,
at the corner Blair Witch style.
Yes, good reference.
These parties are bizarre, especially at night, because like there's this one dude, and like every year he gets a little closer and a little bit closer to like jumping into the bonfire. Like, I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. Everyone's like, no, don't, Patty, don't jump. Fucking do it. And I think this might be the year. So we'll find out. I would say the Jericho Appreciation Society versus the Blackpool Combat Club.
Okay. Chief says, if Sony and Microsoft release a mid-gen refresh, do you think they would release both a digital and physical edition of the console?
Maybe. If they can get away with it, they will.
RGT84 says, hi John, I'm Simp. What's your favorite GameCube game? My favorite GameCube game? That is a
Enter the Matrix.
Enter the Matrix. That is a good question. I've been playing Mario Strikers actually a lot recently. That's probably because Strikers is coming up.
That's a good one.
Say Melee. Melee's good.
I kind of want to say Metroid Prime.
Ooh.
I might stick with Metroid Prime right now.
It sure as hell isn't a Mario game on there.
True story.
No, Mario Sunshine is my favorite GameCube game. You could go with Mario Party though. Mario Party has a lot of good and those are like the best
Mario Party 5, Mario Party 6, yeah.
It has the best lineup. Yeah, no question. It has way better than that 64-bit system.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. I almost wanted to go Reckoning, because I enjoyed Day of Reckoning a lot back then. Sticking with sticking with my first
I like
choice.
Fire Emblem and Metroid. You know, most great Nintendo systems have Fire Emblem and Metroid.
Wind Waker was really good though.
Fire Emblem and Metroid's great.
There
I
is
don't know
Wind
what
Waker.
systems have.
There's Twilight Princess.
don't have
Mario
Fire
Kart Double
Emblem and
Dash.
Metroid.
I mean, I'd rather play a great Mario game and a great Zelda game.
Galaxy
Hero.
Mario 64.
I'm pretty sure GameCube has 2 great Zelda games. I'm almost positive.
I'm sure N64 has 2 great ones, arguably greater.
Does it have a Metroid and Fire Emblem game?
Doesn't need to. It has GoldenEye. It has great wrestling games.
That's a no. How about no?
Not every system has to have every game on it.
Fire Emblem and Metroid was.
The Super NES didn't have a great Fire Emblem game, at least not in the West.
It did. Well, you can still play it. And it had one of the if arguably.
What did LeBron James say?
Yeah, exactly. Go to LeBron James.
What? I
I
must have missed the great Fire Emblem game on the Wii U. That must have not been a thing.
I liked Sands of Time. Sands of Time was really good.
Yeah, no thank you.
Fee.
Oh, Ikaruga was on there. I forgot about that. That was a good one too. I was looking at
Originally on Dreamcast.
Sands of Time. Sands of Time was really good.
I mean, GameCube did have Odama.
You got Skies of Arcadia. Like,
Best game ever.
God, we're gonna be here forever.
Daniel says Dreamcast guy's background looks like a GBA turning into a Digivice.
That's what I'm going.
Just me.
Play my Game Boy in the Game Boy verse.
Fish fan says, welcome to the show. Are you seeing any good eats this week? Also, have you decided to up your t-shirt game, and how's Jima? Much love.
Jima's good. She came over Monday, and like I got a text when I woke up, and it was like, I'll be there at 10:30. I looked at my phone, it was 10:20, and I was like, fuck. So I was like, I'll just leave the door open for you because I need a shower. And so like shower this stuff. She didn't show up till 11:30. I was like, what the fuck happened at 10:30? I got caught up doing other stuff. I was like, but she did bring me what did she bring? Oh, she brought me some steaks. She was like, I went to the grocery store. Here's so I got some fresh steak and some pasta.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Lem says, anybody can't stand quick resume on Series X. Most times I open a game on that feature, it's glitching out, I end up doing a restart. I have to do that with Halo. If I do Halo quick resume, it's just all messed up. I had to quit out and go back in. Mostly that one though. The other ones are okay. I think it's because Halo is like a multiplayer game. Like trying to connect.
Would it be with the online stuff, like syncing up on like updated lists and stuff?
Yeah, because they change the challenges like constantly on
they
there.
Rotate. Yeah.
With like Skater XL, that thing is always in on the other Xbox. I never had an issue with it.
The regular skate games, there's always a every time I quick resume them, it just does like this fast forwarding thing, like 100 times fast forwarding.
Oh
It makes
yeah.
everything super fast. It's really funny. Only lasts like a minute.
Earl says, I have the Switch OG for almost 4 years now. Is it worth it to upgrade to the OLED, or should I hold out for that rumored Switch Pro by next year? I mean, if you're all handheld, maybe, but I would wait at least a little bit to see if Nintendo decides to make a move on anything.
Agreed.
I mean,
There's no
good,
point.
Yeah.
Good luck even finding one. I've been trying to find some for gifts for the longest time, and I can't find a single one anywhere in like a freaking 50-mile radius.
You know what's weird? The Walmart near me always has the Animal Crossing Switch.
Yeah, I mean,
it's always there.
That one, and then the red and blue Joy-Con, but I can't find an OLED.
Oh yeah, no, but
at all.
it's always the Animal Crossing. There's like 2 of them there. I don't get it.
Hey, bro, I haven't seen nothing, but everybody in my area, there's a bunch of people that just play video games all day. So
yeah,
because there's nothing to do here, so people just play
Well,
video
you're
games.
Tinker says
no grass. I just spilled the Dr. Pepper all over my wiener. God, I'm an idiot.
I just want the Trails in the Sky series or games on modern consoles. Little says, could Nintendo release a powered up dock that would make the Switch next gen and keep the current library open for years to come? I feel like that question's been asked since the Switch came out, and I think we've most come to the determination that probably not. No.
USB is not quick enough.
Exactly. Dylan says, when does everyone think we're gonna get a GTA 6, or if we're gonna get one? Even we're getting one. They already said we are. 2024.
2045.
Yeah, 2024 sounds right.
Massive says, surprised that you don't like 13.2, especially with all the similarities Chrono Trigger in terms of gameplay. Yeah. Maybe I'll go back and try it again. It's backwards compatible. There you go.
Do not put Chrono Trigger in Final
Try it again. I'll come out the other side.
This is
better.
They're basically the same game, OJ. Stop it.
I was wrong about Final Fantasy 13 too. OJ's shocked face.
Put Chrono Trigger next to it.
Why would you put those two in the same sentence? That is blasphemous. I'm about to go Stephen A here. It is ridiculous that anybody would do that.
13.3 is like it's like Chrono Cross though, so that's pretty cool.
That's Lightning Returns, and that's even worse.
Boy says I just ordered a brand new LG C2 for my PS5. Took a chunk out of my wallet, but I haven't been more excited. You're gonna really like that, especially if you don't have an OLED yet. It's gonna be like massively different than what you're used to. Base says thoughts on TikTok. It's where it's at nowadays. I look at it now and then, and I have no idea what's going on there. So
I've been trying it lately.
Good memes.
The things I really want to do
up on my For You page.
See, the things I really want to do on TikTok, like I don't think I can do. But
yeah, you can't 50-50 it.
No, I thought it would be funny to like, you know, the I'm a Scatman song.
Yeah.
Just have like,
Man.
just be like, did Scatman John really know what he was talking about? And then have the song play, and then like I'm in black and white, and off camera I have a bottle of Hershey's chocolate syrup, but all you see is it like dripping on my face.
I know it. The scat. Yep. There we go.
Like I think that would be hilarious.
Wow. This
I
platform,
feel like you could do that.
this platform sounds like it might need my help.
You know who does good on there? What's that guy's
Most
name?
rappers.
I don't know his actual name, his channel name. The idiot guy, he's like good friends with Bob. He lives in England. He's into the Game Boys and shit, like Bob is.
Mhm.
He does what I'm trying to steal, essentially. He does like little quick reviews of stuff like Game Boy Advance SP. This thing's really fancy. Look at this. Look at this. And like people watch that shit. Like he gets really good views on it.
My favorite thing is your intros where you look super pissed off. You're like, my name's RG. I have a lot of names.
Well, see, it's branding because me and Wood were talking about it.
You want the same intro every time, yeah.
Yeah, well, you want to say that you're on YouTube because I don't give a shit about TikTok. I want people from TikTok to come to YouTube.
Good luck getting it to bleeding over. It's hard to bleed TikTok over.
Yeah.
TikTok is like it's
a bubble.
Cool if you could get your algorithm right, but it doesn't bleed over to other social medias very well. So
I'll
I mean,
try
let me know.
TikTok for exactly 1 week, and I'll change the entire platform.
Right.
You should do. I genuinely think that tech stuff is a good niche there.
We'll see what happens. This is Rune saying, a few years ago, I didn't have enough money for a PS2, so I ended up stealing one. I was glad to find out that the previous owner completed all side stuff in Final Fantasy X and put me right before the last boss. I was so happy.
That's awesome, man.
That's one of my favorite comments in a long time.
That's the best super chat I've ever seen. Thank you.
That is really good. Jalen, so that's taken from like the forum thing where if somebody sees some post up that they had like something stolen, like a PS2 like this one, they'll make another topic immediately afterwards and do that, just like, oh, I got this PS2 from a guy and he left the save on there.
There was a thing on Reddit that cracked me. It was like this kid ordered a bong on Amazon and it came and he's like a little kid and his mom was like, I want you to open this package, and it was obviously a bong, and he's like, what? No, it's supposed to be an Xbox controller. What? Trying to be shocked, and so someone else did an unboxing video where they're like, Jack, I'll be unboxing my new Xbox controller and it's a giant bong too or some shit.
Yeah, I like that.
Jalen says, so Spire, when are y'all dropping Battlefront or Rogue Squadron Twitch? Those are real questions there. Would like to see Rogue Squadron. Liam says, is it possible for a majority of this generation consoles will only be available bought online? Yeah, probably. I won't see console stores until the end of 2024 at the point. It's really weird. Dubai says, I actually loved how they did the Halo TV series. If I wanted it to be exactly like the game, I'd watch the cutscenes of the game.
The fight scene in the show looked like
Take.
video game quality.
T. Jones says, Forward Unto Dawn does Master Chief way better. I would actually agree on that. Yeah, definitely better than the show, yeah. Ed says, who's winning tomorrow, RGT, Hank Page or CM Punk?
I think Punk wins, and then they do a Kingston feud eventually, and Kingston wins it, and then MJF wins it off of Kingston. That's my
Okay. What does everyone think we're gonna get? It when does everyone think we're gonna get GTA 6? Or we're gonna get one? How much? With how much they've put into the GTA 5 online, I think we asked that twice. 2024. Look for that. Matthew says, "What's the best GBA game or hidden gem?" I still like the Legacy of Goku series on there.
I mean, hidden gem, Astro Boy,
Bomberman Mac 2, because that's a Game Boy Advance game that's boxed up there.
I've been playing a bunch of Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance stuff, and what I've never played before till recently, and they're surprisingly fantastic, is Yu-Gi-Oh games. People have always said those games, they're fantastic.
They're actually pretty good, yeah.
The Sacred Cards and Rush of Destruction, the two.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Then Adrian says, 100%. I thought the poll said $1. I would like to change my vote for the Dreamcast Mini. Evan, we have Discord questions over there still?
After seeing Starfield and Redfall get delayed, are there any other big games that you might get delayed in 2023?
Well, I mean, I would say, Forspoken. For me, that's probably the one I'm looking at now. I almost thought Gotham Knights there for that. The feedback for that game wasn't great. So unless they're like, oh well, that wasn't all of it. I don't know. That did not go over that well. But I'm leaning towards Forspoken as the big one that potentially get.
All right. You pick to make a game based on Tenet. I feel like we keep getting questions like this.
Why it's just like all like Christopher Nolan's movies?
Yeah,
what about
I feel like we've had all of them.
How about just?
Can we have a Prestige movie or a game about the Prestige
movie?
I want a Prestige game. Play as both characters.
I want to grab this one from Lotan real quick. Membership. So Lotan, TG, Dreamcast guy. Any book recommendations recently?
Something I've been reading recently is Jim Butcher has a series called The Dresden Files. It's probably my favorite ongoing series. Their wizard detective book always dealing with mafia or different style of vampires down in South America and stuff. Well, the writer always said that he was going to write 17 books and blow up the universe. And we just got the 18th book recently. And we're kind of see how he's probably going to destroy the universe. And it's freaking fantastic. If you want a whole book series, the books are cheap as hell and they just keep getting better. So read those.
Our old timestamp guy loved those.
Henry says, is pizza a meal or snack?
Meal.
Pizza?
Depends how much you eat.
I consider a meal because I eat the entire pizza. Go on.
Yeah.
But like a pizza bite snack.
Oh, a pizza bite is a snack.
Like a Tostito or something.
Yeah, that's like a snack, right? The
It's kind
entire
of a snack.
pizza.
What about a Hot Pocket?
What about a personal pan pizza?
Hot Pockets.
Pocket.
That's a snack.
That's a
What about
desperate
a-
meal that is really a snack.
What about a
Elio's
shrimp Elio's pizza?
Yeah, the Elios.
Like, what is that? If you eat all three, is that a meal or is that a snack?
All three would be a meal, right?
All three would be a meal. Probably one would be a snack.
Yeah.
What the hell cracks them into one piece?
Psychopath, mostly.
Like little kids, you'd be like, here's your piece of pizza. Yay. Then as an adult, you're like, how did I ever just eat this one little rectangle?
This is from Brian saying, hey guys, been recently playing around with Vita modding nations. That sounds like an MV question. And is not here. And I wish I could tell you, but I did not modify my Vita at all.
Oh, bagel bites.
You know what, Brian? We'll save that for MVG next week. What about that? And RGT84 says Tales of Symphonia is the correct answer. Tales of Symphonia is really good on the GameCube. That was a lot of fun. Don't subscribe to Game Pass. PS1 and 2 bodied GameCube and N64 fighting for third place. They did. They did.
How old are you?
Look, in my experience, people who leave the meanest, dumbest comments are dudes in 40s who are trying to hide from their wife and kids.
Honestly.
Comment, but I appreciate it. You know, I mean, he is definitely saying some facts, right? I guess it was the third place. The conversation is N64 versus GameCube. All right, we ain't talking about other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whoever said that they're up against the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 2 is known as the greatest console of all time. Nobody will dispute that.
Yeah.
So your comment is ignorant, asinine, and a waste of our time.
Damn, you take personally there, Nate.
Thanks for
Nate is
the thanks for the
revolving, man.
GameCube. This is important stuff, okay?
thanks for the super chat. Don't
important.
subscribe to Game Pass. Appreciate it. Scott says Switch At Best Buy near me, they have 15 of them.
What?
Wow. That's
Bro,
pretty
I
good if they
can't-
have 15.
Damn. I can't find nothing.
And okay, Scott CF left Las Vegas tonight on flight.
MJF.
Metal Jesus fucks.
How dare you disrespect
Dude,
MJF?
Yeah, evidently, like he. Wow, that's a crazy situation. I'm about it now.
Dylan says, "What's Nintendo's gonna release next for the Switch Online membership? Game Boy." Game Boy.
Nothing.
Yum
Hopefully.
says, "Modding the Vita is easy and fun. I did it 6 times." There you go. Escort questions left before we
just-
finish up.
Just 2 more. What are your brief thoughts on fitness boxing and Ring Fit Adventure? I'm guessing in terms of fitness approach type stuff.
Oh yeah, they're great. I think it's a great way to really get started with.
Okay.
Did you works? Like it's good if you keep with it, but I do think that it's supplemental. I don't think that it should be your my main work. Yes, you're really going in. It's resistance training. Ring Fit is resistance training, and it's
Yeah.
a little bit of light cardio. I still feel that you should get real weights. You should go outside and run or go to the gym. Like I still feel that. Off days, other days, everything you want to supplement it. That's my experience as a certified kinesiologist and a former personal
yeah.
trainer.
It's definitely a good starter. I would say the boxing is a little bit more almost like a rhythm game than anything. It's not how much you commit to it, but if you're playing the boxing game, anything like how a lot of people play Wii Sports, you're not going to get much use out of it. Ring Fit, you might be able to calibrate it a little bit softer than your true strength, which make it a little bit easier. So you'll skimp on it a little bit. But for the most part, it is a good start for people, especially if you do commit to it on a daily basis. And sometimes the best place to start is just with your own body weight. So if you're wanting to, maybe you're intimidated by or something or machines, it does do a good job of not just making you move your legs on like the Wii balance board, but it actually, is a really well-made ring.
Squats, good. Like the getting those body squats in. Yes.
The yoga, and they have you do the sit-ups and stuff. Those are
Yeah,
really
those-
cool. I would just say like if you're gonna do it, just get comfortable and get like a mat, and don't do it on the tile like that, 'cause that was dumb.
Just hire Sean. He got you taken care of.
I have a Nintendo employee on my friends list on Switch, and this dude plays like 3 or 4 hours of that boxing game. I feel like, and I follow him on Twitter. The dude's just shredded. It seems like he plays that stupid. He has like thousands of hours in the Switch boxing game.
Yeah, he's committed. He's committed. Then I don't know. That stuff is just hard for me. So old. You grew up with that, so it's hard for me to. Oh, this is the main workout.
I mean, it is kind of like Dance Dance Revolution a little bit, the boxing one, but with your hands. My main thing is like I just wish the trainers talked a little less because it tends to lead over and you get distracted. But it is fun. There are a lot of people that do enjoy it, so it's up to you how much dedication you're willing to put forward into it and dive back into the fitness realm.
All right. And last one, I'm not really too sure about this one. Can someone explain, in the days of the Wii's Check Me Out channel, why were there always so many Steve Harvey Miis?
Me out.
Maybe because he's popular.
I don't know.
I only saw Jokers all day.
Vaguely.
The Check Me Out channel is literally just a place you go to see other people's Miis that they upload.
Yeah.
That's it.
What it was.
That's the one where they do like the ways and you could vote on them,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
you could.
okay.
I remember that. That was so cool because you could see how creative people were getting with
yes.
the different characters.
The
I
days of
actually really like
Nintendo
them.
and Creative Online.
They do like parades of like all the same character and stuff. That was cool. I do remember
Those
that.
were fun days. Those were weird days, but I think those were fun
It was
days. Now I'm looking back on it.
It was like, and then Miiverse came
They had,
along.
like the Everybody Votes channel and like all these
Yeah,
weird things.
Yeah,
it's just stupid stuff, but it's fun. Back
Well,
when
they had the news channel, they had the weather channel.
Yeah. Do you remember? They had the picture one too, where you could like edit all the pictures and stuff. But they also had on like, the channel where they had like all the new release, all the trailers on there. It was like Nintendo's own version of YouTube a little bit. But they had not Nintendo Minute, it was Nintendo Week. We actually went through a whole bunch of episodes a couple months ago, where they would just fucking do like the interview with the devs on the games that were coming out. It was pretty cool.
Needs to get
Were Kit and Krista on there?
No, it was Gary and Pat, help me out.
Dark Gary.
Dark Gary. Literally, you remember Dark Gary?
Yeah,
Bros.
that show was corny as
It
hell.
was so funny though. Oh my god.
That's because you were a child when you were watching it. I was old. I'm like, this is trash.
Listen, not all of us are almost close to 60 years old. So.
Getting
It
attacked.
happens. You get old.
This is
It'll happen to you.
Allison. Thank you. It was Allison. Thank you, chat.
This is from Chris saying, Nate, hope to see you at Arts and Crafts Festival. Paul Tuxet Village is one of our Rhode Island hidden gems.
Yes, that's part of the Gatsby weekend. celebration.
Oh, okay. There you go.
If I am there, you will not know.
He'll
might-
be the
maybe they'll
one
hear you.
that is way too weirdly dressed.
Maybe they'll hear you.
There are people dressed as colonial men at.
Oh,
at-
so you-
well, that'll be
so-
the
so
parade.
you-
Oh, I need to be there to be Paul Revere.
This predates Paul Revere.
Knights
Wow,
Triple
I'm
A
out.
is coming. Knights Triple A is coming.
I can't ride a horse because I hate horses.
I was about to say, I thought you hated horses.
This is from
Like his whole shtick. That's his only shtick.
This is from Banana saying, just came back from my B-Day dinner. Monday sucked my B-Day, but this was beastly. I'm beer and gelato. Sorry if I overshare. I'm just happy something good came out of this week. Have a good one.
Happy
Hell yeah.
birthday.
Happy birthday, bro.
Let's see. This is from the Leo saying, there's this talk about video games and these sad mass incidents. Out of many years of being a gamer, what do you guys think?
It's people making pathetic excuses. Coward cops did not save those fucking kids, and now they gotta be like, oh, video game cyber caused this.
Games have just always been an easy like scapegoat for anything violent like that, and it's been proven so many times that's not the cause of any of that. It's easy for older people to say it's the video's fault. So
Yeah, but you also notice they want more rules and regulations so they can get their tax money in from it.
yeah, but they've always been like video games are the devil, and it's that, and it's like
Video games, rap music, heavy metal.
I feel like we've been
Tabletop
through this
D&D.
way many times with that, and it's like, nah, not buying that. Let's see, is that everything? Maybe it is. Subset replaced was delayed. The reasons developers gave us far-fetched. I feel bad about buying a Series X. Fans need more games. Well, to be fair, no. Replaced. The reason that was delayed is because of the situation with Ukraine and Russia. Is actually probably the most understandable delay that could have happened there. Shinru says, which console had the better library, Vita or 3DS? I would say 3DS.
3DS.
Yep, definitely. And I think that's everyone. Let me go around here. Thanks everyone for joining us tonight. Let me go to OJ. Where can everyone find you?
Yeah, you found me right here on Player Essence. I got a cool video dropping some talking about some interesting RPG stuff. So I appreciate everybody that comes through. Got a Spawncast pre-show that starts Saturdays at usually like around 7 o'clock Eastern, so about 2 hours before the show starts, so you guys can come through to that. A lot of people come through. Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for having me on, John.
We got Miss Click. Where can everyone find you?
Yeah, thanks for having me. You can find me here on YouTube as Misclick Gaming, or you can find me Motive, which is on Twitch at twitch.tv/misclick_live. Actually pretty excited because on Monday we're gonna actually be doing we're starting a full playthrough, and we're gonna be doing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on Monday. So it's gonna be great, and it's gonna I'm gonna stop and share my opinions on all of it. So yeah, stop by if you want to do that. Other than that, it's just Twitter and Instagram as Misclick.
I'll be watching.
So we have a chat from Dwan Davis.
I'm very confused by it. That's why I was laughing.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, OJ? I had a question. I think pregnant game here, make another fun game. Do you agree with me? Yes or no? I think you may be trying to sell one of the companies.
No, I think he means Platinum Games.
Platinum Games. There we go. We got it. Okay.
I like
it. Says another fighting game.
Platinum
Yeah,
Games.
how is that? What
fighting game have they made?
Well, hold on. Maybe like an action game, kind of like Bayonetta's coming out, right?
Are they gonna make like another action game? Because like I think he's talking about like the rumors of Astral Chain 2.
Yes.
And stuff like that. So
it get announced. Don't know if it's coming out this year, but could get announced, right? Like could be announced at like the September Direct or something even.
yeah, I don't know if Astral Chain. I don't know if they're gonna announce that. Like anytime soon. But yeah, maybe September Direct or maybe even next year. Remember, I mean, it was announced in February Direct and it launched.
It came out quick.
That like 6 months later.
Yes.
So they might want to do that again, where they just it's when it's ready to go. But after
Especially with Platinum, you want to make sure they're good to go with that one before it rolls out. Yeah, you need to make sure they're we're good. Timetable, cool.
I don't know why I thought that was like a weird inside reference to like one of your streams, OJ. I was like, what's the specific genre of pregnant games? Something? What are you talking about?
This is from Dylan says, is there a game that you guys have been wanting to play, but it's been sitting in your backlog for 10 years or more? 10 years or more. I was going to say Trails of Cold Steel because I've been trying to start that one on Horizon. I'm going to start.
I feel like if you let it go that long,
long time.
I feel like if you let it go that long, you didn't actually want to play that game.
Mario Superstars Baseball on the Cube. I never played it.
It's a good one.
I never played it. Sorry.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, so you didn't actually want to play it. So
it's good. Come on, man. Greetings. This is from Fist. Says greetings from Fresno, California way. Which well-known franchises do you see dying off in the next 20 years?
All of them.
20 years? I feel like it's a very long time.
I want to say Far Cry, but that's still sell. It didn't sell. Like they need to revamp that series.
Next 20 years could be so many.
Everything.
Halo.
Every 20 years. I mean, if you go back 20 years from now, what was popular is like nothing outside of stuff that Nintendo does, but pretty much nothing was as popular as like right now the games that are popular now.
Or it didn't even exist.
Or it didn't exist,
I mean?
or it wasn't popular. So 20 years from now, it's going to be completely different.
I think
we could have an AR or something.
Whatever Pregnant Games makes will probably be futile in 20 years.
I want to see the Naughty Dog Pregnant Games crossover collab.
Let me go to Max Dreamcast Guy. Where can I find you?
YouTube.com/Dreamcast Guy. This coming week, I'm going to take a look at Diablo Immortal, Huzzah! And of course, I'll be watching the State of Play.
Okay. Let me go to Jordan.
Thanks for having me. You can find me on my channel, Jordan Fringe. New videos every week.
And we're going to go over here to Nate the Hate.
Hold on a second. I am typing a text message.
Going over here to RGT85.
You can be on all forms of social media as RGT85. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Going back to Nate.
Almost done.
And back to Evan. Evan, where can everyone find you?
Find me on Twitter, Kimmerx. If I'm going live with games or if anything's happening with pretty much anything, I'll usually tweet it there. I'm going to be doing mostly miniature.
Yo, that jersey showed up, didn't it?
Yeah, it showed up. They are slim cut, so I mean it fits, but definitely feels like when you see actual football, I guess, players on the field.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
It's that tight fitting approach.
Oh,
so if you're looking for something loose, you're gonna want to go a size up.
Oh, that's looking for. That'll work for me.
Right for my bulging
I'm waiting for it to. I'm so ears got there, so mine's probably like.
It's probably a couple days, yeah.
How long does it take? Is it still like a couple weeks? Mine hasn't come in yet, so.
I read mine because mine's tight, and mine in like 2 weeks or something. So I reordered it yesterday, I want to say.
Gotcha.
Back to Nate.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Nate the Hate and on Twitter at Nate the Hate, followed by the number 2. Envy and myself will either have a predictions episode for the Sony event, or we will have a reaction episode that depends on where in the outback he is and if he's hanging around with a dingo or if he's been kidnapped by a kangaroo. Find out.
Okay. Thank everyone for joining us here for the Spawncast. We will see everyone back here next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully we have a State of Play and
there'll be fireworks next week.
Nintendo announced this week, right? And hopefully Sega drops the Dreamcast Mini. It's gonna be crazy next Saturday night. Everyone show up.
Fireworks.
See you guys
Saturday night.
Dare to keep the kids off drugs. Dare to keep the kids off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast episode 268. Max, I don't even know. What do you got going on behind you? I didn't even notice that just now.
For some reason, it's called the Iceberg. So look, I think they're big old ice cube.
Oh, very nice. How are we doing, Max?
I'm living the dream. I'm addicted to the Analog Pocket, so I'm secretly playing at this podcast.
Good system. It's a good system. All right, very good. So we have returning tonight, Miss.
Yeah, I'm here. Good to be back, guys.
Good to have Click here. We also have MVG returning.
Hey.
Just ducked the Silent Hill topic last week.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Just
It's great to be back. Thank
Yes.
you for having me.
yes, yeah. Your headset sounds pretty good. I was expecting like tin can. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's makeshift for now. It'll probably be like this for next, but I'll get back to listen up soon.
Very good, very good. We have OJ. Player Essence, how we doing, OJ?
What's good? I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Good, good. We have Sean.
Hello. I have a headache. Like I today it was just not the best day for me. I wanted to wash my car. I figured if I wake up early enough, it'll be fine. I woke up at 9. I got out there at 9:30. It's already a million degrees outside. So I think between that and then like I worked out right after that, and I didn't really eat all that much until like dinner. I think it kind of did me in. So I was gonna skip tonight. To get a DM someone saying that they're celebrating 4 years of sobriety tonight, and they were hoping for a full cast tonight. So I had to at least pop in for a little bit.
Okay, okay. Sean, toughing it out. Good stuff.
Hell
good
yeah.
stuff. We have George.
Yo, glad to be here.
Good to have Jordan here. And we have. Oh, actually, Jordan. What do you think about that new Pokemon card?
The new
A sticker one.
Yeah, that's apparently I was hearing that Magic did something like that quite a while back. But basically, there's in this upcoming set that ties into the Pokemon Go, app. There's going to be certain cards that have a little fake symbol bottom that show up part of the set, and it becomes a sticker that you rip off, and it's just a Ditto card.
See, that actually would be kind of cool. I don't really want to collect the set. I just want that one card and just do that once. Just peel the sticker off.
No, it's interesting for sure. See how they play out.
And we have Nate. Nate the Hate is here.
Yes, with an update on a very vital topic that has been in development since last summer, as people will recall. Last year, my pool was commandeered by a pair of mallards, and they have returned to take over my yard.
This guy's like 60 years old.
The mallards are back. They were eating at the beer when I got tonight, and they did not leave until 8:30. They sat there for 2 hours, just quacking and eating my seed. Perverts.
Well,
hey, there he is in the chat. He did
Yeah.
a member thing.
I see him, yeah. Agent Redbeard, thank you collectively and individually, Spawncast, for 4 years sobriety. Dude,
wow.
huge,
Okay. Congratulations.
Huge.
That's weird. That's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. And then we have Evan.
Yep.
Good to have Evan here. All right. We have some stuff to go over. It's been kind of a quiet week. Watch Sean just pull videos out of nowhere. So it was
pooped on my Switch, man.
I saw that. I think you said it like 3 or 4 times in the video.
Between that and my love Dicko, it's been a fun week on my channels.
That was a good one. That was yeah. But I think this week coming up will be a bit more interesting. I think we'll have hopefully some fun stuff happening. So we have the apparently new Jedi Star Wars Survivor being shown, but we did have a few weird things happen. We had some funny Xbox Japan news that we'll talk about with their sales, and we also apparently the next Death Stranding leaked, although I'd have a theory on that one though. So, and then we had PlayStation Plus with all the different games, including the PS1 titles, now getting trophy support that we'll shoot over to MVG when we get to that topic. So I his opinion on that one. Start though with a Discord question from Evan.
What happened with Resident Evil Revelations 3?
Oh, there were still rumors about that, weren't there? I don't know if it ever got canceled.
Nate and I talked about it on my channel a couple months ago. It was this year though, I believe. Maybe earlier in the year. Yeah, I think the consensus him and I came to was maybe getting on some sort of newer hardware.
Okay, got it. Just for it to run to a certain degree, like certain level.
Yeah, it's a very project, difficult to get information on right now. The rumors that were out there in terms of the story were accurate. It's just a question of if the game is still in development. But one of the problems was that Revelations 3 very quickly became conflated with the title known as Resident Evil Outrage, which was never a Switch game. It was a multi-platform, multiplayer game. And that was the expectation that Outrage was coming to Switch, and that was accurate. Whereas Revelations 3 was the title that was expected to be a Switch Resident Evil game, but it's a project that's been very difficult to find information on, and whether or not it is still in development is to be determined.
Also, Grant John, I believe you missed something in the intro.
What did I miss in the intro?
OJ?
No, I got OJ.
Oh.
I went to OJ. Yeah.
Oops. I retract that statement. Carry on.
Yeah, I went to OJ.
Blind
I was reading
and
the
deaf in the
chat.
bottom
Chat said
corner.
you skipped them.
No, I thought I went to. Didn't I? I went. I went to OJ. You were like the second or third person I went to. Didn't I?
What was that guy's name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought I did, didn't I? No, didn't I? OJ, how you...
Good.
I'll rewind the tape and double check.
Hopefully Grand Wizard's not gonna come around.
Yeah, the Grand Wizard. Holy shit, bad name, man.
I'll rewind the tape and double check. OJ, how you doing? He held a stream.
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right.
What type of pills do you take for your head on?
Fucking loopy pills.
I just muscle relax.
They're not labeled and they all look different.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, what was the Discord question again?
Whenever that one, we can go to the next one though. Would GameCube be here today if the N64 never came out?
Nope.
The fuck?
Would GameCube be here to? I mean,
nope.
It goes in order, so I guess.
I don't pulling out a big block of time and go, does it work?
That's interesting. I guess not.
That reminds me of those videos of like, would Goku go Super Saiyan if Krillin never died? It reminds me of those stupid videos.
I mean,
would there be a without a PlayStation 2?
Yeah, right, asking the right questions.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Goku would have got killed by Frieza.
That's the question.
And he didn't go Super Saiyan over Piccolo.
Frieza is the Go GameCube. I don't know.
What's another one, Evan?
Who we picked to make an Inception game?
Oh, an Inception. Remedy.
Yeah, I do Remedy.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant like I thought you meant more so of the concept of Inception, not
Like directing.
Inception, like the movie Inception.
Mm-hmm.
If it was the concept, I think you would have Suda or even Kojima just because it's out there like that.
Kojima, he would
sure.
do some weird stuff.
Be too weird. It'd just be the whole movie like played normally, and at the end there's like a shooting gallery.
Well, let's go over to our first topic. That's the PlayStation Plus lineup. We assumed it was going to get shown. Like it had to have been this past week because it's launching this week in certain parts of the. I believe on the 26th.
Yeah,
it's going to start rolling. Yeah, so we were going to have to find out what exactly the titles were going to be. So we got a pretty good list. They said, though, it's just a selection, as in there are more that they're going to add. I don't know if it's going to be anything groundbreaking compared to what we did get here, but the PS1 titles apparently will have trophy support.
Happy.
MVG, you said that they would have to have trophy support. And this was a while ago you mentioned this. You're like, no, I feel like they are going to have them. Why do you think that is? What happened here?
Well, I mean, I think the way that Sony is handling these is not anything like Xbox back in Pat, where, you know, the old Xbox OG games don't have achievements. The way with Sony is handling this is they're turning to their first parties, you know, to help them get these games prepared, right? To submit back for this service. I mean, I don't know yet. We haven't had a look at this service yet. We will soon, but I suspect that each of these games will have basically its own kind of version of the emulator running on it, right? So essentially, what I thought along the lines was that these games would have to be resubmitted for certification one at a time, like on a case-by-case basis. And given that, I feel strongly that they will need to incorporate trophies into the games that they were submitting. And as we saw earlier this week, Ben came out and said that Siphon Filter would be having achievements, right? So I know this for a fact, right? Like I suspect this could be the case, but I think that all of the games that you can download will have trophies added to them. But
Well,
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I had a developer because I said, if this is just for Siphon Filter and first-party games, because that seems like additional work for third parties to do. And the developer yelled at me and said, no, it's for all games.
Did that develop you?
He did.
Or did he
An
just
Englishman.
say?
An Englishman.
I'm pretty sure I told you that I felt like all the games would have them, but I don't know for a fact. I think they will, purely because, like I said, all games will need to be submitted for certification. So I feel like they're going to add trophies to these games. So I think Ape Escape, right? It's another game that's on that list. I would expect Escape to have like trophies as well.
Yeah, I can read off the list real quick. Ape Escape, Hot Shots Golf, Intelligent Cube, Jumping Flash, Siphon Filters, Super Stardust Portable, Mr. Driller, Tekken 2, Worms World Party, and Worms Armageddon. Those are for the PS.
Heck yeah.
I think we'll see him. And look, it's also a really good marketing point for Sony as well. Like, I made a video about this. I just made a quick video about it last night. A lot of people are excited going back and replaying these now that there's an incentive to get a platinum trophy in these games, and I think that's a pretty smart thing that they're doing. So yeah, look, I think there's no reason why more games have trophies. So I think it's a lock as far as I'm concerned.
See, that's good to hear. I think it's just interesting to do that. Even if you're not a trophy hunter, it's kind of cool that they're putting the the time and effort into it.
Yep, agree.
Dude, this is so cool. I'm excited because I love trophy hunting and I love retro games. If they start putting stuff like Grandy on here, I'm gonna be re-reviewing games. The fact that they have better resolution, save states, like this is a better package. Like, it's definitely earning that $18 a month.
One thing about it though is they said that there's rewind in, so I wonder how that's going to work with trophies, because people can just kind of rewind and and cheese trophies that way, I guess.
Well,
so that may be interesting.
I'm also curious to see. I feel like only certain games would have it. I definitely feel like some games that give you random bonuses as a quest reward may be able to just literally skip it till you get the best reward on everything. I feel like it'll be able to break some games.
I think in the blog post that select games have the rewind function and even the improved, frame rate and resolution. So this could still be a, case by case basis as to where those features are implemented.
I do if it's just PS1 games have rewind, because I think to rewind a PS2 game may be a little
PSP games.
I think it'll just be PS1.
I think it's PS1 only. Yeah.
Well, they mentioned PS1 and PS2 all in this one post here, and then it seems like PS2 is kind of off on its own almost, and that's because PS2 games, remember, those had trophies because they were PS4 remasters. So like Rogue Galaxy has trophies. So there's like Jack and all those, but the PS1 games were and I guess technically the PSP games that they go way back when for would be part of that, getting trophies support for it in this service.
I think a lot of people need to realize that the original Siphon Filter has aged like a gallon of
they're
milk
gonna find out. They're gonna find
sitting.
I love it.
It wasn't necessarily the greatest game when it initially came out, because Gabe Logan, when he runs, it looks like he just shit his pants. Now 2 and 3, yes, 2 and 3, vastly superior.
Better, yeah. 2 and
but you're kind of like, I'm still gonna play it because I haven't played that game forever.
It sounds like 2 is gonna also show up on the service because there's all these games rated for Siphon.
Right.
Yeah. It could be next month where they're like, here's Siphon Filter 2.
They haven't rated 3 yet though.
I think it's because somebody said that 3 is technically already on some digital storefronts, so they don't resubmit. That's why you don't see it.
Okay. Because I mean, not to get off topic, but that's such a good series that makes perfect sense with Sony's current philosophy. Like I've said before, they want these deep single experiences. You have out of mythical style ones. Why not get a more realistic one with something like Siphon Filter? I don't get it.
I like that idea. I do. Although they'd probably try to do a live service something since they're trying to make them. So they might look at that as like the OCOM almost.
Well, because Logan Shadow, I think on PSP that had online multiplayer in it.
It did, and it was great.
Yes.
It even my favorite because I played a lot of it. There was a wrestling system, but he had a good gun. You could go up and kill him, or you could just get close enough. You'd literally do like a mini game QTE and rip the gun out of their hand and kill him with it.
Let Ben do it. Let Ben Studio take a shot.
Well, I'm curious to see how much, because I know a lot of people say like companies have trouble judging interest of like, okay, people say they want a Crash Bandicoot, but Crash Bandicoot 4 then it sells super great. I'll be curious if there's like games on the service, like what frick Legend of Dragoon. People have been talking Legend of Dragoon for decades. I'll be curious if they see millions of people playing that game, if they start to say, okay, maybe let's do a sequel, maybe let's do a remake of that.
Who's gonna make that? They shut down.
They'll hire a dumb bitch and go, hey, here you go, it's $20, fix it.
Get Team Asobi, let them do it.
I do not want Team Asobi. Oh my god.
But it's interesting though. You mentioned that there's a lot of games on that list that are Japan Studios games.
Yeah, you
as
look
well.
at that list for the PS4 and PS5 game catalog. That's actually a good list. Like for I think
I was surprised.
That one's I think $100 a year.
Now external with OJ. I don't have to buy it.
That's not a bad list. I was surprised because there are quite a few PS5 games. PS Now, we didn't have any PS5 games. They gave us the PS4 version of Avengers when they added it.
Oh yeah,
we never had a PS5 game on PS Now, so now we actually have these games on here. And technically, it's if you had PS Plus and PS Now, it's $20 less for going to this extra tier instead. So that's
PS Now.
Me,
OJ, what are you
12 other
playing?
people. Me and 12 others.
What are you playing? That was gonna be my guess.
I mean, they have a bunch of Japan Studio on here. They have actually quite a few. They have Sucker Punch on here, so they definitely pull from a lot of their studios to fill out this list. But even like third parties, they got Red Dead Redemption 2 on there, which was a good one to see.
15 Royal Edition.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the PS5 version. So like they found some pretty decent ones thrown here. It's interesting they had Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. I guess Bandai was just like, here, you can have this. I guess. So that to me is like the tier to get right now is that PS Extras and just see what happens with this Classics collection. See if they fill it out with some like heavy hitters from the PS. But the other thing that was surprising, they're gonna let people buy games separately, or they said some games. It seems like it might be most of them though, because you can only buy these PS2 games. Like if you just want Rogue Galaxy, you just buy it.
And that's what I'm thinking. And that's what I'm curious, because I do own almost everything on this list. I own. I bought at a lot of PlayStation sales. I bought a lot. I'm going to be curious if all of them can be bought in or what. This is cool.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You have your subscription service. You just get all the stuff thrown in there. And if you don't want to subscribe to it, you just buy the games. Like that's it.
Interesting cons. I wish someone else would do something similar.
Are any of you guys getting kind of tired of all these subscription services?
Yes. 1000%.
Yes.
Like,
because at least with the video ones, you got a friend who has to be like, hey, let me get your password. And then that way you don't have to buy them all. With this, you literally have to buy them all. Switch Online, Xbox Game Pass.
You don't have to buy everything, but it's like you said, like Nintendo they don't do their like where you can buy them separately, so it's kind of sucks for that. But I don't know, man. It just seems like it's like sunk cost. We were talking about this like sunk cost fallacy for all this stuff. It's like you buy it and you're like, oh, I have to play it. I have to do it. Otherwise, I'm wasting money. If I sit there and be a slave to all of these games that are on here, I have to play this. And that's on top of the big releases that come out on top, like Horizon and stuff that's not going to be on there. It just seems like it's getting a bit excessive, and I just don't feel like investing so much time and effort into all these.
It is. Well, I feel like for the longest time complaining about cable subscriptions was like the biggest thing for a while, and then everything dispersed. And it's like, oh, I don't have to pay for that anymore. Now I just pay for one streaming service, and now they're on their own. So even now they're cracking down on passwords and sharing accounts and stuff like that too. So that plus the video games is just like, yeah, Sean. Yeah, did you not hear about the giant thing? Netflix like stalked drastically a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
it was all over.
I share, what is it? What's Peacock? I have a Peacock and a Hulu that's in my friends' names.
I don't even know what shows are on anymore, just because I just don't care to subscribe anymore.
You're right, because when it initially started out, the whole cut the cord movement, you only had like one or two It was like really Netflix and Hulu. And then all these other like, hey, wait a gosh darn second, we could do our own thing too, and people will give us money. And now it's literally, if you get your internet bundled with your cable, it's literally cheaper than doing subscriptions. Because if you want the live TV, I saw a commercial. Isn't YouTube TV? Love you, YouTube overlords. Isn't that like $60 a month?
70.
Okay, so it's $70 a month. They say that it's cheaper cable, yet in order to use YouTube TV, what do you need to have? An internet connection. I pay $89 a month for 1 gig internet plus I can watch the Knicks.
Like that's for like a year, right? Like
yeah,
your term
that's
for
a
that.
starting
Eventually
wage.
it goes back
Yeah.
up. Eventually it goes up to like
Nope. Lifetime guarantee. Optimum, baby.
That
Fuck
sounds
with
weird
me.
as hell. Because my local is 200 or something a month after the initial. Like, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
eventually they pull the rug on you.
Mine's like 100. Well, so so OJ's point, I agree with the fact that there's too many of these gaming subscription services. There was about 3 or 4 years ago, this is what all the companies wanted. Like Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony were saying that they wanted to push towards, we want your money even when we don't have a big game coming out. What I've been doing is I pay for a service when there's games I want to play, and I unsubscribe. So it's like, all right, I want to play something on Nintendo Online. I'll buy Nintendo Online that month for $2 or whatever. Like right now, I have the stupid expansion pass, so I buy it for a whole year. Like I don't have Game Pass right now. There's nothing on Game Pass I want to play. I just unsubscribed on Xbox, you know. And so that makes it cheaper. But yeah, it is weird that we just don't own stuff, that it's all just this cloud. And when you swipe your credit card, you play. You don't, it doesn't exist.
Give a shout out to Mario, member for 12 months now, says awesome Spawncast stream. And yeah, people should know sunken cost fallacy more than anti-consumer in video games. So the reason I don't have a problem, and I would actually more services for video, is because we are getting the best content right now I've ever seen.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Shows, The Boys, Cobra Kai, these would not exist. These would not exist.
Is it worth paying for one or two good shows?
You just pick where you want to go, and after all the shows up, you just watch them and you're done.
The last show I saw on Netflix was Squid Game, and I bounced after that.
But that was a really good show, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that was a good show a year ago. Like,
You know
I
what
haven't
I
seen
wanna
anything
watch?
good since then.
The Simpsons, 80s and 90s movies, and that's it. That's all I want. I don't need these new shows.
What? The
where
new shows are so good.
Here's the
now.
problem. New show. It's like trying a new food. You're spending money, or in this case, time, to watch the new show. You can't just really watch one episode and decide whether or not the show is for you. You got to watch at least 2 or 3. Now we're talking about wasting 2 and including hours on something when I could have been spending that 3 hours watching Jurassic Park, followed by 3 Simpsons episodes, which is going to give me more joy and more value for my time.
I have a weird thing. I
There's always
can't.
Jurassic Park.
Can't rewatch. Like I have something
Yeah, I
broken in my
can't.
brain. I cannot rewatch stuff.
Dude, we got Invincible.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's part of like though. That's like Amazon, whatever. So it's like if you want like cheaper shipping, though, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of Amazon Prime. They threw it in there because everyone around them was doing it. They're like, well, we can fund some shows, and we got some pretty good stuff from them so far. So I feel like right now we just have kind of overload, but just pick. Like, I do this subscription service this month, and I'll just watch all the episodes and move on.
I just watch you fools on YouTube. I mean, that's good
Okay,
enough.
that works too. That works too. But do you have YouTube Premium?
I do.
Absolutely.
I will say YouTube Premium. I was talking about this the other day. YouTube Premium is like the one thing that I tell people, if there's gonna be something that kind of worth your money to budget out as a monthly cost, YouTube Premium. It's my favorite. The ads, yeah, the music. I use YouTube Music. I don't use any other music service.
Same.
Yeah,
and
that's
then you can have it on your phone in the background on your phone as well. I love that feature.
That's how I watch all of you videos. If when I'm exercising, I gotta watch the videos there, and I have it on the background. I can just easily watch.
That's how I listen to music in the car. I just YouTube Music it and just.
Yep.
I for my and I pay for my friends because she does DJ for us all the time, so she has better taste in music than me, and it's like fine. I'm paying $10, whatever. It's fine, worth it.
And if you have YouTube Premium and watch all of our videos, we actually get a better of ad rep than if you don't have YouTube Premium.
Yep.
So everyone
There's no
wins.
incentive to sell it.
Right. And you get Game Pass for $1 a month.
Premium did bring us Cobra.
Well, it was YouTube Red back then, right? Before
Yeah, they were funding all
Yeah.
these shows, and hey, Cobra Kai popped up, and that actually blew up. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
New season coming up soon, right, Jordan?
Yep, September.
Yep. The gaming one's a little different though, because we're still used to buying our games, whereas a lot of Jordan, you're like the one person I know that like regularly buys Blu-rays anymore.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking down with the ship.
I just know any like who really buys music CDs anymore.
Well, no.
That I gave up on.
Vinyls, I think, is
Movies
more
are-
of the
movies
trend
are
right now.
different, John. You can't get 4K ultra streaming quite yet.
My issue is, well, video looks fine on streaming. For the most part, it's audio. They're not good on like
Yeah,
true pure
compression.
audio through streaming. It is uncomparable to putting in an actual.
Yeah.
So-
Bought a couple movies that I'm a big fan of. Old movies such as Batman, Batman Returns, and
Nickel
Willy
Batman.
Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the original one, not the Depp one. The Depp. Okay, though it looks on 4K TV, a 4K ultra Blu-ray, whatever the hell they're called. It's an investment, obviously, because it's like $20-something for each of them. But if you're a fan of the movie, the quality is so much better. We own it on whatever Google Play, which merged into YouTube. So like I actually went back and forth, and I was pulled it up on YouTube, and I was watching the highest quality on there on my television, which is the Blu-ray, and it was just hands down way better.
Well, let me ask you this: if let's say there's a movie coming up that you really want to see, it's only in theaters, you pay for a subservice that has it go to your TV immediately day one?
Yes.
Like,
no, I don't.
Yes and no.
Depends. I saw
Depends on the movie.
Yeah, I saw Doctor Strange just like a couple days ago. Theaters. It was such a theater experience that's worth it. But most stuff, yeah, I'll just watch it on my monitor. I don't care.
Yeah,
I wouldn't pay a over a certain dollar amount though to get it to my TV on launch though. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I would pay more than whatever $10 a month Netflix would be if it came out there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mulan was like $30 or something shitty, right?
And it was trash.
Yeah.
Absolute trash. He thinks Mulan, we got problems. I'm sorry.
It's
So bad.
my favorite movie. No.
Yeah,
You already
I
did.
named my daughter Mulan based on that movie.
Mulan's like one of my favorite like Disney characters ever in like movie, bro. And the fact that so many people paid so much money to see it, it was like I feel bad for those people because like they had their hopes up just like I did.
Well, that reminds me of Aladdin, because the Aladdin thing. People said Myth one is good, but like watching Disney Plus when I was on the treadmill the other day, and I was like Aladdin, and it popped up right next to it, and I was like, no, I'll go with the classic. Thank you.
I forgot that existed. I'll be honest.
People said it isn't bad, but
it's not awful. All right.
So who's getting this PlayStation service in a month?
I mean,
Day
probably
one,
all
baby.
of us.
I may
yeah,
check
that-
out the Asian region one this week if I get a hold.
Okay.
I think I have an account in that region, so I'll see if I can get it set up.
Yeah, I'll get it. I
I
already pay for it basically with I have PS Now and PS Plus. So yeah, it's actually I'm just gonna work into it.
I'm curious to see how good the emulation is, especially
I'm very
on
curious.
PS2, because I mean they had PS2 classics, you know, so hopefully they've improved that service. So we'll see. I think it's going to be good, but there's always some teething problems, especially at the beginning.
I didn't even talk about these PS3 games because they're still streamed. I've used it on PS Now. It's just not a very good experience, so I can't really recommend it. The thing that's weird is they Metal Gear Solid 4, so it's gone. That's that. No more Metal Gear Solid 4. Maybe Konami will do something with it. Probably not. Yeah. Also, they showed the game trials. Did anyone notice this? Not I think we're expecting, because we had a report that said like all the games were going to be 2-hour trials or something, and it's like 6 of them.
Well, the report said all future games.
Yeah, it was future games.
But yeah, the Cyberpunk, which I think already had a trial, and then like Nathan Drake collection. Yeah, it's very lackluster.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection and then Horizon Forbidden West. But all the other Uncharted games are already on that tier, so you can just figure out and like the Uncharted games by just playing them.
Yeah,
that just has
download
like
the
the
game.
PS5 enhancements, I guess. Horizon Forbidden West, that you're not going to get much out of it after 2 hours, so you'll at least have an idea if you like the Farming Simulator, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, and then WWE 2K22. They say they're going to add more demos as we go along. So there you go.
Surely those are for like more substantial games, right? Not games that are, like 10 hours long. Because I feel like a 2-hour demo out of a 9-hour game, that's like too high of a percentage for me. I feel like
all the games on here though are longer games. Like,
yeah, I was saying those are closer to 30 hours.
Yeah, future stuff would be interesting because I'm trying to think of what game would come out. Call of Duty, and it has the campaign. The campaigns aren't terribly long. Call of Duty,
5 to 6 hours, right?
Hours will get you through a good chunk of it. That's a good point. I'm trying to think of like maybe if they do the order again, you can beat it in the trial.
Right.
I'm trying to think of anything else that come out.
What is it? The campaign for Crossfire X is like minutes.
Move that over.
You could get through Resident Evil 3 remake pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Well,
that's actually a video on Steam that I saw, or on YouTube that I saw, where the person beat it, Steam's window, and then returned it. But they beat it, got all the achievements, and then returned it.
Wow.
And Steam was like, "You're good. Here you go."
That's
like
great.
it's like doing too much, man.
It was a challenge. It was a challenge.
Serious.
Well, a lot of
It's
people
not like
do
the game
that
was $1,000, like $40.
Yeah, but a lot of
I'll
people
give
do
you
that
the
with the
40.
smaller names too, though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's like where every sale kind of counts, especially if you're a shorter indie game. It's
Well,
like,
dollar
limit
amount
like
though.
that.
Like
Oh.
I think the game has to be $40 or more.
34 wholesale.
For the PlayStation?
That's $40.
Yeah.
Why is
yeah,
Sean wearing
PlayStation.
sunglasses? Hold up.
Because I have a headache and the lights bother my eyes.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. Commence.
Yeah, so hey, PlayStation Plus upgraded next month. Well, technically this week coming up. We'll see if MVG can get his account fired up. Get him. Although I assume they're going to be different by region.
Yeah, I think so. That would make
Interesting.
sense.
I wonder if Japan's will have like an interesting RPG for the PS1 or something on it. I don't know. We'll see.
It's like he has a big old PS3, blurry PS3 in the background.
He does.
Oh, he kind of does.
This
yeah.
thing right here.
Yeah. It does.
Sorry, I couldn't help but notice
it up.
It's the toaster.
Evan, what question over there?
Is better on Wii Sports, Wii Sports Resort, Wii Sports Club, Nintendo Switch Sports, or Clubhouse Games?
I like it on Switch Sports. I think it's fine on there.
What was game mode?
Bowling.
Yeah, basically, where's bowling?
There's just a lot
I
more.
guess.
There's more variety on Switch Sports. I'm fine. I mean, bowling is bowling. I don't know. They just have more stuff going on with Switch Sports, especially with the online. So I like it more on there. Soccer is like the play though. But yeah, I'm fine with it on there.
Alright.
You have another one, Evan?
If you guys could make a movie out of any video game franchise and pick any director to help you with it,
Oh man, that sounds like a Jordan question.
Ooh,
Pick a director and everything. Wow.
that's a tough question. Getting kind of tired of a lot of these video game movies.
I was about to say the same.
Wait,
After
make
seeing it, I'm just very.
Oh
no,
yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
from
we need
that.
more TV series like Halo.
Yeah, sure. Bring more of that.
Yeah. Yep.
I want Quentin Tarantino to do a Final Fantasy movie.
Oh my god, that would.
Wow. that'd be something.
I want the because I know it was 2 directors at first, but then I think to one of them, the people working on the Wick film or John Wick films, to do a Max Payne movie properly.
Mm.
Okay.
That'd be pretty fun.
Let's go through some of the super chats here. I Live for Retro says, Ollie, the soundtrack is amazing.
It's good.
Okay. Trevor says, watching this from the crapper, keep it up. Thanks, Trevor.
Shit, yeah.
Tijo says, do you think Sony will keep up with their classic library considering their past history? PS1 classics on PS Vita in North America. Anyone remember that debacle? I think they will, just because they're charging $120 a year. So do you feel like they'd have to keep up with it now? BR says, any good underrated GameCube and Game Boy Advance games to get from my collection? Also remember that 3DS and Wii U is no longer taking credit cards on Monday. I've been finishing my purchases on there.
Octane is in your hands. Did he say Game Boy Advance?
Yeah, GameCube and Game Boy Advance.
Oh yeah, Boktai the Sun is in your hands is great. It's a Hideo Kojima game. You sneak around just like Metal Gear Solid. There's a sun sensor on the have to physically walk outside to kill vampires. It is freaking awesome.
Sounds like skin cancer, melanoma.
It is. So honestly, when I beat it as a little kid. Since you have to be in the sun, and I hate being. I'm a pale little freak. I used to sit on my porch and let my hands get sunburned and play like this.
If you like shooters, try Iridian on the GBA.
Yeah, Iridian is actually very good.
Very good.
I'm gonna say,
never heard of that.
let's say iNinja on the GameCube. I like that game.
Check out some of the first-person shooters like X versus Sever on the Game Boy Advance, just because it's fascinating to see, like a first shooter on a Game Boy Advance.
From Massive. Massive says, has anyone else noticed the AAA Clock has like 10 standalone releases? It's always on the recent release tab.
Yeah. I mean, you got X, man.
Matthew says, secured a copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day and Chrono Trigger for $250 total. Not a bad week. Pretty good.
How nice is that Chrono Trigger, though?
Yeah, that label has.
Are we talking plate and box, or are we talking loose?
Chrono Trigger or Crusty Trigger?
Yeah,
Oh,
it barely smells like cat piss. It's fine.
Jeffrey says, although I didn't enjoy Final Fantasy 13, 14, and I'm getting 16, ever have a video series you stubbornly can't give up on? Yes, Mega Man.
I hate them all, but I'm gonna keep buying them.
There were some. Hey, those last couple X games, it was pretty ugly. Got ugly.
I don't even have time. If I don't like something anymore, I'm out.
Yeah.
No, I'll keep playing Halo Infinite. Rascal says,
I'm out. I'm done with Halo, bro.
I'm still there.
I'm out.
I'm like, yo, Sean, jump on.
Constant denial.
He made me play it.
Hey, you had fun though.
Last night. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah.
Except with fucking us.
Well, yeah, and we started getting like full teams, and we're winning every single round.
Here's the thing: they're giving us me, John, and one other person on a 4v4. So there's only 3 of us. Back to back. They didn't even have like a person drop out.
Fill
there
a
was just
random?
literally there was 3 names, and it was like, we're
What's the
supposed
point?
to win.
Yeah.
Then we went through it. And they were still, well, I guess you can have platinum 3. Fine. So yeah, it's tough over here. Rascal says, since Square Enix Montreal is now with Embracer, could that have anything to do with Legend Master Remake or what?
They
don't own Legend of Dragoon.
No, that's why I was confused. That's Sony. H-Man says, how will the P be adapted for PC? I can't really find much info on it. I think you're just gonna stream PS3 titles from there, to my knowledge.
Yep.
Although it does sound like, and I said this, they're make their own launcher for those PlayStation games, so get ready for that. Devil says, so glad to see full cast is up again. Super happy. Mr. Super, no message. Mr. Super. Tariq says, Sony delay God of War until there is more PS5s.
No, because it's going on PS4.
No.
Look, Dreamcast has a real animal, not a cat.
There's 20 million PS5s out there. Delaying anything.
It's a PS4 game. So.
Jesus Christ.
Did you just call cats not a real animal, Sean?
That was such a drive-by, man.
Spyro says, anyone have any thought on Urgeist for PS1?
It's a great game.
Game's trash.
God bless
No,
the
it's a great
God
game.
bless the ring.
It's a good game.
It's a weird
It's a great game.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
It's trash.
you get to fight as Sephiroth.
And Smash Ultimate is
Way
much
before
better.
Smash Brothers, the first time you could fight as Cloud and Sephiroth outside of Final Fantasy VII, or in this weird ass game where the fighting is secondary to the main game.
So the PlayStation service, they got to get weird with this service. I hope that's one of them.
We have IQ coming.
Well, IQ is on the PlayStation Classic though.
Yeah,
because it's a great game.
Jim Ryan's favorite game, Jump, is on there.
Gosh,
yeah, it does seem like these are so hand selected. Like the fact that like I would not have put some of these on there first, but they did.
This is Cristobal says, welcome back, Miss Click and MVG. Great to see the entire night tonight. For those that got a Death Stranding baby, that'd be Sean. Do you get a second one for part 2?
God, no.
I got one too.
Why not?
Oh, you did. Click did get one. Okay.
Why wouldn't you get a second one?
You Hey, but you can't. Well, you guys didn't even finish the game. Like,
yeah, I have to like the
you're-
game to buy the collector's edition.
Okay, but like,
Let 'em know,
no, they're you wouldn't buy a baby. You wouldn't buy a BB anymore.
Because
So,
I wouldn't buy a baby in with.
lore wise, it wouldn't be a BB. It would be something else. But yeah, I know we're gonna get to that later.
Not big into human trafficking.
Yeah.
Real children.
Oh my god, you guys.
Rodrigo says, "Hi everyone, happy to see the full cast." Question for FVG: do you know if Shantae Remastered is going to Steam sometime this year?
Maybe.
Maybe. He says, "What's the most each of you have spent on a game or system for your personal collections? Alternatively, what's your most valuable game / system? Love you all."
Most I paid. Systems are different because I mean a PlayStation 5 is $100.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
I forgot about
So I mean, if you're talking about like a
Launch price for a
retro system, I guess my Panasonic Q. But I gotta go on that. And then my most I spent on a single game was Spider-Man Web of Fire on the 32X. But once again, relatively speaking, I only paid $300 for a box copy. It's for over $1,500 now. So
My most that I've spent. So my girlfriend did buy this for $500, so that's probably one of my most expensive. An Analog Pocket. That's probably one of the most I've spent. And then I paid $300. What is it called? Dot Hack Quarantine on the PS2.
Oh yeah, yep, that would do it.
How much did I spend on that collector's edition of Jump Force?
Too much.
75.
What about Panty Party? How much was that?
Oh, Panty Party.
It's like
Depends
80
on if
bucks.
it's used or not.
$80 for a pair of panties.
Get a used copy of that, or
Oh,
You go up in value if it's used.
man.
for real.
Yeah, that version's 120 for some reason.
Yeah,
I
that
don't know
version
why.
go up.
It's got a skid mark in it, the value goes up.
This is from
Depends on
Jay.
who used it too.
Jay says, "Will ever be able to mort the chicken too?"
I mean, probably not. Let's be realistic.
hopefully one
here.
day.
Lance says, "Good to see all of you on." So everyone, but Konami and GameStop hate NFTs. But what possibilities do you see with NFTs solving the game ownership offline play problem, like 7 or all of Xbox going down?
No,
Probably
They ain't solving nothing.
None of that. Probably.
It's a great idea, but no company is going to actually do it because they don't care. They want you to spend. They don't want it easy for you.
M says, "What
Don
do you
has
got?"
more impact with the sunglasses when he talks. I feel like I could believe him more.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have believed him with Metroid if he wore those sunglasses.
Yeah, you know, because his beady little eyes aren't.
Well, I was gonna say, Sean wiggles his eyebrows when it's gonna be a joke he's about to say, but when he has sunglasses on, it's like, "Hello, I'm about to tell you exactly what I'm doing with
You
the
just
used."
take out your
Panasonic
scepter.
Yeah, I keep it here on the just in case.
M says, "85. I want to hear you sing 'Sunglasses at Night,' all caps."
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can keep track of visions in my eyes. I really like that song because it's an 80s song and it's like starts on like all nice and calm and stuff, and then it's on the on like the hook he's like, "Don't put your pen against this shit." It's like, what happened? Did you step on a attack or something? Why are you so
Fucking
angry?
butchering it, man. Jesus.
Nah,
Yeah, you did that song to service.
nah, I did good.
M says, "What do you guys think will be more valuable down the road? 3DS, Vita, GameCube, Wii, or what?"
Vita.
Vita.
I'm kind of thinking Vita as well. GameCube is having its time right now, but I think Vita is going to be exceptionally hard to find in like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3DS can get pretty crazy too. It's already starting to get pretty bad.
It is actually. You're right about that. Some of those Dragon Quest games keep going up.
Yeah, Dragon Quest games up to 100 for Dragon Quest 8 for new.
Oh yeah, I'm about to sell that shit.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about Kojima's next game because this was weird. Apparently, Norman Reedus just randomly said, "Oh yeah, we're filming a second Death Stranding."
Yeah, just so casually in the interview.
Well, this is the second time he's done this.
Yeah, well,
This isn't even the first. He said it last year that they were doing negotiations for Death Stranding 2.
Did you also see? It's so funny that I saw a lot of people talking about the fact that like some random like movie website just put it at like the bottom of a whole article,
Yeah,
and then
it's
they get no
huge, yeah.
clicks, and then everybody makes a bunch of clickbait articles and makes all the money. It's like that one they had a scoop and they didn't even know it.
Yep.
Yeah, he just says we started the second one.
Well, that's
We
a
just
lot of-
started it, yeah.
You know, a lot of the movie people are still, you know, video games. This is cinema.
Well,
This is cinema.
it was interesting because he was talking about in the interview, you know, he's talking about how crazy the technology was, how they basically take like your digital DNA, you know, they take your 3D, you know, like rendering of your body and your mannerisms, and they're like, they could basically immortalize you to like put you into anything for years to come. So then they like follow it up and they're like, would you like want it if they just did like infinite episodes of Walking Dead? And he's just like, I don't know. Like,
Is that guy director's chair in the all?
Yeah.
I just think that it's that what I found interesting is that like the movie industry, everybody's open by design. They'll tell you, okay, we got a script writer, here's the director. They'll tell you what like all the steps of the process are. Whereas video games by necessity are much more secret because it's these big expensive products with specific hardware and all these weird things that have to be lined up properly. So it's interesting that when these Hollywood people are in games, they just don't even understand the secrets. So they're like, yeah, so they're making Death Stranding 2, and my character's got like 8 dicks, and you know who's.
I kind of think, I almost wonder. What? I kind of think this is a swerve.
You do?
I almost wonder if Kojima's like, you can tell people we're working on the second one. It's cool. Go ahead. Because Nate said this is the second time he said this.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be real. I think Death Stranding was actually, considering what it was, I think it was more successful than, like, think of it like this. If Death Stranding came out and was not made by Kojima, it was made by someone else, would it have sold as many copies as it did?
It didn't sell well even by Kojima.
5 million copies.
It's not 5 million.
Yeah,
that's with the PC included. You don't think Sony wrote a big check for that game? 5 million is not what they were looking for.
Still selling it.
But and they did the director's cut. They obviously liked it enough to want to promote the director's cut. Here's my thing. If you want to deliver packages, don't pay to play a game where you do it. Get a job with Amazon or UPS or FedEx. They will pay you.
UPS.
UPS down with the Brown.
Good job. Can't speak. Good luck getting a job with UPS. It's one of the hardest to get into.
Let me just say that joke is by a motherfucker who definitely hasn't played the game.
Yeah, it's
feeling.
Because I made a UP video on Death Stranding.
I played Death Stranding for over 15 hours until I was like,
you really did? Hold on, I played that game 15 hours and you put it down.
Yep.
What?
Gave it more of a shake than Kenna. That's awesome.
15 hours?
Yes.
I don't even think. How long is that? Hold on. How long did it take me to beat Death Stranding? Hold on a minute. I might.
You went through it, Sean. I'm pretty sure, but
I go
through a lot of my game pretty fast though.
I beat the game and it took me, I want to say, about 35 hours. Maybe
okay,
40
yeah,
hours.
no, it was like 38 hours. Okay.
Yep.
I thought it took me like 50.
I still 15 hours though is you've met a lot of the interesting characters and you really just were like, nah, I'm putting this down.
15 hours though, you're not even on like chapter 3 at that point.
I did Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for 18 hours and I'm good.
Well, the other thing about that game though is you can spend 15 hours doing a lot of other things but story too, or 15 hours struggling to get through one section if you don't like do it right.
Yeah,
so
I feel like Sean stepped out of the first base all over and was like,
I just really feel like with that, like this is my opinion that like I think I've come together when it comes to Death Stranding after all this time is people are like, we're tired of Call of Duty type games, we're tired of shooters, we're tired of flash combat, you know, want something new. So they come out with something completely different. You know, you can't kill people because lore wise you'll literally cause an atomic bomb. So instead of shooting people, you have to detain them. You know, and that's a whole concept in itself. The story is so different than anything else. Like the realm of life and death, if that seam in between rips, like how would we manage, like in a scientific way, how would we manage that realm? Like it's just so different that story, and it was like a snowball where at first it's like Sam's character doesn't care, and then all shit starts hitting the fan, and then it's like all of a sudden you have to care because you're all gonna die. So unless you're saying, you know, it's just things like that game, it's 15 hours. I feel like it's just so like it's barely scratching the surface because that game just, the more it happens, the more questions you get, and then they start answering all the questions like right at the end. I feel like that game specifically.
Yeah, they do because they play out that final scene and everything.
Take out your wiener and pee. That was the most fun I had.
You pee in your backyard.
No, I can't anymore.
I can't anymore.
Did you get in trouble?
He's in like he's like a neighbor now. Yeah.
Oh, kids and stuff. Yeah.
Got to keep it classy. I'm not trying to get nuts.
You're right.
I figured you'd like it, man. Just like, you know, whipping it out, peeing off the porch.
Sean, wait, hold on. Did you character that like dying over and over again in the game?
Dude, it's been so long. I literally played it for 15
It's
plus
like one of the
hours.
most interesting.
I'm
That's one
pretty
of the
sure
most
I
interesting
did.
characters in the game with Hartman.
It really is.
Really?
Regis Hartman.
I just-
Yeah.
What?
It is. If I want a really good story, I'll watch a movie and I can get the whole story in 2.5 hours. If the gameplay isn't enjoyable to me, I'm not gonna try. Now there have been games where there's an issue with gameplay. Call of Cthulhu is a good example. Call of Cthulhu, I liked the gameplay. I didn't love it. I thought it had some fundamental issues, but it was still decent enough, and I was interested in the story to playing the game. And plus, that game was, I think it took me 8 or 9 hours.
Did you have the OLED? Did you have the OLED when you had that when you were playing the game? I don't think you did.
No.
You
I
might have to
didn't.
go back and try it.
The graphics aren't going to do anything. It's not the graphics I don't like. It's the gameplay. I don't like it. It's not.
It is a
fun to me.
brilliant slow burn. I swear to God.
Yeah,
Especially,
it's a
did you get the
it's a
bikes
great
or any
game.
vehicles? I like the vehicles a lot. Like especially because people.
Yes, I
built
had the
highways.
bike. I had the bike, and I highways, all that stuff. I just didn't like the game. I don't think it's a bad
Are
game.
you a dumbass?
You're not allowed to like. You're not alled to not like the game.
No, I
You
will
must like it.
Hold
Everyone
on,
should
but
know
I
by
think-
now. I will
You
dislike
must
it.
like
if I
it.
want
You
to.
must keep playing. If the
I think
gameplay's
it's one
trash,
thing though. Hold on, OJ. How many hours did you do in the Death Stranding?
not enough because I didn't like it.
Drink the Kool-Aid, goddamn it.
It's like
Not
3
enough because I
hours?
didn't like it.
And you can't say are being difficult. We said the same thing about Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and OJ wants to kill me right now. But it just
I don't care if you don't like Xenoblade 2 or not.
for me, I just it wasn't
You don't like it.
clicking.
You don't like it. A lot
Like
of
the
people don't
first
like it.
game, clicked with me. Xenoblade Chronicles X definitely clicked with me. That's my favorite one. But
the second
2,
one.
it just didn't. Yeah.
I love Xenoblade.
Okay. I'm curious what they do next. I don't think they should sequel for that. I think he should do something different.
What would the sequel be anyway?
Well, hold on. This is the thing,
Right.
and I can't
Oops, instead of peas.
like talking about it. Like it's almost like spoiler talk, but like the whole world's changed now because like
Yeah.
you know. Spoiler alert, the guy saves the day. So you can technically kill people now again. You could technically have guns. You could technically reintroduce gunplay. I don't want to spoil any of the characters, but also there are a lot of like loopholes, like certain characters you never actually face pictures. Like there's a lot of theories that maybe certain people are dead that you thought were dead and maybe they're somewhere else. There's like a lot of like intricacies that kind of like are hinted at but aren't really. But as far as like combat, people were wanting more gunplay, more of that standard, that sheer
Make
feel.
this Metal Gear. Yeah.
You could literally bring that back in because of the fact that you don't just have to like tie people up with electrical rope anymore. You can literally shoot them and not get.
They make the sequel. It's revealed that this is the Metal Gear Solid future.
That I know. Yeah.
You could tie
that
it
would
all
be
in
fine.
somehow. Yeah.
That would be fine. I love the Metal Gear games. I thought could just gonna pull. Look, I'm making a package delivery game. Oh yeah, sure you are. Just like I'm gonna play a Snake in Metal Gear Solid 2. And then he was like, "No, motherfucker, I really am making package delivery." I was like, "Oh."
To be fair,
I
there are a
saw
lot
like
of
a-
games based around mundane tasks as it is anyway that we all play.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally one of the most popular games is Unpacking Simulator right now. You literally get bombed. You unpack your dorm.
Yeah, I
like
played
that.
that. I was on Crazy Taxi. Like
That's
I literally
weirdo
typed
Twitch
around this
stuff because
Dude,
it's
no.
Yeah, that's
popular.
definitely weirdo Twitch streamer.
I've played thousands of hours of Final Fantasy 14, and most of that time is spent hanging at theme park, beating people up, basically Pokemon cards.
I saw that game more as like a horror, like survival type of game, because of the fact that you did have to like get creative using the terrain, using your tools, using the community involvement with others.
Animal Crossing, you literally like upkeep your house.
Literally. Yeah.
But that's not a game that you sit there and usually binge, though. It's something that you play in small increments.
I know people have thousands in that game already.
But it's not like they're playing. It's not like most people should say. I feel like it's something that the first few weeks you play it a bunch and then you revisit it like once a day.
Do they play it more than 38 hours?
Animal Crossing?
Yes.
Most people do. Yeah.
You'd get through Death Stranding then. There you go.
I don't
What about
want to
those-
play it.
Wasn't there a
I will
bunch of
play
rumors that
Shenmue.
Kojima was in talks to do an Xbox
You're gonna watch
exclusive?
Batman again.
Now,
I mean, well, hell yeah, it's Batman again.
Well, I mean,
That's a
the
good
Death Stranding
point,
2 information is that at any point of Death Stranding 2, as far as production goes, it's likely still in conceptual stages. They are still coming up with the
They
art,
just
the direction. This is a game that is years off. And as you mentioned, there was the rumors and the reports that Kojima and Microsoft had partnered on a new game, and that game was originally something that Kojima had pitched to Stadia, and Microsoft coming in to foot the rear of the bill. That can still be a project that Kojima is actively working on and can announce long before Death Stranding 2 ever actually sees, a review.
Think about that, Nate. It sounds like you're gonna tie him into cloud stuff, right? Cloud service. Death Stranding feels like he was one foot in the door already with that.
Yeah.
Like the way they had the Strand system where you technically interact indirectly with other people's games. And I went back on Death Stranding's cut just to check it out again. There was all kinds of stuff going on all of a sudden in my world.
One of my friends hopped into Death Stranding. He's like, I didn't have to look for anything. He's like, because everything was built for me. And the items I were in the exact spots I needed them. He's like, so I didn't have to waste a lot of mundane time trying to find the stuff. It was already built and set up for me to just make progress.
And there was like a tall neck just hanging out.
Don't they reset that every couple of weeks though?
It has a degradation timer on it, but you can restore it rather than let it degrade. So
I don't know. People went crazy though. That's all I know.
Made a zip line and they had a thing where it was like deliver its body, and you literally just attached it and zip lines across the entire country. Like, there we go.
I seem to recall that Kojima said in December that he's working on 2 games though.
Thank you, Jeff Grubb.
Stop reading chat like a glasses.
My name is Sean.
He's working on 2 games, so one maybe for that Xbox and one for Death Stranding 2. I'd be okay with that. It'd be interesting to make for one platform.
Kojima's next game we called Silence Hill.
I'm curious to see what he comes with. It's always interesting to see what Kojima comes with. Maybe we can predict the future again. He kind of did with Death Stranding, so there you go. Evan, we got Discord questions over there.
Apparently one for Misclick. Which Spawncast crew member has the best beard?
Why are you asking me or for other dudes?
I don't know. Just say Nate.
It's true.
Just
could I say Nate?
It could be Nate.
Really
it could be Nate.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, some women really like the beards. But, like, beards are for dudes to, like, say nice beard to other dudes. Like, when they're nice and close shaven, a lot of these guys have them nice. I think they all pass the test. OJ's is a little long, but it still passes the test.
Because my lady.
And if your lady likes it, you do what lady likes. Because the second you stop caring about that, that's when things start getting rough.
Dating beard.
That's a nicer way of saying things about beards than my grandmother says about beards. She said beards are for ugly men who want to cover up.
That's true.
Why?
Yeah,
I mean, beards sometimes for guys are like what guys accuse makeup for girls. You know what I mean? Like, guys are like,
You're never that for guys. What you talking about?
Yes. How many guys are like, oh, you want to see what you're swimming on the first date? You know what I mean? It's like, then by the same standard, a lot of women are like, you want to see what it looks like? Shave his beard. And it's like,
but that's completely different. A beard is something you grow, isn't it? It's not something you artificially put on your face.
Up here,
fake lashes or something, like, you know.
I don't know.
A beard isn't fake. Do you naturally grow makeup on your face? I don't get it.
I think. Well, this is the thing, though. I think that when you judge someone off of if they're ugly because they're not makeup, like, wouldn't you? Wouldn't? Not saying you. I'm saying a lot of people who use that term, right?
Yeah.
If you shaved your beard and they're like, "Oh, I don't like you anymore," like, that would suck, right? Because that's
grow your ass, grow your back. That's what my lady said, you look weird without a beard, dude. Grow it back. I said, all right.
Man, I wouldn't want to be with someone that was like that.
Like, there's, you can see like video online, like, you know, the complete transformations and stuff like that. It gets a little bit intimidating. Like, I feel like every dating site, you know, there should be like, you have one picture of you all dolled up, one picture of you in the morning, one picture, like a full picture of you head to toe. And then that way you get a general idea of what's going on there. There's not really any surprises, you know, with a beard or something.
So
almost like a farm animal sales site.
By that same standard, if a guy has a beard, he should take a picture with a beard than one picture without.
But he's always going to have the beard if he wants.
One holding a fish,
not always.
one shirtless.
How so?
Banana for scale.
Something could happen. Your beard, I don't know, maybe.
Like, what? Am I gonna catch on? Am I gonna light it on?
Oh God, here we go later.
You might. Don't do it, Sean. Oh my God, Sean, stop, Sean.
Do it.
Do it.
All right. let's go.
What the hell were we talking about?
I don't know, dude. I will
What was the
not.
question?
I agree.
Who has
I
the
agree with
best
you,
beard
Quick.
on the cast?
I'm on
They
Team
asked me
Quick.
a non-gaming question about beards, and I had to pick a favorite.
Pick.
Nate.
I have the best beard.
You have the best beard, Nate.
It's up to our imagination.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
I don't show my beard because I don't want your beards to cry.
I want you to rub your beard on my neck.
What?
Uh,
I will shave it
audio-
that day.
new
so it's
audio
all
clip.
sharp and hits you.
Video game news.
Let's go to the.
What are we talking about? Xbox for the next hour?
We still have Discord questions.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I have a mystery topic. I don't know. We'll see.
Do you have a mystery topic?
Maybe.
Skipper.
Is it about Xbox?
Let me scroll a little bit. We have
Is it about
Xbox.
Ken?
Xbox sales Japan. Okay, this was man, this really was a weird week. Xbox sales in Japan. I'm just looking at this. I'm like, oh, you're right, this happened. X Series S and X combined for 6,120 units in Japan, with actually about a little more than 6,000 of those being the Series S. Outsold the PlayStation 5, which sold 2,603 units, and this is the first time this has happened in 8 years, apparently, for the Xbox. Basically, since the Xbox One launched, which, by the way, the Xbox One launched like almost a year after the Xbox One launched in the world. So, like, Japan, way late. But nonetheless, that's the first time it's happened since then. And at this point, the Xbox Series systems are over 200,000. I think it's like 205,000 sold, which it has almost doubled the Xbox One lifetime sales, which were, I mean, just sad. It was like 114,000 like
Zero.
total. It was bad. But then the original Xbox would be next up, 472,992. Put it in context, however, the Switch regularly sells nearly 100,000 units every single week. Like, no fail at all. It's just every single time. And the PlayStation usually is anywhere between 20, 30, 40,000, depending on reasons, mostly stock. But it was an exciting week, I guess, for it. So what do you think about these Xbox sales, specifically the fact that they were able to sell over 6,000 units, which eclipsed the PlayStation?
I'm gonna throw opposite because I feel like most people are gonna disagree. I do think that these are good numbers, not good overall, but they're definitely fucking great for Xbox. And even though I'm more of Team PlayStation and Team Nintendo, I still think it's they're only getting some traction because I mean, damn, they were just so far behind for so long.
I mean, the thing of it is competition is good. You should
Mhm.
want there to be competition. When competition is good, the whoever is perceived to be at the top has to actually work harder. They don't get stagnant, you know? So, you know, I hope Xbox sees success in Japan. I don't live in Japan, so really doesn't do anything for me, but hey, you know, sell those systems, baby.
Okay.
I mean, it's a small victory in the grand scheme of things. That's only a week, but you got to take the victories when you. So I think it's, you know, I think it's good. You know, the fact that they've outsold the Xbox One is a good milestone as well. And look, they're not going to, you know, sell like millions and millions in Japan, but I think at least S has been embraced some capacity. I think that it's selling fairly well. So, you know, take the W on this one. I think Microsoft would be pretty happy about it.
You say, I mean, you're trying to be mean or nothing. People say you're slandering.
Well,
you say,
take me, OJ.
suck.
Let me ask you this, OJ. Why do you think the Xbox Series is being received better in Japan than the Xbox One?
Probably Game Pass and RPGs that are on the system. So I mean,
Tales of Arise and all those.
Yeah,
like,
they have
yeah,
Arise and
correct.
they have the Yakuza stuff that's on there. So they have some stuff that's they catered a bit more. Xbox One anything. That 360 did a lot. So these sales are still far below the Xbox 360. That's where I think where Microsoft should at least be shooting for. This is still way below the Xbox 360. So people don't
1.5
realize that.
million.
Yeah, they're still. I mean, the pace. I mean, yeah, they're not going to make Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon. I mean, I'd love for them to do stuff like that, but they're not going to. So I guess it's good that they're beating out the Xbox One. That's good, but
it was pretty low bar.
Yeah,
Like, Xbox One didn't really do much.
It's a really low bar, and it's like people say I don't like the comparison, but like the Wii U routinely sold more than 6,000 units. You know, like routinely, and
never good, right? I mean, it would sell 10,000, 12,000, whatever. And I know that's Nintendo homeland. It's very different. I get that. But I got to call a spade when it's a spade, you know, like those aren't good. And it's only because Sony stock, they both have, they could probably do a bit better if they both had stock. But overall, Sony and Microsoft both are selling. Japan is not the focus, you know?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not very good. I mean, it's just 6K is not good.
That's the weird thing about this, though. Like, when I was looking at the Xbox One, even if they had them in stock, they wouldn't sell. They wouldn't be able to sell. Like, they were trying at one point to sell it as an Ultra HD Blu-ray player. That was their. It was like, this isn't an Xbox, it's a HD, which the PS4 couldn't do that. So they were like, all right, let's put the one thing it could do. Here, though, they're just selling, I guess, whatever stock they're able to send over. Like, and really not sending much stock there anyway.
And it's all Series S too, so that's like another thing. It's Series S, which is fine, you know, but it's not Series X, where, you know, that's all digital, so therefore you get less physical pieces in Japan. You know, that's one thing that just doesn't have physical.
They do have the split lifetime. It's almost the same, but like this past week, it was all Series S basically.
But what I'm saying is that it's less likely. Have you seen like some of the games that are coming out on Survive stuff to Xbox? Notice how there's no physical version of the game.
No, they just do digital.
Yeah, they just do digital only, which does in fact hurt things overall. People are saying, "Oh, well, it could get more support." I mean, I guess, but if it's only going to be digital, I mean, that's something that out of like Nihon Falcon, and they're looking at, they're like, okay, well, our customers still buy physical too. These people have no option, you know. So it's just like I said, it's not. I'm not trying to hate on it. Like, honestly, I don't see it as very good, but it's good for, I guess it's cool for Microsoft, right? It's better than nothing. It's better than Xbox One. So that's the positive, right?
I think Microsoft just understand that that's Nintendo more interested in the US and Europe, basically, where they will have a, like, the Xbox has actually been recently doing pretty well in the US, but they've always done well in the US. So.
And it's not like a big deal. Like, I don't even think big deal, you know. It was, oh, you're angry or upset. No, I don't think it's a big deal. I have a series. I like Series X. I was playing Dragon Quest, you know, RPGs on there all the time because of Quick Resume. The RPGs that I've already purchased. I don't buy anything new, but I like Quick Resume. It's awesome. It adds playtime, so I got like 50 some hours into Dragon Quest, even though I just started it. But it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. You know.
Here's what I'm curious about: is if they continue to sell Xboxes at what's for them, I assume a surprising amount. Like they're probably even lose themselves. But if they keep doing that, will they do things like a Kojima game where they're like, all right, let's fund it, let's do it? Will we see more of those, like like how before we had Blue Dragon, we had Infinite Understanding, these kind of games?
You know what I think? I think we have to actually see the sales of certain Japanese games increase in the US. I think once that happens worldwide, then they'll be more willing to fund something like that. So there has to be that comes out of Horizon. It does extremely well on Xbox or a Scarlet Nexus. Some of these games have to come out and just do a lot better, or there has to be a consistent flow of these games doing really well. And I think that Microsoft will see the value in something like that.
On that Game Pass bag.
Yeah, until that, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but maybe. I mean, I think they felt burned over the 360 era. They spent a ton of money.
They did.
And it didn't really work out for them that well, but it was cool. I liked it, but it didn't work out overall for the business, right? So we'll see what happens.
Can I ask a real dumb question to OJ? Because OJ knows more specifically. How big is Japan? Like, if theoretically, instead of, because right now it's selling well there, but what if Microsoft just said, fuck that whole island, and they just focused on like Europe and Spain and America?
The third biggest. It's US, then it's I mean, if you count like all of Asia, that's like number one, right? But if you talk about just Japan by itself, I think it's third or fourth. So it's a pretty big, it's a pretty market, but it's a huge market for Microsoft. It's not smart to do that because then Japanese companies will start saying, well, we're not going to make your games for you. Like if you pull out of Japan like completely,
they have to have some sort of presence there.
Yeah. Some sort of presence. Otherwise,
kind of burns a bridge in a way.
Yeah, it burns a huge bridge, so you don't want to do that.
Well, reminds me, I've heard Bill talk about the Walmart rule, which is that Walmart was 24-hour for a long time. Even though they didn't sell 3 a.m., people shop more often. So it's like, even if we don't sell a lot of Japanese games, selling some Japanese games tells Japanese developers to come and play.
I want Microsoft to continue going in the region, and I want things to. And like I said, selling, honestly,
doesn't. I don't think it matters. Like whatever they sell, they sell. That's not. It really doesn't matter. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. You're still gonna get the next big Tales game, unless Sony buys it or something. They're still gonna get all of the major games. Like they're still gonna get them. You know, so like Digimon Survive is coming soon, right? That's a bigger game, and that's coming to the
Curious how that
Xbox
game's
platform.
gonna do. A game I don't know. It's
I don't know how it's gonna do.
hype around it. I
but-
feel like it's gonna sell a couple million copies or something. But
Bandai Namco's gonna keep making their games. They get Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. They get all. They
Yeah.
get Dragon Ball Fighters. They get everything. All the major companies make. AAA. So Xbox is they're still gonna get their games. They're still gonna have their Game Pass stuff. They'll make deals every now and then for Scarlet Nexus, and everything's okay. It's not a doomsday scenario like people were trying to say. I'm saying it's not that. You know.
I am curious. I can decide this now. So it's going to pass the original Xbox. I think that's pretty
okay, the
straightforward. Original Xbox sold just under 500,000 units there. It's like 471,000. Will it system the series? Depending on how long they take it. Think about if they're release a little puck maybe for streaming, and they might call that like a Series W or I don't know. But this Family's pass 1 million in Japan.
Nah.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
Interesting.
What's it at right now?
205,000.
I think it will.
Time frame.
Yeah, how long?
The generation?
Until they start until they announce the next one and move on from this, I guess. Until the next generation starts, basically.
With this chip shortage, it's hard for me to say like because it might go on for the 2-3.
Yeah. Yeah, but that means they might have the generation just keep going then. This could be like an 8-9 year generation, maybe.
You should, in my opinion. I mean, the first couple years for, I think consoles in general have been kind of slow.
They start like 120 if it's like a 9-year generation.
I think it really just comes down to what you have on the console, what will motivate people. So I think
How
it
big do they
has
go?
to do with time and seeing what's in store.
Kojima game. Push them up.
No.
Good work. Yes.
No.
So is Kojima as popular over there as he kind of is in the West? Because I feel like he really adopts the Western. Like even just his tweet is he lives in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes,
you know, like that's his passion.
He's obsessed with he's obsessed
He
with
is.
Hollywood and Hollywood actors. I don't think the Japanese cares about it. But John, I also have another top for you because I know you are trying to milk this one for as long as you can.
Okay, good. What do you got?
The tweet.
What tweet?
That settled the debate.
Oh,
my topic.
That is a topic.
That is a topic,
dude.
That's why I'm here.
King has answered all the time. That's not a topic.
What are we talking about?
All right. I love Q&A because he has time. He's not in the playoffs, obviously. So I asked him if he liked the N64 or the GameCube more, and he said Nintendo 64.
And
did I get a response from
debate
James? Yes, obviously. But
you should have invited him on to discuss this. He's not doing anything right now.
I would be surprised if he ever played a GameCube. I would be surprised.
Now there are pictures of PlayStation 2.
Yes,
I mean, the GameCube was pretty popular. You got to figure
the GameCube was not pretty popular.
It was not as popular.
All
as
right,
it should
somebody
have
clip
been.
that. Sean just said GameCube was popular.
The GameCube was. I had a GameCube car at high, and like we used to. It was a Ford Explorer, and on the armrest,
I can completely
put
push that right now. Yep.
Velcro down to put under the GameCube, and I had the Intech 5-inch screen, and we would literally with like a little funny grass playing Rocky and Street Hoops for hours in a parking lot. Just it was fun. The GameCube didn't really have a kiddie monitor like it was still kind of considered a more hardcore system. You could bust that out in front of the boys.
Where's this coming from?
It was a purple lunchbox.
Bro, you've been smoking too much funny grass.
I feel like people bashed it until they actually started trying some of the games. And they're like, oh, some of these games are really fun. But I think from the exterior, the GameCube was definitely like not as cool as the other consoles.
You had Street Hoops though.
But
you
it was
actually played the games,
multi-platform.
though. You
had
actually
the
played the
PlayStation 2, which was the PlayStation 2. You had
But
the
you had-
Xbox's badass, huge,
You couldn't
awesome-looking
fit a
console, and then you had
couldn't fit an
Nintendo's
Xbox in a car.
lunchbox.
And it
So,
fit
yeah.
perfectly on him.
This is the way I saw it. As a person that was gaming my ass off, I saw, look, I'm obsessed with freaking Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy games were on PlayStation 2, so I had to have that. Xbox had freaking Halo. I was in Halo tournaments. I had GameCube. All I saw was this is the game where they turned Zelda into a cat, and that looks dumb as fuck. So I was stupid and didn't buy it.
Okay, Street Hoops is not a bootleg NBA. Okay, Hoops had the A1 people like the presser, and the soundtrack on it was amazing. You had
no
so
NBA
many.
Street 2 though.
Oh,
NBA Street 2 later. Isn't it?
I just liked NBA Street when they dropped that one. That was pretty.
So I could see LeBron playing a GameCube, playing because it was a portable system. It was easier to bring around.
Yeah,
with you
that's
places.
true.
He's only been picked PS2.
Hold on. No. We need to get a list of all the celebrities that were at the GameCube initial party that
No,
they
we
did.
don't.
And then
we have Jason Alexander.
Then we need to
Paris
tweet them and ask
Hilton.
them what 64 or GameCube.
He's the Better Call Saul guy. He was there.
That picture.
Bob Odenkirk, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That
We
picture.
need some people to even out.
Jason Elliott, and look, it's like that when your mom walks in when you're watching a porn and like make that face, like no, mommy, no.
My mom has never walked in while I'm watching anything.
I got caught. I got caught once.
I bet.
It's rough,
I'd probably
dude.
still get caught now. She probably still.
I had a time. I don't remember why. I got fully naked, doing a little herky jerky, and my dad walked in, and my dad said, "What the fuck are you doing?" For some reason, my breast fired, and I went, "I have earache," and Dad goes, "Then why are you jerking your dick?"
Dude, I thought I was home alone. I got home. I remember I was a freshman in high school. I thought I was home alone. I was just in my room, door open, just and like, you know how like you could kind of sense like someone is near you.
My jerking
and like
sense is
I just
tingling?
turned around and I see my mom
What,
walks
does your
by the
dick
door.
tingle differently or something? Like what the fuck?
It's like that
Porno said, like,
ESP, man.
Spidey sense, but porn.
It's like ESP. My mom was walking down the hall and she like looked in my room and stopped and she did a double take and I was like, ah! And she was like, what if your father saw you doing this? What the hell would you? Close the damn door! And I was like, sorry, Mom, I didn't know you were home.
It's funny how Max.
How the hell did we get here from the GameCube being LeBron James, not preference of console?
Because, no, I didn't have a GameCube at that time. That was
What?
He just wanted us all to know that. That would happen.
I was trying to figure out the celebrities that were at the
Oh,
GameCube
yeah, because
party
the
so that
Jordan-
I could even
Jordan's a
out
picture.
LeBron James a bit here.
LeBron has played a GameCube, definitely.
All right, he's probably played it, but you got to remember the time frame that GameCube came out. Remember, this dude's going to the NBA. He's training. He's doing N64. He was still a kid, still a young middle
Stop
teen.
that. There's
still a middle teen.
San Antonio Spurs. Who was playing? It was NBA Live 95 on the Sega Genesis. There's like pictures of NBA players playing that. NBA players are fans of video games.
Brock was there. All right, good. We'll ask
No,
him.
that's not my
Yeah,
point.
does he
My
have a
point is
fanny
that
pack on?
I'll ask Jason Alexander what he thinks about
LeBron has
Metroid
more memories with the N64 because he was still a child. You know?
Hey, we got OJ Simpson playing Daytona.
Oh, nice.
I'll ask OJ what his favorite. I'll ask him right now.
Daytona.
Yeah, that's yeah, that hit. I was like, that's tough to overcome when LeBron James says that he likes the 64 more.
Someone said
I told
Spawncast
ya.
clips out of context of a field episode.
What's O Simpson's Twitter?
Oh my.
I think it's I killed my wife and ran away from it.
The real OJ 32.
We're gonna ask about the
His favorite video game system is.
My favorite reply to him ever is
okay.
OJ Simpson tweeted some shit about like golfing or something. Someone said, "Hey, you met my mom in '96. Thanks," and he like put a bunch of knife emojis.
Well,
That's not
we
funny.
we have everyone's channels down in the description though, so if anyone wants to go by and let them know you're here for that discussion. Discord questions.
Yeah, we still got a bunch. Do we think that the Last of Us remaster will also come to PC day and date?
Oh, that's
remake.
Oh,
No.
I kind of think they're
No.
gonna leave it on, but it's so sell that by itself. Like something else needs to be with it.
Not day and date, but it will probably
No, they're
end up
gonna.
eventually.
They'll send it by itself, and people will buy it.
But like,
you know they will. John.
I feel like it needs multiplayer. What's that? What?
Did he respond?
Oh, there's a comment in the chat's making me laugh.
Oh.
and
I
think
feel
you
like-
should pick it out.
Oh.
Oh my god.
I feel like they have to do something else with it. Like here, it's a remake, and then you also factions. But I don't know. Factions taking a long time out. I must wonder if there's more to it now.
I think it's weird that they're doing a remaster.
Faction's gonna be its own thing, according to Jeff.
That's already been remastered.
Mm.
Is this master? Are they adding things?
Oh, I
updated
did
controls, updated visuals.
Yeah, I did a full playthrough last year. I beat the hell out of Last of Us Remastered, and I think the game has aged incredible. But there's definitely room for improvement, and I think they realize it is still one of the most popular created IPs by Sony. And from what some of the leaks have said, this is done sort of by like a B team at Naughty. The main crew is working on like other big stuff. This is made by like a sub tier. It's free money to them, but yeah, it definitely still feels weird.
I hope they make it so that all the puzzles aren't based around a wooden pit and a
I know,
ladder.
ladder. Yeah. Well,
They're on for a lot.
The rumor is that they basically they rebuilt the game inside of the Last of Us 2 engine. So it would be cool if I like the rope puzzles where you have to like throw the power cord and shit. I thought that was awesome. I would love to see run around on me. Yeah, okay.
You got another one, Evan?
Yeah, we have someone who's been waiting to play Triangle Strategy, but they're kind of in a gaming slump where they're not really looking to play anything. How do you get out of that?
Time.
Play
Touching
something
us.
short. What I do is if I'm burned on games and I can't start a next big project, I beat something real short and tiny. Just be like a 3-hour game, and it like greases the wheels.
Okay, not a bad idea.
Never mind.
Go back to something you remember and play through it.
But never touch grass is bad for you.
But if I do that with a movie, I'm a bad person. Okay.
You are.
Now and
What's the last
forever.
movie you rewatched?
I watched Jurassic Park like 2 days ago.
First one?
How many times have you seen it?
A lot.
Couple.
Seen it a bunch of times.
No, that's over exaggeration. There's no way.
No,
you like,
that's
have the
not
whole
an
movie memorized.
over-exaggeration.
No,
Yeah.
like
Same for me with Jurassic Park. Absolutely, it's my favorite movie of all time.
like I would say original Jurassic Park, Willy Wonka, Chocolate Factory, Batman. Batman Returns I don't watch quite as much because it wasn't as good.
What about Terminator 2?
Terminator, dude, every time that it's like I go on Netflix, I'm like, oh look, let's see what's on here. Oh, Terminator 2 is on here. Great.
Want to watch something to see?
No,
Yeah,
why?
Okay, so when you say you rewatch these, are you is this in the background? You're doing other things? Are you like
No.
falling asleep to it? You're sitting there,
Wait, hold on.
fully dedicated, watching it
Clicks
over and over
right.
again.
You
Video game over and over again?
You
No.
you could play Death Stranding while you're watching all these
You
video
could.
movies again.
No. Why would I torture myself like that?
Because you
But
said
think
it's
about
just
your
delivering
favorite-
packages, right?
Click. Video game you most.
I have to be a competitive shooter one that changes every game. It's not the same. You know what I mean? Like,
But the core mechanics are the same.
yeah, but it's not the same script. It's not the same exact.
It's the same to me. Plus, you play a lot. It looks the same.
Well, I have
You can
been.
smash all the time. It's the same thing for you.
It is the same. That's why I'm playing multiverse.
But then, but you could be like, oh, but the matchups are different. The characters are different. The way people play characters. Like I
There are like 100 characters in Smash Ultimate.
I know. So I don't know.
Well, to me, so I've beaten Final Fantasy VII over 100 times, and a lot of times I do get the same materia and sort of play it, but it's still almost about like ritual of doing it. Something is just so monotonous about rewatching the same movie. I can't do it because it just feels like, oh man, that character, here's where he poops his pants. Oh, I pooped my pants. Oh, there he goes. He pooped his pants. You know, I can't watch movies again.
I
and
could
again.
see. So the only time I'll rewatch a movie with someone who hasn't seen it yet, and it's kind of like you are like almost like kind of like looking over, like see how they react to things. You know what I
But-
mean? Like
Yeah.
that's fun.
A comedy is
So-
different though, because a comedy is the jokes. Now that's I can't enjoy a comedy because when I was 13, Pecker Dupree and I every weekend we would watch Tommy Boy.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it was
Pecker.
it was the funniest shit ever. And like, but we did a lot of crazy shit too.
A lot of weird takes. Listen, the amount of times I've played Spyro, the amount of times I've watched Jurassic Park or other movies, I don't get like one and done. if you love it. Like that to me.
Oh, you really did.
Yeah.
You really did tweet him, Sean. All right.
Yeah.
We'll follow up. We'll follow up on that. Okay.
We have someone looking to try to get a micro SD for their Steam Deck. They're wondering the difference between the Samsung Evo or the Samsung Pro Plus.
I don't know because my Steam Deck still hasn't arrived yet.
Oof.
Did you get your Quake limited run?
Nope.
I'm seeing pictures of that pop up online.
Still waiting for that too.
Did you change? Do you have an account with them so you could change your address?
I did all that stuff. I got a shipping notification that it was going to ship like a couple of weeks. Waiting.
Yeah, it's gone.
What was the question?
Oh, it was just asking the comparison between the Samsung Evo or the Samsung Pro Plus for the Steam Deck.
Just the SD card?
Yeah. Is there one reason to buy one or the other, or is it just like whatever?
I mean, you just get the fastest one you need, but I would also consider just more storage being important over like ridiculous amounts of speed for it.
Yeah.
Did you just whistle Godfather theme, Nate?
I did.
Are you watching The Godfather right now, Nate?
I'm gonna watch it probably tomorrow. I usually watch the part 2 at least once a month.
Well, that's like my grandpa watches Rush Hour all the time. If it comes on TV, he watches it. Doesn't matter what else is on. It could be a baseball game, basketball. He doesn't care. He's watching Rush Hour. He owns the DVD. I bought him the Blu-ray, and he said, "I don't want this." I bought him a Blu-ray player that's still sitting in the box. I'm like, let me set this up. I don't feel like learning anything new. The DVD looks fine. I'm like, the DVD looks like shit. TV. Set up the Blu-ray. Don't worry. Send it back.
I mean, and you're mocking him for something you're telling us you do. Like it's genetic,
I'm just saying
obviously.
that's normal. The Blu-ray player thing isn't normal, but the watching it's comfy, man.
My dad is obsessed with Team America World Police. He watches that fucking
that's a good
puppet movie
movie.
like 10 times a month for the last 20 years.
We got another Discord question, Evan?
Take Two reveal multiple remake in the works. Do you think one of those includes GTA 4?
Nope. Oh gosh. Do we, I don't know if we need
Possibly on Switch.
Nope.
I mean, there were all those rumors about GTA 5 potentially going at one point and never happened. So
yeah, honestly, it's been 5+ years and there's still no GTA on the Switch at this point.
You got
There's 3 of them. Just came out a couple ago.
Talking about more mod ones after the PlayStation 2 era.
Well, there's always possible for GTA 6, right?
No.
I'm a Switch.
not this Switch.
Not
When GTA
this
6
Switch.
is out, it might be on not this generation, the next generation over
It'll be
that.
the Switch 3 by the time
that's
that
right.
game comes out.
Yeah. This is zombie. Nate question: who is better at cheating, RGT and Dr. Mario 64, or Jeff Grubb at Video Game Jeopardy?
I
Well, you
think
see,
Dave's best to answer that.
there are 2 different forms of cheating. Jeff cheated by using a superior form of the buzzer, where he assigned it to his phone. Now, Jeff has played Jeopardy several times now, and he doesn't relay that advantage to the host, which is unfair. Meanwhile, Sean deliberately took advantage of my inability to see color and chose to play Dr. Mario, knowing I can't match colored shapes together to clear the board. So Sean is the better leader for exploiting things that individuals cannot change.
Don't blame me. Blame God.
Jesus Christ.
Daniel saying going through the Gears of War
God.
series for the first time. Although I'm late to the party, I'm glad I finally made it. It's just awesome. What do you guys recommend next on Game Pass? Going through Gears of War mainline games for the first time.
And I do grubby match in Jeopardy in the Tournament of Losers, where I will defeat Dan, and I will find myself in the championship against Mike and Grub. It will happen. The challenge has been issued. I await her.
Octopath Traveler, on the topic of that question. Octopath Traveler is still on Game Pass. I think that game is fucking awesome.
And Quest 11S is good too. But they like Gears of War size. Maybe they'd want something a little more like action oriented. I'm hoping they do like I'm hoping they do like a Fable remaster remake or something just to get the older ones back. But
Somebody
I still like
replied-
Dragon Quest 11S. What's that?
Somebody replied to my tweet to OJ. It said Nintendo Switch Blade.
Okay. Parker says, with the DS getting up there in its years, is there a good items and saves much like the Analog Pocket and other items on the market? Also, I would say try the Halo Infinite campaign for Daniel. See what you think.
MVG make a video on that?
For digitally games and saves much like the Analog Pocket and other items on the market for backing up your DS games and saves.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way to do that through like just modification or soft mod, MVG.
Yeah, you can dump entire your cartridges and everything, even your digital purchases as well, and you can restore them onto another DS if and when you decide to do that.
This is from Demolition Man saying, "Order jersey, 1 week to go."
What did you order?
They did say. We'll keep it on the chat, Demolition Man. If you're still here, let us know who you ordered first.
It's got to be Dreamcast guy with that.
Yeah,
69.
you guys got pick up. You got to pick up the jerseys. Evan worked so hard on
Jerseys
them.
are dead.
Why are you
every podcast has them.
Oh, I'm just prepared in case you guys innately start talking about something else. And
Look, I hate to say this, but covering your eyes won't make us where you can't hear our jerk off stories.
Click had the whole the whole robe going.
Yeah.
Click had the whole robe going at too many games too, though. So
this is also true.
The whole ET setup, like ET was in like the basket on the bike wrapped up. Yeah,
this is true.
She was.
I think she's ready to phone home right now.
I didn't know Ant Dude was there, and I was filming a Multiverses video with Wood on his video, the channel. He's like, yeah, I had too many games, and I was like, oh, I didn't see you, and I was like, I didn't have the blanket on my head, did I? Like, I met you when I was normal, and he's like, what blanket? I'm like, don't worry about it. John knows. Don't worry about it. He calls it, what do you call it? Yoda?
The Yoda.
The Yoda blanket.
Yep. Actually, a hoodie. You got that back to him, right? Yeah, you got back. All right, good. Yum says,
Demolition Man got Misclick's jersey first. Because
there you go. Wow, okay.
Grade 18 jersey.
If anyone's going to too many games, we're the jersey one day. I just want to see it.
Yeah.
See.
We'll sign them.
What we should do, not only should we sign, if you're the jerseys to our panel, maybe we can do a big group photo with everybody wearing Spawncast merch.
That would be so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, MVG and I will be in the front row.
This is Yum says,
never mind.
MVG, I bought a 2DS XL used to restore the system. I noticed I went to the eShop. I saw a lot of games ready for me to re-download. Happened.
You must have had purchases previously if they were available for re-download.
Or the person's account still on there?
Or the person's account still there, so you should just grab it what you can. Especially, I heard on Monday, things stopping on Monday. So.
Oh, for the credit cards. Like, you won't be able to use credit cards anymore. Yeah. So, make that purchase. PlayStation is better, says Shill on YouTube Premium. Because you got cut. No,
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I like to make money. There's a fucking revelation.
PlayStation is better had a follow-up. You guys only complain about streaming because Sony, how shameless. Tell Nate to drop his gamer tag. Need to know if the clown actually plays games. Use the clown. By the way, he didn't type clown. And then followed up, say, don't let Nate duck from my question. John, I have your gamer tag pulled up right now. Tell MVG to unprivate his profile. Nate defending from.
Do you know why I don't? Do you know why I don't unprivate my profile? Because
we don't see the adult games you play.
Well, no, because he works on games.
Well, you also game comfort. If you get a review copy, they can literally say, "Hey, don't tell people you're playing this game."
It's interesting that you say that. Yeah, that is a thing.
That's what. So almost everything I play is way before it comes out. So all my files are always offline and trophies hidden. Then I link my platinums on Twitter all the time, but I'm not allowed to show my trophies.
So it kind of sucks on Steam though, because you can't like make yourself like if you're playing with friends on certain games, you have to appear online for time and then turn it off.
Well, you can set it so that you don't see what games you're playing while you're online.
Yeah.
I don't know. My stuff's all up there. It's appeared in several videos. So if you want, you can go take a look at the Onyx badge on my Halo account. It's on there. It's just hanging out.
It's gone, remember?
Big deal. They did reset it, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's not Onyx anymore. Jeez.
What a faker.
You have to grind it back again.
Wow.
That's gonna probably a whole 3 hours. All right,
Gary,
so,
don't worry.
I'll get to work on it. Thank you.
Someone claimed that I'm offline. That way people don't see my adult games. Look, man, if I platinum Porn Pounder, I'll link it.
You just oddball and come along for the ride.
Camping event.
If it's oddball, we win. I mean,
Yes. Where'd Sean go?
Sean,
Victory. That's
Sean's
where.
out there like Barry Sanders. It's just
Yes.
he's got the skull. We won.
Yeah, like on the other side of the map. What happened?
Just praying to God everyone can win a 3v4.
the last one we played, dude, they had no clue where I went, even though I'm clearly on the radar and there's a fucking thing showing where the ball is.
Well, they were also like trying not to get wiped out as well at the same time. But yeah, you were just gone. We looked around and we're like, what? Where do? Oh, he's all the way on the other side of the map, and it's over. So that was oddball. Just to Sean Gay. And Buried says, if Nintendo announced a slate of new SNES games on Switch and physical Super Nintendo carts developed by OG creatives and indie devs, how would you feel about it? I agree with that.
I'd feel good about it.
Yeah, I'd buy cartridges again if Nintendo produced them. That'd be cool.
Like re-releases?
Yeah, if they just said, hey, you know what? We're going to start getting our old games and we're going to release them on cartridges and they'll work for your right now.
Oh yeah.
Right?
You know what? You know what I would like? A Super Nintendo classic and an NES classic on a fucking cartridge.
Dude,
that would actually be kind of cool if they did that.
Why they do that?
That was that was one of the rumors that didn't come true. But when SNES Classic was about to come out, people were saying like buy it and you get a cart and it has it on Switch.
Kind of like the the NES remix they did on Wii U, just on a cart.
What happened to that? They did like an NES remix on the 3DS. They did one on the Wii U, and they're like, you know what? These are fun. Let's get rid of them.
Well, they have their subscription service. They want you to sign up for it.
But NES chains up.
Yeah, there's a lot of creativity right there. Okay, gotta cut that out. That would be
if
fun,
only
though.
they had merged their handheld and their console studios together. And we could have had something.
That would be fun if they decided to do it. Especially for Super Nintendo. That'd be interesting. Super Nintendo remix.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'd pay $60 for that, hands down.
That'd be interesting. We have more Discord questions over there, Evan?
Yeah, we still got 100. Euden Chronicle 100 Heroes successful. Could it spark some interest in the Suikoden series, where we see it ported or at least show up in the new PlayStation service?
So I'm a little concerned about that game now. Euden Chronicle did not move the needle at all from what I'm seeing from people just didn't really seem to care as much about it when it came out. It's like a prequel to this 100 Heroes game, and it's a little different in terms of how it plays. They showed the thing for like 10 straight on 5.0 Showcase, and people were falling asleep online complaining.
What happened though?
about it,
Because
so.
that game had a bit of hype when it was first shown off, like it was going to be pretty good. So where did it go wrong? I haven't
People
played
want
it yet.
that hero game, but that's what came out. This was developed by a different developer.
Oh, okay.
And the idea was, okay, you're going to make a side-scrolling action RPG style game, and it's going to be a prequel that then leads into this 100 Heroes game. Everyone wants that Suikoden experience.
It's kind of like
and I haven't even installed it.
It's kind of like a reverse Bloodstained.
Yeah.
Where the spin-off game, but the spin-off game was the really good one. Mainline game, like, that was good.
Lemon Star asks, I watched Rich beat Elden Ring. Am I a gamer now?
That's good.
I mean, you could be an ambassador of
Elden Ring and Sean did.
Damn right.
Damn.
Oh man,
drag him.
You gotta get back to that, Sean. You gotta get back to that.
Yeah, I actually tried the other day. I was waiting for something to download on my PS5.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
And
going a different way.
all I play is racing games on. You know what, bitches? Go on GT7, win a fucking weekly race, and then talk. And then I don't want to hear nothing because that's way fucking harder because you've got motherfuckers coming. You could be on your 5th lap. You've spent lots of time, and then some dick shit comes along and just hits you on the back and tap, and then you lose. I have
Sounds
won.
like you're bad at the game.
No.
You have a whole setup though.
They're in a chair
I just
and
have the
they bump you out of
DualSense.
your fucking
Well,
chair.
get your game up
Fair. You need to get like a whole set with the wheel and
if you want to win.
Apparently. Although the person who's probably beating you probably just has a DualSense.
No, dude, there's sharks on there, man.
Oh yeah, they they're running the tape.
If you just breeze through the entire Elden Ring, you can put down a summoning rune with a code, and it'll just pull me into your world, and I'll one-shot the bosses. John and I, we swapped items and stuff. It's the
I have no interest. It doesn't do. Then it's like, what am I doing? I'm not playing the game. I'm not really experiencing it. Something else is doing it for me.
I'm just giving you a little.
So
hand,
hold on a minute.
Across the finish line. It's fine.
You're not playing Elden Ring because it's a bit too difficult with what it's doing for you.
I don't think it's just difficult. It doesn't really hook me. I never complained about the difficulty. I complained about how it feels very clunky versus other action adventure games. Sure. Of action adventure, I like Bayonetta, I like Devil May Cry.
You like the one where you can spam dodge and just go crazy. Yeah.
I have never liked Souls games, and I thought maybe this game, since it's not called Souls, it's called maybe it was different. I bought the game, it was not different. I simply stated that the game is not for me. If you enjoy it, that is awesome, and I am proud of you, and I will congratulate your victories. Game.
If Elden Ring had a dodge that you could reliably spam,
wasn't tied to stamina, stuff like that,
along with a more responsive move set, and Death Stranding had a Ferrari, you would both of them.
No. if Elden Ring had faster gameplay, I think that's my thing. Faster, more responsive, more modern, instead of like every other Souls game, I would have enjoyed it a lot more. Death Stranding.
How do we fix that for you? How do we fix Death Stranding?
Make it Metal Gear Solid. Have David Hayter come in and do the voice. None of this Queefer Sutherland stuff. And then boy.
But it's not Death Stranding with its concept still intact.
Helicopter.
Maybe have there's a plane and you could just load your car onto the plane, does it for you, and then you could do something more interesting in the game.
What if you're just walking through the field and then Metal Gear Rex just drops down in the middle?
I mean, there really wasn't much combat in the game either. You know, when you did have combat, it was
you had to subdue them. You had to tie their legs up with. Yeah, okay, I understand.
Like a normal combat. How am I wrong, Big Boss TV? This is my opinion. My opinion cannot be wrong. It's just how I.
This one.
Put LMAO, so it means he's joking about how bad you are, but you are bad.
Hector says favorite asymmetric multiplayer game on the Wii U.
What?
Devil's Third.
Devil's Third wasn't asymmetrical.
Asymmetric multiplayer game on the Wii U.
It's the only one I can remember that's multiplayer.
Someone said Sean make Stranding more if you delivered weed.
Well, it'd be more interesting. You'd be in more interesting locations and.
Don't you deliver contraband and stuff in that game?
One of the missions is also deliver muscle relaxants, which I think also into.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of stories behind the deliveries that you do.
Pretty sure there's a horse tranquilizer mission as well in there somewhere.
It's called Halo, yeah.
But in Metal Gear, you could in the original one, you could pop a diazem, or it was called pentamine, which is it's like a Xanax to calm down when you were sniping. So much cooler.
I went back to play Metal Gear Solid 2, and they just had me walking back and forth. I didn't get.
What are you talking
walking
about?
here, walking there, Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, and then you could fall off.
That was just a lot of
You
walking.
fall off big shell if you happen to step on some seagle shit.
Yeah, but there's walking everywhere. That happen.
Look at that. Raiden can fall over while walking.
There's tons of stuff to do when you're playing Metal Gear, though.
Sounds an awful lot like Death Stranding to me.
There's combat. Good combat.
Flies are gone.
That's the beauty of it. You can do a run where you only use tranks and non-lethal weapons, or you can be a psycho killer masochist and wipe out.
All I know is I can start it and I should just put the controller down because there's another hour. I could deliver 4 packages of Death Stranding then.
But it's more satisfying to learn. You're talking about, the story of Death Stranding is so good. Play Metal Gear Solid 3. Okay, that's literally one of the greatest stories ever told. It's like the Bible, Metal Gear Solid 3. Let's put them right up there together.
Didn't know you were a religious man. That's crazy.
The greatest book ever, the greatest story ever told.
I saw a thing on Twitter. Someone said oh sweet, time to replay the entire Metal Gear Solid series, and it's just them sitting there with a bunch of popcorn ready to watch the movies.
This is from Melissa saying, "Hi there, here to support OJ. Great stream."
Hi, Melissa.
From Char saying David directing Majora's Mask. Crusher says I got Atari Jaguar release called Dr. Typo Collection. Who knew in 2022 we would get new games plus a game drive for the Jaguar? What a time.
There is a very Jaguar homebrew scene, shockingly.
Wow, really?
Yeah, John Hancock covers all of them. What they do is they port a lot of what's that system?
Amiga.
Yeah, Amiga. Of Amiga games too.
Processors, the CPU is the same.
Oh,
in
interesting.
Both. And there's also JagFest in Germany every year. I was only told about this like recently. It's like an event in pretty easy.
Jaguar's pretty cool, man. I think that system was underrated.
This is from Steve saying anyone go through mental health ordeals and any consider therapeutic and is helping me through stressful times. I hear that a lot about Stardew Valley. That comes up quite a bit when it comes to people just kind of relaxing and
for me it's MMORPGs. I've had a couple very bad breakups, and I had a suicide attempt back in 2009 that I very barely lived through, and something about MMORPGs and having just bars slowly filling up and making people happy with you by doing quests that really like helps me sort of piece my own mind back together.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
I like playing Halo and just ruining people's nights, or making people really happy, like Sean, and carrying him.
Shut up. If it wasn't for Metal Gear Solid 2, I would probably be dead or in jail. Because like that, I played that game.
You said Metal Gear Solid 2?
Yeah, we had.
We were just trashing that. My bad.
I know, you fucking no, I don't care. No, because we had a snowstorm in North Carolina, so I couldn't go out, and I was like bad on drugs. Like I wasn't doing video games, nothing. It was just like skateboarding and drugs. But it was a snowstorm, so I couldn't leave the house. And I found my PS2, and at some point, I had bought a used copy of Metal Gear Solid 2. And I was like, you know what? I never played this. Let me check it out. Like I would play video games, but I wouldn't like actually play them. Like I'd play them for like 10, 15 minutes. And I sat there and played that game, and that shit just blew me away from the storytelling perspective. Like I was just like, holy fuck, what is this? This is not what because really up in N64 was kind of a cutoff point for me. And like I had a PlayStation 2, but I didn't really play it much. So I had a Dreamcast too. So the Dreamcast
you did a video. You did a video.
Yeah,
on that,
it was
right?
a video
like,
a long time ago.
At Metal Gear Solid, it's like Metal Gear Solid Saved My Life or something. I think that's what the video did. Yeah.
MGS2.
MGS2.
The first
Keep it around like
and then Spyro, those two.
Borderlands for Jordan. Okay.
Yeah. 2009 when that game came out, not a good year, and that game kind of helped me out. And then Spyro's just my comfort game. So.
Originals, right? Originals.
What are you saying, Click?
Oh, I was gonna ask you, like,
are you just eating peanut butter?
I'm eating pickled vegetables. Would you say that because like you have listen,
peanut butter normal.
me and pickled things, it's a very complicated story. Would you say that because you had that experience with Metal Gear Solid 2, that kind of affects like the way you wanted to perceive Death Stranding?
It could be because like with Metal Gear Solid 2, as like when I finished that game, I was like, holy shit, I need to fucking play the other ones, because I had played the me and Pecker Dupree, he had a PS1 and we played Metal Gear Solid 1 there, but I didn't really play it much. It was mostly me watching him play it. And I remember somehow I did like really good on a report card or something, and I had some extra money, and I was like, yo Dad, you know, can you go halfsies on a GameCube with me so I could get this Metal Gear Solid game for it? And he was like, yeah, that's cool. And we ended up picking up WWE Day of Reckoning too, because he wanted to check out a wrestling game. Yeah. And so I played Twin Snakes, and then it was like I'm on eBay like looking for Metal Gear stuff. When Metal Gear Solid 3 came out, we had to drive 45 minutes away to a midnight launch because our little stinky town didn't have a GameStop. And like it was like me, two of my friends, and their girlfriends, and they were all like high as shit. But I used it to my advantage because we were at a GameStop really far away, and we're all just like waiting in line. And my boy's just like nodding off in there. I'm like, yo, you see that poster on the wall? Yeah, it was Solid 3 promo poster. I was like, when I get my game, you're gonna gank that shit and run out to the car and we're gonna get the fuck out. He's like, okay. And so he ripped it off the wall. We ran to my car. We drove the fuck out of there. We went back to my house to start playing it. And like these motherfuckers just kept talking. And I'm like, yo, if y'all don't shut the fuck up, I'm And I ended up kicking them out because they wouldn't up. And I was like, y'all can come back over tomorrow or something. I need to focus on this. So yes, probably.
I think Sean's life is like a combination of like, dude, where's my car? Half baked, like every single fucking movie that you can think of, 2000s or something.
Oh
like that.
man, we have Jennifer here with a little sticker. Thank you, Jennifer. PT says, "Is Bayonetta 3 coming out this year?" I believe it is. I think it is now. I still think October is a good time for it. Remaster says, "Who returns first, Sly Cooper or Jak and Daxter?"
Dear God.
If I have to pick one of them, Sly Cooper. If I have to pick one.
Ratchet.
Yeah. Ratchet. Truly says, "Will Nintendo make another mini retro console?" It'd have to be the N64, wouldn't it? Oh, I guess it could be the Game Boy.
Nobody wants that.
Nah, I think
yeah. Ahmed says, "Keep up the good work." Reese says, that OJ intro had me dying." Slipcover says, "I'm probably late on this, but do you think the PS Premium, do you think they will have some of the PS2 games on PS5, like Escape 2, which has glitched graphics?" That's kind of the hope. I'd like to think they would, but we'll see. I like to think with the money coming in, they feel the need to pay attention to extension of PS Plus. They never updated the PS3 list of games, I remember, with PS Plus or PS Now. So
some of those games in general just run better being installed on a hard drive anyway. Some of those error experienced playing it off a disc may run better anyways.
D'Angelo says, "FUPS, it sucks. I should know. I worked there for 5 years." Also, MVG, how accessible is Unreal Engine 5? I'm trying the best engine for MVG.
I would give it a try. I mean, there's tutorials, there's guides. I would download it and give it a try. If you find it's too complicated, maybe switch to Unity. And if you think that's too complicated, then maybe try out Game Maker, which would be good for a 2D RPG style game.
Joel says, "Celtics are cursed."
I don't know. I don't know the game.
It's close. It's like 4 or 5 points now, right? Sicilian says, "I just want to thank John, aka the Grand Wizard, for another amazing, stream." This is from Jonathan. Says, "Miss Click is promoting Dollar Shave Club."
That's when we're talking about the beards.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. That's
Oh,
right.
true.
Monado Mario says, "Mainstream media only cares about Japan BG sales when Xbox or PlayStation doing well, it seems." I think they're just so used to the Switch. Just it's not news when the Switch tops the charts. It's more like, yeah, it's gonna reach 25 million soon. So about right.
No, because it's like, I think I realized how many people weren't aware of like sales in Japan, especially when Splatoon 3 stuff started coming out. People were like, "Why is this Splatoon like Japan stuff blowing up on Twitter so bad?" And they're like, "Holy crap, this game is that big." It's like I feel like people don't really even pay attention to what games are real popular over there.
Yeah, it's the Switch does very, very well over there. So I mean, for a while there when it was first going, it was like, because now it's just expected. It'd be weird if the Switch did top the sales charts, is what it is now. It's like expected. And this is Georgie GX had and 360 had play Japanese exclusives at this point in their lifetime. Xbox would get more sales if they fund Japanese exclusives,
or they funded AAA Nights.
Joel, video game version of Hiroki Araki.
I've heard that name, but I don't know who that is. I think it's a director, an old
Bat
director.
says, "Super chatting to say MVG is cool. And I love the Turok frame."
Come on, stop donating MVG.
Nicholas says OJ's favorite game is Killer Instinct.
Not this OJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I get it. That's fun.
I'm the juice. Killer Instinct.
I will be Steven says, "I'll be a married man tomorrow. Thanks for an awesome pod." Nate, is there any new rumor updates on the Castlevania from Konami? Congratulations, Steven. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
No new update on the Castlevania. There is a Castlevania in development at Konami. The last I heard is that the game a bit in development, but they're making progress. So I guess you could say in development hell of some sort. But considering that it's not officially announced, I don't know if development hell is really the proper term for it. But yes, Konami is brand new Castlevania. When we hear it officially is to be determined.
Don't be scared of a 2D Castlevania, Konami. Don't be scared of it.
Hell yeah.
Embrace it. High quality. Look for that full price. Just do it. Go for it.
Outsort.
Good 2D Castlevania game. We're ready for it. This is Cristobal says, "Where's my Ridge Racer on PS Plus Premium? I remember after PS1 load, remove disc, and put in my Street Jams music CD. Race Harmony."
Ridge
Max.
Racer.
Oh, that's not what Max calls it.
Ridge Rapist? What? Oh, Ridge Rapist. That's right.
Shoka says, "Amber, why don't you look at me, Johnny?" He's Johnny flirts with hot lawyers. That's something with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I have not followed any of that really. Although all I know is that she assaulted Sean Switch. That's all I know at this point.
Assaulted.
And like cheats are cheap, but it's like it was a malicious poop, you know?
She sprayed that doo-doo butter.
Cristobal said that one. P2 has made it in time. I finished Sword HD last week. I really enjoyed it. Now playing Sifu. The music in this game is just awesome. It's a good game overall.
Yay.
I platinumed it last week. It felt great.
Nice. Christian says, Tech Shadow RTX 60. Is that good? The fact that you found it is good.
3060 is a decent card.
Hard to find any of those. Well,
I don't know that brand,
A little
though.
easier. A little easier. I think AMD, those are almost straight up MSRP, I think. Now. So, Nintendo's Academy says, you guys should do a Brady Bunch bit as an intro for a future Spawncast. Sorry about the wax in your eyes, Sean. You should not try to wax your eyes.
Oh, yeah, I got a quick detailer in my eye today. Say,
Okay.
It's great. It's an awesome day.
Daniel says, do you guys think Magical Star Sign is worth a physical? Yes.
Yeah, that depends how much it
How much
is.
that one going for? Magical
That
Star
was
Sign.
That was a cool little game.
Might look in that in a second. Let me see. I am says, currently collecting physical PS2 games again with all this subscription talk lately. What are some must titles? I mean,
Bouncer.
I would go back and play the Bouncer. I haven't played it in a while. I might check it out again.
You know what's a sort of under the radar game?
What's that?
Kengo, I believe it's pronounced. It's a martial arts Japanese samurai style game, but it's really good and it's really cheap.
I'm going to recommend Shadow Hearts.
Final Fantasy 12. I think a lot of people are slowly coming around on it. Final Fantasy 12 is really good.
Magical
Ground.
Haunted. Interesting. That one exploded in price.
Yeah, dude.
Dude,
You
I
gotta be
remember in my mind, had that in the store. This was back like 2011. It was a long time ago. I remember I looked right at that price tag. It was like $30. Now it's like crazy. So
Magical Star Sign is going for mid 30s.
Okay, that's not too bad. I thought we were talking like Dragon Ball Z Attack of the Saiyans like territory.
Dude, there's some when I moved, I sold older DS games that like valuable. I got stupid money for those things.
Dude, like Attack of the Saiyans keeps going up. I think that's over $100 now for it. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on out there.
I had to keep like some of the vendors, but like the ARPs, I got rid of a lot of the art. I had like Terracia, which was like a really obscure dungeon crawler sort of game that was like a horror themed dungeon crawler. It was worth good money.
Wii game on PS2.
Stranglehold.
No, that was
PS3. That's a hard match.
Oh no. Yeah, I know what you're
talking about. Oh, I know what you're talking about. There's also Bruce Lee, which was interesting, but Jet Li. Rise to Honor.
Rise to Honor.
Rise to Honor. Yeah.
Or Jackie Chan.
Here it is. Rise to Honor
on the PS1.
Rise to Honor. IGN gave it a 5.8 out of 10.
And I'll tell.
You reviewed it. You reviewed it. I gotta say. Does it say? Oh, it doesn't say. It just says me. Oh, wait, hold on. Ed Lewis.
That's Ed the Strangler Lewis.
2004. Wow, man. There's a Bruce Lee game that I remember seeing on G4 back in the day where they showed just gameplay for different blocks of time.
Bruce Lee, a true story? That one?
It was on the Xbox. I'm sorry.
Do you mean you mean
Dragon? Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a true story. That was Super Nintendo. My bad.
Yeah. Quest of the Dragon. You get like coins and it's like a mini RPG thing. It's weird. You like buy moves and stuff. Go on. Let me go. Oh, but we have Discord left.
Still got about 4 left. Yeah.
we'll go through those now and then finish up with there's like 2 Streamlab questions here as we do our outros.
We got a guy that bought Monster Hunter Rise. He's having time getting hooked, and he's asking if there's early game tips. He believes the game is great. He's just not really getting into the start.
Weapon. Choose a weapon that you really like. Like if you're not vibing with a certain weapon, switch to something else.
The dual blades really clicked me. That's what I
did. There's a lot of speed-based weapons. The lance was great. If you maximize some of your shielding things, you can just take some of the biggest hits and not even move. It's great.
I like the faster weapons in general. A bit more leniency to kind of get out of the way. Whereas if you like one of those great swords and you miss, and you're just kind of stuck there for a minute, you'll get punished.
Twin blades, yeah, they're by far my favorite.
Yeah, definitely.
I know we touched on this a bit earlier from another question. Just many articles saying NFTs are dying. Does it feel like NFTs are having a slow start and will be mainstream in the future with other companies and individuals starting on it suddenly?
They'll just use them and not tell anyone they're using them, and then it'll just be worked in slowly over time. Square is still so stuck on this whole thing. I don't get it.
Well, it's the concept of big business taking forever to get on anything. Getting the most out of it were single people who quickly threw something together and threw it on the internet, and that was it.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah, needs utility like that.
Somebody scanned a bunch of wallets and found out that like sent all the people that own NFT, 30% of them are owned by just like a tiny group of people. So a lot of people are like, okay, this is definitely a racket. It's a bunch of rich dudes that are trying to make a couple million extra dollars off a bunch of suckers.
You need the value to completely, and then let actual like corporations and businesses have utility for them at that point, where it's not $100,000 for a picture.
I feel this is a good time to announce the official RG coin and NF whole things in one.
50/50 coin?
The 50/50 coin.
50 coin.
And Liam says, does the Nintendo Summer Direct get announced a couple of weeks in advance like E3 or a day or two in advance like a regular Direct? I feel like they do it at least a week in advance, right?
I would say a week.
I'd say they do it the week of. They just say, all right, we're having one. Here we go.
Because last year
E3 is not a thing anymore, you know.
They announced it like 2 weeks in advance.
But Jeffrey is putting it on the Summer Games Fest, so he needs to know.
Okay. Mr. Stud Muffin says, Stranger of Paradise is a good game. Thank you.
Are you Muffin? You're wrong.
Mr. Stud Muffin then says, OJ, all your Xenoblade 3 videos has me super pumped for the game. Is the deluxe edition coming to the US?
Yes, it is. It's just going to come in September.
It's going to explode online, and then it'll be gone, and then it'll be hundreds of dollars on eBay. So that'll be exciting when that happens. Here's hoping it
$500 for a new copy of the Xenoblade 2.
That's crazy, man.
That's unheard of for a game that new.
Wow. Oh, for the collector's edition?
Yeah, for Xenoblade 2 collector's edition, it's $500 new.
Yeah.
Do I have that?
Maybe.
Really, you can probably get $500 for it even used.
Oh, but you know what? Somebody, it was back when I had a P.O. box. I believe Steve sent that to me.
Oh, okay.
Get rid of it then. What about the Chronicles X?
That's new. Like you can probably get like 200 something for it. Loose copy, 100 something.
Evan, you want to finish up with the Discord questions?
Yep, 2 more. Zune or
iPod.
Zune.
Zune's a cooler name.
All right.
They didn't have a Halo Zune. Go on.
Yeah, they did. And then any comments on Jim Ryan's tone deaf email?
Cringe.
No comment.
Cringe. Women deserve rights, but our dogs are great. I sure should buy a dog. I wish I had a dog. What a weird ass email.
It was definitely a strange email.
That's it.
Okay, let me go around here. MVG, thanks for putting together the quick setup so you could join us. Where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Twitter at ModernVintageG and YouTube at ModVintageGamer. The videos are a little all over the place for a while. If there's anything interesting this week, I'll cover it. That's about it. Thanks for having me.
What about Sean? RGT.
I mean, RGT85 or RGT Live and Extras, where I don't go live often, ever. But there are lots of extras on there. So go check that out. Yep.
Yeah, you can find me right here on YouTube, Player Essence. Appreciate everybody who's been coming through. Spawncast pre-show was awesome, so we have that every Saturday. I got some pretty cool RPG news and videos that I've been, and I'm also planning a personal invitational for Multiverses.
Oh,
so if you guys want to watch that on Monday, we'll be playing against other pro players, so that should be fun.
Interesting. Okay. What about Miss Click?
Find me here on YouTube as Miss Gaming, or you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/missclick_live. We do a bunch of Let's Plays and all that good stuff. And me.
Jordan Fringe. Jordan Fringe.
You can find me on my YouTube channel, Jordan Fringe, making content every week. So go check it out.
And we got Max, Dreamcast guy.
YouTube.com/Dreamcast guy. I just want to say quick, reviews are always popping off. It's been a slow news week, but the channel is still just growing and growing and growing, and it's because of all the love on the reviews. Thank you everyone who leaves the likes and comment reviews.
And we got Nate.
Yes, they can find me on YouTube at Nate the Hate and on Twitter at Nate the Hate, followed by the number 2. As for content on the channel, we'll figure something out. As MVG said, he's in the middle of the move. Things are a little shaquad, but once things settle down, we will return.
Okay.
I think you need to bring back direct feed games. I get 1080 60 frame per second gameplay uploads.
I mean, if it's from the Switch, it's not always 60.
1080p and 60 frames per
What
second.
about 4K, 120 frame gameplay?
Something I don't see nothing on more.
What do you want from me? I would do some Switch soccer, but all you lame asses don't play.
Because
John
John
play the Halo
You
game.
don't
You
even
bitch
answer
about
my
it.
DMs. I sent
play Halo.
Let's just get on Halo.
See,
No one wants
plays
to get
Switch
on Halo.
soccer.
I'll
Then,
play. You don't answer DMs. I sent you a DM. You didn't answer me
Yeah,
back.
I was at work and I saw it and I was like,
What's up with
We
that?
got the
okay.
we got the road to Onyx again. Okay. All right, road to Onyx.
Onyx.
You're just saying that because
a
they
terrible
I'm on the
Pokemon.
road to getting an A rank in Switch soccer.
I did that in like 3 hours.
You didn't A rank in Switch soccer. You ain't
we
even
still
at an
alive?
E rank. You're
Evan,
not even
where-
ranked.
What about Evan? Where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Kimbrick's Project. Usually, if I'm going live on
This is
Twitch,
bullshit.
I'll post. We're going to be doing a lot of ands this week since I've been tinkering around with stuff. And I'm really liking the results, so that should be fun.
Awesome. Make sure you check out the jerseys down below too. They're in the description. Evan spent a lot of time on them. They came out awesome. We'll be using them for some games coming up. I know we have like Mario Strikers and stuff coming up, so it should be
Oh
fun.
yeah, Mario Strikers.
Hey, the real soccer game.
Just playing multiverses with me. Some of you guys have to play.
I've been playing. I'll whip your ass.
Everyone for watching. We'll see you guys next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Think for yourself, question authority.
Thank you, Captain.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast episode 267. MVG will be back with us hopefully next. next week. Of course, he's not here when there's Silent Hill stuff happening. I don't know, Nate. What do you think about that? You think he's ducking you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. He moved his house completely because he saw the Silent Hill leaks. He was like,
Yeah.
he's like, gotta go.
Stop, I need to
The fog of truth started to creep in, and he was like, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And he did.
We got Nate here with us. Good to have him here. We got, RGT85 is here with us tonight.
I am
with
here.
a broken cam. It's
Whoa,
broken.
in the form of
we get
XSplit.
royalties for this VCam. What is this? XSplit.
Hold on. It's a thing. It's a software I use. It takes a second.
Oh my god.
To update as well.
The King of Kings.
How are we doing there, Sean?
Couldn't
I'm
even
doing
buy
fabulous.
earbuds to prevent what you were
Yeah?
doing right now.
I have my Raycon earbuds, but they're upstairs. I'm not wearing this the whole show anyways. I have my hat over here.
What's going on over there, Sean?
Just enjoying the fruits of my labor.
This is
That's
a Metroid.
This is Metroid
This
stuff,
is
man.
Metro, you fucker.
This is for the
Not even
Metroid
right.
Dread.
That's the he's not even
Tails.
right. That's the funniest thing.
Oh, we'll get to that.
My attorney will handle this.
I will Paul Heyman this for you.
So we've already mentioned two of the topics tonight. We got the Metroid Dread sales along with the Switch info. We'll go over that. PlayStation had some sales too, which are kind of interesting just based on what they're facing right now in the first couple of years of the PS5. Got the Silent Hill leaks, which MVG is not present for that.
Dodging.
Conveniently. And we also have the big delays to talk about, this being for Xbox Starfield and Redfall, which
But we don't have an Xbox expert in here, so we better just fucking
almost
skip the
like there
topic.
were some concerns that were so obvious that if we saw them. But
Xbox got no games.
We'll get to those. We did have one thing that's kind of cool. Evan finished up the jerseys for the Spawncast. I don't know if he has a picture or anything he wants to put up. Otherwise,
It's up right now, yeah.
Oh, awesome. So there's different jerseys for different members of the cast.
Yep.
There are ones for myself. We have them for OJ, Nate, MVG. They all have different numbers. It's actually pretty cool. I would check them out. They're down below linked. Actually, is the format correct? I have to make sure if it's not, I can fix that. Because I'm looking at in like the editing panel, it looks kind of weird here.
Yeah, it might be weird. Let
looks
me
a little
just link. I'm gonna link you guys to the shop in chat. Here you guys go.
I will try to space these out a bit so you can find them easily in the chat. But we're going to be using them for some of the games and stuff coming up that we'll do videos on. But they're down below. Make sure you check them out. They're not really, really cool, Evan. So.
Well, shirt 69 Dreamcast guy is the best one.
I saw that and I was dying laughing. I was like, I knew it. I knew it was gonna be that too. That was the funny thing.
I think I spaced them out a bit better now in the formatting. If you need to refresh the page to double check, you can.
And just as a heads up, these are permanent as far as I'm concerned on the shops. They don't feel pressured like the special edition shirts and stuff.
Yes, these will basically just be staying up indefinitely because we'll be using them definitely for Mario Strikers next month. We'll be wearing those there, but maybe just for games we do on the
Splatoon
on the channels and stuff. Yeah,
dude, Splatoon.
Basically, whenever we do those kind of games and the videos, we'll pop the jerseys on and use them because that'll be fun.
I want to wear when we're all going to too many games next month. I want to bust them out so we can all walk up and we can look like a team.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let me go over here. We got Max Dreamcast guy. How we doing?
Dude, I can't wait till we talk about Silent Hill. I'm losing my freaking mind, but very happy to be here.
We got OJ holding up the pre-stream for this podcast.
Everything was great till everything crashed. I don't know. I think maybe because of all of my Xbox One.
Those aren't real.
Apparently, I mean, I was told that I've never bought anything past the 360 era, and they're right here on my shelf. I have a lot, so maybe that crashed the pre-stream. I'm not sure. This is just some of them, just to let you guys know. You know, I mean, they're there. You can. They're there. You know, but. Shout outs to the guy that told me that I haven't bought shit since the 360 era. I appreciate you, man. For real.
We got Jordan Fringe.
How's it going? Glad to be
How we
here.
doing there, Jordan?
Not too.
Good to have you here. And then we got Evan.
Yep.
Evan is here. We'll have back next week as well, along with MVG and everything. But like I said, we do have quite a few things to go over tonight. I think we're going to start, though, with a Discord question, Evan, if you want to hit us with one of those.
We got one for RGT. He's got his crown. So what is Jima's greatest meal ever?
Her pizza, easily, because like it's the most requested thing. Like my uncle's having a what's the holiday? Is it Memorial Day that's coming up or Labor Day?
Yeah, Memorial Day.
Memorial Day. My uncle always has like some stupid party with like 100 people and like a live band, and he has my grandma make like 20 pizzas for it because like
wow,
high in demand. Yeah.
She makes them from like scratch and everything, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, good stuff. Good stuff.
Mail me a slice. Just mail me a piece of that cheddar.
That's awesome. That takes a lot of preparation. You gotta leave like the dough out and everything. I do a lot for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It takes
good
her a
stuff.
while.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Let's we'll start with the obvious, the big news, which unfortunately the big news now is the games are getting delayed again. But these are a bit interesting, one in particular, but Bethesda did announce over on Twitter that both Redfall and Starfield will not be coming out this year. Previously, they were announced for 2022, with Starfield actually having a release date of November 11th, 2022. They say the teams at Arcane Austin and Bethesda Game Studios have incredible ambitions for their games, want to ensure that you receive the best, most polished versions of them. They also say that they can't wait to share their first deep dive into the gameplay for both Redfall and Starfield soon, which most of us are assuming we're going to see in here at their Xbox Showcase June. So we did have some concerns about Microsoft's 2022 a couple of weeks ago on the podcast, and once you know it, very timely episode, as now both of their big titles for 2022 are pushed out to next year, which actually leaves kind of an empty year for Microsoft all the way around if you look at it.
I'm shocked about this. I'll be honest. I know a lot of people online were saying, "Oh, I saw this coming." Starfield, because I looked at all the Starfield leaks. It seemed like Starfield was ready to go. I'm shocked.
No, I think we for a little while now, a few months, a lot of us have said, "Hey, Starfield's dated. It's probably coming out this year." Why would they date it last year if they didn't think they were going to make that release date? So, I mean, I was surprised about that one. Redfall. We didn't have a release date. We hadn't seen much about it. That one I wouldn't have been shocked about. They said summer, and it gets pushed next year. That was the big thing. I remember we were talking about it 2 weeks ago. People were saying, well, Redfall and Starfield are both coming out this year, and well, not anymore. So it's kind of in that situation. Who was anyone shocked about Starfield getting delayed out of its November 11th release?
We hadn't seen any gameplay from it. They had a release date before there was actual real gameplay, even in their developer roundtables and stuff like that, you know? So for me, I'm not shocked, but I'm just kind of more disappointed, more so than like just disappointed in like the direction. And that's like, we had some criticism for them because it's like, you know, people talk about Game Pass, but wasn't one of the big things marketing with Game Pass was you could party games day and day. But yes, there's no first party games and for the whole one. So if
I won't lick you your medal. Don't you peck my nipples, birds. Don't you peck my nipples. Karma's a bitch, isn't it, Frost? Isn't it?
Skip it up and that up.
Hey everybody, your favorite man with an ass is now on Cameo. You could get your own personalized video message sent directly from me to you. Link to my Cameo below in the description. I look forward to seeing you there. So just a few days ago, I talked about how the resurrected G4, which I think everyone thought was dead on arrival from the beginning, had major layoffs. 20 to 30 people were let go. And one of the most infamous people there, infamous, not famous, Frost or Indiana Black, wasn't laid off initially. She was the person who did the infamous, can I stop saying that word? No, I can't, because everything with her is infamous, sexism in gaming rant on G4 TV. Just, here's 10 seconds of it. Take a look.
Women do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb did not nice on the eyes for you.
Needless to say, it was a stupid rant. You know the whole story. Morgan Webb and Olivia Munn were not on G4 to be easy on the eyes for you. If you want to go see my whole video on the situation in detail that explains everything that pretty much went down. I have a video called G4 TV is Dead. Link below in the description. It's a fun video. You really should go check it out. Well, needless to say, after there was massive layoffs at G4 TV, you would think that a normal person would show empathy and maybe post a tweet or either say nothing or post a tweet saying, I'm going to miss working with my colleagues. I'm sorry to see them go. I wish them the best. Whatever. Word it whatever way you want to. You think that would be the gracious thing to do. But instead of showing empathy for the people that were laid off at the company that she worked at, she said this instead on Twitter. Literally. It's still up, too. I'm actually shocked that she didn't take down the tweet. Let's play some games, yo! I survived. Meaning that she still has a job. The irony of her saying that just only a few days ago. Well, guess what? That didn't last long. Now she's unemployed. Frosk has been laid off from G4 TV. This comes from Kotaku. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. After a week of big layoffs rock the network, Kotaku has learned that X-Play host Indiana Froskerin Black is no longer working with G4. Comcast, G4's parent company, bought out the remainder of her contract. To two sources from the business, the news was announced internally by the head of the network in a town hall meeting on Tuesday morning. And Frosk wrote this on Twitter. It's funny how she now seems very humble and empathetic that she's no longer employed. Thank you so much to G4 TV and the talented X-Play and esports departments. Love working with you guys. Gonna miss especially Gex. So first off, let's just get Frosk out of the way. How can you be so tone deaf? You had people that lost, you had friends that lost their jobs, and the first thing you post is a meme like you're a 17-year-old kid who survived layoffs at like working at McDonald's. Like that's what you do? Like people, there's people that need to feed their families that work there. I mean, I don't know how you could have worked at G4 TV, the resurrected G4 TV, and think that would have lasted for more than like a year, but they did, and they expected to keep making a living, and you put out a meme saying, hey, I'm still employed, sucks for you guys. You know, weren't you the same person who wanted to see sexism go away in gaming, and you were worried about other people? But when it really comes down to it, what that tweet showed, and that's where everyone got on your ass about it, is that you only care about yourself. And then there's the irony just a few days later, after you say, I survived, that you're no longer working there. But I said this before, and I'll say it again. Frost, her stupid ass rant wouldn't have taken down G4 if they had good content. They didn't have good content. It's the same thing I've said in the 8 billion other videos I made on this network, is that it's content from a different era. It's pre-YouTube content where you didn't have as many choices if you wanted to see gaming and technology news or gaming and technology reviews. So that's why G4 was very prominent. You didn't have a billion other options like you do now because of YouTube and Twitch and other platforms. And when it comes down to it, when you looked at G4 TV, the resurrected G4 TVs, or rebooted, I should say, their current breadth of content, it's just average, cohesive reviews. There's no magic to it. There's no energy to it. It's just, okay, yeah, it's produced and edited just fine, but you need more than that in 2022. You got to remember, anybody with even a mid-range smartphone and a cheap lighting kit can make amazing content. So these big networks have a lot of competition that they don't.
We exist to.
It's so wild. Okay, so I gotta be honest here, okay? Like 100%. I don't even think you have to say this. Like I said in the beginning, anybody, okay, anybody that's involved in a cover-up of like sexual assault should be removed from the platform, should be investigated and then removed from the platform, and there should be some police investigation on it, okay? Can we all agree on that? Can we all agree that anybody that's involved with covering up any form of assault, like, first off, not just that, but also it's like, if you know somebody has covered up assault, why would you ever speak to that person again? Like, I'm sorry, if I knew somebody who did that kind of shit, I would never ever speak to them ever again. I'd report it. I'd never speak to that person. I would report it myself, never would speak it, be done with it, okay? I feel like, in my opinion, if you cover up something as dastardly and destructive as that, something as just awful like that, you're just as complicit, okay? You might
is amazing. The dialogue is amazing.
Like machines, living creatures can reproduce.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying that there will be more monsters? Who's our superior officer?
Are they still running up? Come on.
Sergeant, you are okay. I'm going to the surface. Open the blast door.
No way. It's likely that there are monsters on the other side.
I see. But this is the only route. We have to exterminate.
Amazing voice acting.
Open the blast door.
Yes, sir.
There seem to be more enemies. There are more than I thought.
There are way too many. Nothing to fear. Exterminate them all.
Die, you monster! Die! Die! Calm down. Keep it together.
Can't take it anymore.
Never in my wildest dreams would I thought of it.
I love the grunts are ridiculous. The grunting is the best. Yeah, I am excited for it too. Modern Warfare 2. Now, is that Tickle Television video on his main channel?
What should I do? Don't be discouraged. Reload.
The exit is not far. We'll be fine once we get back to the surface.
I've always wanted to be a soldier. Now my dream comes true.
What? I always wanted to be soldier. Now my dream comes. Oh my god, this game is so ridiculous.
We'll be safe once we are on the surface. Now, move it.
Have you ever wondered why this would be civilian? That was quite impressive.
After we get out,
I think that's what they're going for, Prime Media. Ass engaged. That running mechanic. It's not even at any angle. It doesn't look even remotely realistic. You're a bird with breasts. Yes, you can. I have to move this cock though. Birds and men. I want to get out. Put my shirt back on. Big Mike is going wonderful. It's going wonderful, Big Mike. Let's play. Let's do an older game at 60. It was the big sick, but we had the mild version. Now my girlfriend and I require more nipples. Well, guess I'm playing Far Cry 3 shirtless. What was the shirt on for like 3 seconds? Let's see here. Actually, let's play some Doom Eternal. Let's do some. Yeah. Did I download Metro Exodus?
With DirecTV, I can get.
When it comes to the Nintendo Switch, I think we can all agree upon one thing. The technology that within the system, showing its age. It wasn't exactly the most robust thing when it hit the market with the Tegra X1 chip, which is already outdated in some people's minds. And of course, the fact that we haven't gotten any sort of revision on the system definitely leads people to believe that, yes, indeed, there will be another Nintendo Switch system. I mean, let's be realistic. Even at the bare minimum, Nintendo's not going to ride this system out for 10, 20 years. There's going to be another system. There's going to be another system that Nintendo is working on. It's just easy to call something like the Switch Pro or the Switch 2 or whatever. It's an easy buzzword to get, but I understand why people are sick and tired of Switch Pro rumors and Switch Pro information, because it's tiring to talk about. You know, obviously when the Switch OLED was becoming a thing and that was what we thought was going to be the Pro, Mochizuki was saying it was the Pro, that it was going to have 4K output and all this stuff. We ended up getting an OLED screen on our standard Nintendo Switch. Now, there is hardware within the dock that hasn't even been utilized that'll allow for firmware updates. There's a lot of different rabbit holes you can go down with this, and I feel like we've been down all these rabbit holes. So I only talk about, you know, Nintendo Switch revision stuff, the next Nintendo Switch system, when there's actually some more concrete stuff to go on here. And a lot of people are talking about this story. I want to get my piece of the pie because I'm sure videos are going to start popping up all over the YouTubes saying that the new system is confirmed and this is indeed what it's going to use. I'm not going to say that. Is there a chance that this is a correlation with a new Nintendo Switch system? 100% there's a chance. But if that chance is realized or not, I'm not here to say, because I don't think you can make a definitive case. It's just something exploring. It's just take the information and do with it as you will. But like I said at the start of this video, we can all agree that the Nintendo Switch is not going to be the last system that Nintendo ever makes. There will be a successor. There will be another system on the marketplace. Most of us anticipate that this is going to stick with Nvidia because Nintendo does indeed have a deal in place with Nvidia, and I'm sure both Nvidia and Nintendo have been very happy with the success of the Nintendo Switch. Well, here's where things get interesting, because Nvidia had their whole little meeting today talking about their new 4080 computer technology stuff and DLSS 3, all this madness that, I mean, it's PC gaming stuff. I'm not a big PC gamer. The only time I play PC games, honestly, is when a developer sends me a code for a game to review the game. And if I'm interested enough in the game, or if it's a sponsored video or something like that, I'll definitely take time out of my day to play the game on the computer. My console of choice, my platform of choice is a console. It'll always be a console. That's just the way it is. But shout outs to the PC gamers out there. You know, shout outs to you guys. You're in the trenches. You're doing lots of cool stuff that I wish my consoles could do. Maybe one day I'll come around to it. But like I said, Nvidia had their whole big presentation today. But what a lot of people are taking away from this presentation is some information. Now, you can correlate this information to potential rumors and leaks that we've gotten previously, and that's where things get kind of interesting. So this information is coming to us from Gaming Leaks and Rumors Reddit. Follow me in the blue, put up a nice little write-up about this. So to make things easy for myself, we're just going to go with this. An NVIDIA employee Tegra 239 chip, which has been rumored since 2021 as being developed for the next generation Nintendo Switch. His comment, which can be accessed at linux.org, and states, adding support for Tegra 239 system on a chip, which is what the Tegra X1 is, which has 8 cores in a single cluster. Also moving number clusters to SoC data to avoid over allocating memory for 4 clusters always. You can see here, there's a whole thing in here. It's like an email or something going on with this, and you know, that's cool. Like there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of revisions that have been done recently with this email. This means absolutely nothing to me. Obviously, the whole main thing that people are taking away with this is the Tegra 239 system on a chip. Now, you could sit there and say, well, what the hell does that have to do with the Nintendo Switch? You know, the Nintendo Switch has a Tegra X1 chip in it. This is a completely different chip that we're talking about with us. Well, that's where things get kind of weird and murky, because you might remember Nvidia faced a massive leak, a massive leak, a massive data breach, where all of their stuff just kind of got put out there on the internet. There was literally games that hadn't been announced yet, games that nobody knew about that were talked about within this leak. And pretty much every single thing that was in that leak has indeed come true. It's come to fruition. The games have been announced. The games have been revealed. Hell, in some cases, the games themselves have come out. So when we're talking about that original Nvidia leak,
a lot of people put stock into it as like, yo, whatever's talked about in this eventually going to happen, because the record is pretty much incapable with this. And reading further, we could see that that's where things get really interesting. The incident further corroborates reliable NVIDIA leaker Kopite7Kimi's assertion that NVIDIA will use a modified version of its T34 Orin chip for the next generation Nintendo Switch. As of this leak, we know the following details about the next Nintendo Switch console. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily true. Okay, this is for the information here, and we'll discuss it and talk about it. T239 system on a chip, info from the above leak. 8-core CPU, likely to be an ARM Cortex A78C or A78, and firm from the above leak. Ampere-based GPU that may incorporate some Lovelace features. The second generation Nintendo Switch graphics API represents DLSS 2.2 and ray tracing support. This is a preliminary picture of T234 in Wikipedia. Very clear. So why do we always guess? Nintendo will use a customized one, T239, and this was reported back in what, June 11th of 2021. So it's not like this is all necessarily new information. You know, some of this information has been out there. It was more so about connecting the dots. It was more so about trying to find stuff to lend itself to connecting this with a Nintendo Switch system. Obviously, this is something that exists. This is technology that NVIDIA is doing. This is clearly a T234 in Wikipedia, and Nintendo is going to use a T234.
Fuck! Where are all my games? No.
Hey there, Jenny. This is Earl Palmer Jr. here. Guys, don't worry, I'm not filming and driving. Corinth here. My first job that I've actually acquired myself. This is one of the first few places I applied to because it's in the area and it's a job that I'm absolutely going to love. I got gum in my mouth because I'm trying to get my breath all nice and minty to have a good impression. I got my hair up because I'm gonna be working with people's food. Hey there, Jenny. This is Earl Palmer Jr. here. Guys, don't worry, I'm not filming and driving. Corinth here. Guys, this is my first job that I've actually acquired myself. This is one of the first few places I applied to because it's in the area and it's a job that I'm absolutely going to love. I got gum in my mouth. Because I'm trying to get my breath all nice and minty to have a good impression. I got my hair up because I'm gonna be working with people's food. Not just any food. I'm gonna be working with ice cream! Oh my god, this is the greatest. For as long as I've been a kid and I knew what ice cream was, I've wanted to work with ice cream. This is a dream come true, guys. So I'm on my way now. Don't worry, I'm not rushing, I'm not late. This is a job I'm actually looking forward to. And I hope she's cool with the camera. I think we'll be okay. We'll find out. Because this was actually one I applied to in person, and she seemed like a nicer lady. So this is good, guys. I cannot wait. All right, Jay. So I just got in. Tracy here is about to show me some training things that I'll need to know.
So I need 2 vanilla
mix. So this is what you do when you get mixed from the machine. You grab these, you shake one up, and you shake one up.
This is what makes the custard?
Yes.
What's her name?
Julia.
Julia? Jesse. We may be working together.
Alright. You just really want to shake it pretty good.
So this apparently turns into custard somehow? Through magic process of this machine?
When you go in the bottom of this, you really don't want this tray to hit the bottom. And you want to pour this in at an even consistency so it's not all splashing up on you.
Now, is this how often does this need to be filled up?
Whenever that light's blinking, but right now it's not blinking, so it really didn't tell me it was on empty.
Okay.
So
Oh, it's broken? Oh,
yeah.
shoot.
Well, I have Century Equipment coming out and they're fixing it.
Okay.
Okay, so the recyclables go in that bucket right there. When you have a line at the window, you don't throw them in like you're playing basketball. Some people think you're throwing
I'm glad
stuff
you
around.
said something about that. Pretty good at basketball. Is there a separate one for chocolate as well?
Yeah, this is chocolate over here.
That's a slam dunk.
So now, what I did is I wrote large Arctic swirl.
Okay.
So
you have little shortcut
Yeah.
phrases and whatnot?
Okay, so this is going to get cookie dough bites and rainbow jimmies.
Cookie dough
So,
bites?
You want to put rainbow jimmies in there like half a cup.
Is this an official measurement?
This is my first day, so I know.
This is your first day?
Yep.
We're both screwed. Shoot. That's
So the next large one, I'm going to need chocolate rocks. Chocolate rocks are up there.
chocolate rocks. Yeah. What? All right. So I bring this down. Is there a special area?
Over there.
All right. Yo, what on earth? These are like legit Fruity Pebbles right here. Oh, but they're chocolate? They're just... Is there a cup or something that I use?
Mm-hmm. Can you grab the list?
This is hectic. Close quarters.
Okay, so.
These are edible though?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm going to have you taste them in a minute.
Watch it.
Alright, so this one is Rainbow Jimmy's and Cookie Dough Bites. This is a cookie dough bite.
Don't mind if I do. Holy crap. I love this place.
So this one, this is a large. This was going to get chocolate rocks. Okay.
I didn't really taste it from that
You
one.
can go,
I didn't. Yeah.
right here, open your hands. Don't eat the rocks in your driveway. Open your hands.
I don't know what this I ate a peanut, shouldn't have, but I can eat. It's good. What's that made out of?
Chocolate candy.
Oh, it's not like. Oh.
Chocolate candy.
Oh, okay. Make sure it wasn't granite or
I
anything.
go to all the ice cream shows and you get to taste everything and then you want to have everything in your building.
Could it get to a point where I'm able to go to the shows as well?
Right.
Sweet.
I do take my employees to the show. And you can't eat before you go because you got to try everything.
I'm really great at kissing butt, so.
So this one's got Racy Cups, chocolate rocks, and wet nuts.
Wait, what? What? Oh, those are the wet nuts there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next
Not even gonna say anything about that.
The next little one is getting Kit Kat and Twix.
A lot. This is a lot. Who's getting all this? You got a sweet tooth over here. There's gonna be some missing ingredients.
Alright. So this one is Twix candy.
Okay. So all these bins are marked specifically?
Yes.
So, okay.
Everything's labeled, everything's rotated. So we keep it fresh.
Any toppings that I'll need are there and under here.
Here's all your candy. Here's all your wet toppings. Strawberries, pineapples, cherries.
Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna carry all this over here. Rox, can you give me a wet towel, please?
Now she
Now.
manages the regular cooking.
We all take turns. We do everything here.
Am I gonna need to cook or just ice cream?
Probably. Works as a team.
I like that. Do I need to wear a hairnet or is this fine?
You're fine for right now. Alright, so what you do is you mix this up in here. Alright? So the spoon that you're going to serve with it, you're going to push this down in there.
It's a long spoon.
Alright? So what you want to do is clean your blade in between. Hand that out to the lady Kim at the
Almost
window.
like act like you're blending something, but just with like water. Water's in there or something.
No.
Oh, that's.
This is water to clean your blade.
Okay.
Alright?
Okay.
So I'm going to do the next one.
So every single food item, you have to clean it off.
Right.
Or else it. Oh.
Alright, so you kind of want to get down inside your cup in the bottom. Alright. Now, if you want to go faster, you can turn that little knob up. There's a little foot pedal on my right that I'm pressing down to move that blade. See
What's
that?
that do exactly?
That makes this spin.
Okay.
So it's like driving a car, but you're making a... Alright, so Joel, what I need is another little dab of vanilla ice cream in there. So like, I was a little bit short on this one, so I added a little bit more ice cream.
Yeah, I'm a little bit short all the time.
Yeah? Alright, so...
Now, are you able to taste test to make sure it's the right consistency?
Kind of. Okay, hand that out.
If
That's
you
cookie
need
dough
me to
bacon
try
rainbow.
it to see if anything tastes right, you know.
Alright. There's one. You want to have it clean for the next person.
How busy does it get?
It gets busy. Roxy, can you grab me a doggy cup to hand out the window real quick?
You guys serve dogs here?
Yes. And we put a little biscuit in the top. So, we have this little pig, okay?
You have a pig?
Yes, we have a little piggy bank. And if you make a mess and you don't clean it up, and you're working like a pig, you gotta pay the pig a quarter.
Quarter for any mess?
Yeah.
Okay. It's fine. What if it's a big mess? Is it too...
Come here, I'll show you. This is the little pig that you put your quarter in.
Okay.
Alright?
So not many mistakes have happened then.
Alright, so now I need my list.
Okay.
Alright, so everything on the register is...
Am I gonna be operating register as well?
Not today. You
Okay.
should learn how to make everything because you don't really know what to charge for because you don't know how to make everything.
Me and money. Oh yeah, I don't know if that's the greatest idea.
Really? You're not trustworthy that way?
No. Very trustworthy. Just not good at math. Yeah.
Alright, well this machine does everything for you. So you hit in a large Arctic swirl, 2 extra wet
Hey, shouldn't you be
toppings.
cooking regular food?
Huh?
Shouldn't you be
She does
cooking regular
everything.
food?
Yeah, I gotta do a lot of stuff.
Oh wow.
Alright. It came in 1955.
All right. I feel like this is gonna get real. This is like a slow time right now.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I
Got some-
wasn't showing you first.
Yeah. Yeah, the camera's fine, right? If I'm gonna be working here, having the camera around, or it's kind of. Well, I don't know if I like that response.
What?
Like, is the camera okay, or you know? It's...
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. All right, we're good. All right, so. Oh, those are our cookie dough bites. Whipped cream. I'm trying to get an idea of stock here. I want to.
Okay. Alright, so whenever you pull mix, if I say I need vanilla mix,
Yeah.
it's from the second shelf.
Second shelf.
We
okay.
rotate everything. That is yogurt. That's a no sugar yogurt that goes in that other
You guys have a
machine.
lot of stuff.
We do. Alright, so here's graham crackers,
Okay.
dry walnuts, pecans, peanut butter sauce. Any of our parfaits go in them cups.
So these are like specialty things, so I can just
Yeah,
look here and.
right.
All right.
So I'm gonna put this away and get this out of your way.
Okay. Is there something I could try out before having to serve a customer? Because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to perform on the spot.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you want to try?
I don't know. I don't even know. Is there a technique when you're doing custard, like to get it to like twirl it?
Mm-hmm. Do you want like a chocolate dip cone, or do you want a cone with Jimmy's, or do you want ice cream in a cup, or do you want 54 flavors of soft serve, or do you want a sundae?
A twist one. Now that's gonna take a certain level of expertise,
All right? I'm gonna show you how to do it.
Okay.
Ready?
Because I'm gonna have to do this a lot, right? This is like a pretty regular item. Okay.
All right, so you're gonna hold this. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right.
Okay, so you're gonna come up here.
Okay.
All right, so now, when you're doing a cone, you don't want the bottom of the cone to be soggy. So what you want to do is you want to get that little bit. See how it came out a little bit watery?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna stand behind you.
All right. It's like
All right,
it's like
come up
baseball.
here.
All right.
All right, so you're gonna hold this.
Going for it. We going for it.
This one comes out fast, so you want to go slow with it. You want to stay down and let your custard fall on there. And then you want to do a doopy, all right?
A doopy? That's the official terminology for that?
Right.
All right. So so you got to go slow.
Right.
Okay. So now, where does this go?
As busy as it gets, you got to go slow.
Where does this go now?
Now you're going to eat it, because I want you to taste our custard and make sure you know what you're serving. I mean, are you proud to serve that custard? There's no ice melt. There's no big chunks.
I can serve this.
All right? You can
I'm
be
gonna
proud
eat it
of it.
though.
You
Yeah,
can
oh
eat
yeah. It's better when you make it yourself.
Right.
This is small?
Yeah.
How tall do you get? Because I know when I go to a custard place, I like to get like a lot of ice cream.
Okay.
How tall does the large get?
Probably about 5.5 swirls around. And you're going to
Okay.
use a bigger cone on the large. So this is like a small and a tot. You're going to move up to a medium. So that's small and tot. That's medium and large.
Oh.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, if you got a little doggy, you're going too fast, aren't you? You got a little doggy, you put it in this. You got a bigger dog, you put it in this.
Okay. Epic brain. All right. That's a big. Oh, dogs. Come on, dogs.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is it?
Here's
So
your
these
Arctic
are-
swirls
Okay.
that we just made.
Okay.
This is a large Arctic swirl, this is a regular Arctic swirl.
Okay.
Alright? Small dog, big dog. You ring this up as a tot, you ring this up as a small custard.
Okay. Now, how do you distinguish between a small dog and a big dog?
Well, you're going to see them outside the window when you take people's order.
So a small dog can't technically get a big dog's dish.
Well,
That's
it can,
Oh, okay. Oh.
depending if they just want a little bit
Depends
or
on the
a
dog's
lot.
appetite.
Here's your little doggy treat you're going to stick on top of that little
What is that?
doobie.
Cheese curl?
Yeah,
Is it? Oh.
but they're doggy cheese curls.
So you can't. I couldn't eat that.
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Alright, there's a trash right over there.
All right. All right.
I told you not to eat it.
I had to test the product out. I thought. Yeah, no human can consume that.
Right.
Oh wait, what's all this?
Alright, so this is all your 54 flavors. Alright, they're in alphabetical order.
Wait, what? This is ice cream?
Yeah.
This is so much. How quick am I supposed to be picking this up?
Like,
how
as soon
will
as
I have
I
like
tell
a
you.
week like training period or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Alright.
I think I can get it off.
So you're gonna take vanilla custard and you're gonna fill this cup up to here.
Okay.
Then you're gonna put 5 squirts of flavoring in there.
Okay.
And then you're gonna bring it over here. And you're gonna put it in here. And you're gonna use another foot pedal over here to the left. See
All
that
full
foot
battles
pedal?
all day. Okay.
Alright, and you're gonna whip that up. Alright? And then you're gonna put it over here with a liner. You're gonna put this on there. Rox, you okay?
Now,
All
is there a write up of this that I can study when I go home tonight?
No.
Oh Jesus! I'll just have to rewatch this video over and over again.
Okay, so then what you do is you squirt it in there and it goes in the cup.
Okay.
Alright? So
It looks easy. So
then
now,
you put that in the bucket.
so this isn't all 54. This is just the really special flavors.
It's
right?
54.
Oh, it is?
There's 54 different ones.
Oh, like specialty flavor? Because you don't have a vanilla in there, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you-
I have a Blue Moon that's vanilla. It's just gonna
No, I
turn
thought
it
Blue
blue.
Moon was beer.
Yeah, they have that too.
Oh, we won't start beer here.
Julian, can you rinse this out and say? Hi, how you doing?
How did I do? I did a pretty good turn. Oh, got it. They have water ice too?
Yours will be done in just a minute. All right, so now we're gonna make a vanilla and chocolate shake.
Oh, all right. So this actually utilizes the custard. It's all about the twirls, apparently. That denotes size, the amount of twirls in a cup.
Put it over there underneath the.
I never knew. I thought milkshakes used milk, not ice cream.
You thought what?
I thought milkshakes were milk.
This milk?
Yeah, so it's ice cream?
You never knew a milkshake had ice cream in it.
If it means, if it's between me getting a job and me not getting a job, I knew it all along. Told you I go to kiss some butt.
Add some chocolate syrup to your chocolate.
Okay. There it is. You got whole milk?
Yes.
Only the best. Just let me know when you want me to try out a large.
What?
Not nothing.
All right, so you're gonna start this from the bottom.
Okay.
Turn this up a little bit.
Ooh, a quarter, yeah.
Right?
That's $50 in the pig. So I'll probably be like her, like as a floater, I'll clean, I'll do ice cream and maybe cook. What kind of food do you guys have here? I didn't even know you had food.
No. Cheeseburgers, quesadillas, footlong hot dogs.
Oh yeah, look at, they got burgers going. Yeah, wow. All right. I've cooked a burger before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done ballpark Frank and microwave before. You know, you always got to cut it a little bit so the heat gets on the inside. Bet you didn't know that one.
Yes, I did.
Well, I've done frozen chicken nuggets. I don't. Do you have nuggets here?
We have chicken tenders.
Oh, tenders.
Yeah, you don't like tenders?
Not as good as the nuggets, especially McJugger nuggets.
Here's a list of things on the wall to do, like different things.
Things to do when it's slow. Oh my gosh. All right. Refill organized soda, refill napkins, refill spoons. Okay, a lot of refilling. What's Flip Cakes talking about?
We make our own ice cream cakes.
So you gotta flip?
You gotta flip them in a pan of water.
Okay. All right. Cut bananas, check frozen bananas, refill. Make ice cream sandwiches? That sounds good. Scrape down hand dip, nighttime cleanup. You guys open?
10 right now. On the weekends, till 2.
So I could work one of those night shifts?
I don't know. I gotta see if you learn your job.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that's true. But you guys aren't open in the morning, right?
No.
Sweet! Oh, this is so good. My dream, I had a dream when I was younger to work at an ice cream place. And the fact that you guys ain't open in the morning, because I ain't up. I ain't up. Sick. What is this? Nuh-uh. Somebody tried to play that off. That's a real $50 bill. Wait, or no, it's a picture of it. Did somebody try to pay for these? Can you imagine?
Hi, how are you?
All right, I hope I'd be smart enough to know that that's not a real $50 bill. So what's going on here?
I am making a Tony's burger.
A Tony's burger.
Yep, so it is a yes. Is this all Steven's order? Yes.
Yo, this is like the Krusty Krab order window right here. It's happening in this place. Well, I didn't get your name, by the way. What's your name?
I'm Roxy.
Roxy Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
We may be working together.
A Tony's burger is burger, cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, and Tony sauce.
Do you have that memorized?
Yes, most of it. This is my 4th year.
Wow. Someday.
Okay. Tony sauce, kind of like a Big Mac sauce.
Okay. You can't divulge in that.
I could, but I'd have to kill you then.
Good luck. Does that come with like fries or anything?
It comes with pickles and potato chips.
Okay. Oh, sweet. This is a schedule board. Jesse. All day. Wonder how many hours I can get. And is there a max on hours for a job? 40 keeps coming to mind.
Well, 40 is like full time, and I think anything after that is overtime.
Why do I feel like this job's gonna be great? I'm gonna get the job because I think she likes me, and then my dad's gonna have something to say about me working at an ice cream place. Bet you. I bet you a coin in that piggy bank. My dad's gonna have a problem with me working at an ice cream place. I'm like, oh, what do you eat all the ice cream there? He's gonna say it's not gonna work out. I can already tell you that right now. It sucks. I love this thing. They got fritters and chips. Hopefully, I need to really excel at ice cream, so then I'm just doing ice cream. 'Cause I don't know how well I do with cooking, because that you have to actually cook the food through. I don't know. Ice cream, it's already ready. You can't really mess it up.
Just dump it in a cone.
Exactly, and it's like as long as it doesn't spill out, or usually the customer, if you're getting ice cream, it's all good. It's all good. You get a little extra ingredient in there, it's all good. It's all sugar and shit. Oh dude, it's got the Psycho Dad cameras. Holy shit! So I gotta be really careful. I don't want to accidentally take anything. Doug. Roxy, you guys slice meat too?
I can slice some tomatoes.
Oh, okay, that's what that's for?
Yeah, onions if you want to see me fry. Or you can do the fry.
Yeah, we can do that. Things starting to get busy.
Yeah.
Oof. Is there something you need me to do while you're doing that?
I don't know.
I feel kind of helpless right now.
Brandon's getting a grilled chicken salad.
That looks good. That's good.
Okay, can you give us a really good sound?
It's like a power position, Like, oh, they're coming to my shop now.
And what you want to do is you don't want to scoop out of the middle. You kind of want to keep your water ice even in the bucket.
Okay.
All right, and then you want to push it down. You kind of
Really
want to
pack it in.
and then you want to do your soft serve.
like this better. Because Rita's scream at the very bottom.
Oh, yeah?
And then it gets completely ruined. I like that it's more of a sandwich. That makes more sense. That was a red, white, and blue. Oh.
Alright, so look.
Oh, that was my gum. Oh, right,
Did
sorry,
that?
yes. And the little,
Same thing?
the little, what is it, doobie? Doopy, not doobie, not doobie. Doobie's, Corn knows what a doobie is. Something you smoke.
You're gonna find the lid in the bottom shelf.
What size? That's a small?
Not that one.
Oh.
The next one, that one. That's a medium.
That's medium.
So you don't want to fill this all the way up to the top because that lid, you see how it has a little indentation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Put this on the counter and put your lid on it.
Hey there.
Thanks.
Oh, on the house. No, not really.
Oh,
Oh,
So did you just say on the house?
yeah.
Are you buying that for them? Or
Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't say that to the customer.
probably. Then you're gonna go over there near the window, and you're gonna get a medium-sized cone. You want to touch it by the paper, not hands on the cone.
Okay, touched by the paper. Alrighty. I hope this is the right one.
Okay, pass me the cone. Don't touch the cone.
Yeah, right.
We pay extra money for this.
That's a lot of. Okay, so that. Oh, wow. That looks delicious.
Okay?
So that's mine?
No.
Oh, you don't spin it around?
Well, you don't. You know why? Because this is like whipped up. It's whipped up and it gets very soft.
Oh, so it could just spill all into the jimmies? They call them sprinkles or jimmies?
Well, it depends where you live.
Jinkles or sprimmies?
No.
So pricing, I'll get. Is there? Oh, you have the menu already up there, so I can look over pricing.
Right.
Okay, I'll have to know that. A lot of things rattling around in my brain right now. Dude, ever since the brain injury, I was like, it's just so hard to remember shit, especially short. Short-term memory stuff. I needed to come up with like a song. I want to talk to Juliet. Come up with an ice cream song. You know, I'm gonna go above and beyond the call and just see all the. Ice cream?
It's good.
It's good. Oh. Okay. You good? Yeah, it's my first day here, so I'm just really trying to.
Are you gonna work here?
I mean, ideally, yeah. I'm just learning right now.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, it's like a week-long training phase. It'll be alright. But your food's good. Everything's good.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It's really good. Tracy, they're loving it. I'm doing good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I like it.
Good.
Make sure you give them a raise. Yeah, could you say that louder? Make sure you give them a raise. I haven't even got paid yet, so raise sounds good. Already starting off higher. Sweet guys. Let me know if you need anything. Oh yeah, definitely. All right, cool. I'm good, man. I'm good. People person, they say. I think they really like me out there.
Yeah. Good.
It's really good with people, you know.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You have to be like really friendly in this business.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of families that come here with their kids. You have to be kid friendly.
Okay. Yeah. If you have like a mascot here that I need to dress up as and take pictures with the kids.
You want to like dress up as an ice cream cone? Because we can do that.
Yeah. I have a, or even Easter pass, but I had a bunny costume. I could have, been out there. And, yeah, that'd be really good.
And I could have bought candy and you could have gave it to the kids.
See, that would have been, and then I would have got a bonus for it.
Right. All right, Jess. What we like to do is keep our bathroom clean here. So, I'm going to give you some gloves. You can go in there, clean the bathroom.
Oh, I thought, I meant like ice cream, but.
Right. Well, everybody takes turns cleaning it.
I guess it's kind of ice cream related in a way.
Right.
Where's the bathroom at?
You work in a clean environment, right?
Yeah.
You want it to be clean when you go in there, right?
That's true. I've walked in on some pretty ugly bathrooms.
Okay.
Like poop all over the side of the toilet seat. Like, how's that happen?
We're going to try not to have that happen.
Oh, yeah. I'll clean up. All right, so. Cleaning supplies.
I'm going to give you some Windex and paper towels, and then I'm going to give you more paper towels.
Yeah, I use a lot. Is the bathroom over there? Or?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Is this employees and customers?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is there a shower in here?
No shower.
Okay. All right. So scrub-a-dub, toilet, sink.
Mirrors.
Mirror. Okay. Does anything need to be refilled?
No, I think we're good.
All right. All right, I'll get to work on this.
Okay. Little toilet brush over there.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, this could use a good scrubbing. It's my first time cleaning a toilet. Usually, you go on the.
No, you don't do that.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
I think you just spray it, just whatever.
Ew, dude, people shat here. I was gonna deal with some ice cream. Luckily, it's not a restaurant bathroom. I think an ice cream bathroom. Not, usually ice cream you finish in like 5 minutes flat, and then you're out.
And you leave.
Gonna go shit home. Not many people like to shit. I know I don't. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I can't use a urinal. I get pee shy, and my dick goes inside of itself, and I can't really do that. But clean the top here. I'm gonna get acquainted with this bathroom. This is where I'm gonna be on my phone. It's like, oh, yeah, gotta take my 12 o'clock shit break.
You should ask her how long breaks are. It's always,
oh, no, that is a great question.
Good question.
And what's the policy? Like, do I get discounted ice cream? Am I able to take
That's even
a
more
free?
important, yeah.
Because I got a free cone there.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I want to taste it.
I was like, where's my free cone?
Hey, working here, bro. You could apply. She said she was looking for a cook. Although I might take that job. I don't know if you get paid more or what. How's the ice cream, guys? Still good?
Still good.
Good. All right.
Cool.
You guys want seconds? Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay, I'm good. All right. Just clean the bathroom, so if you guys need to go, do anything, all good.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Probably shouldn't be touching ice cream after. Can't even open a fucking trash can. Jesus Christ, how am I gonna work here? What is? Oh, I'm Jesse, by the way. I think we met. What's your name? Josh. Josh. Oh, hey man. We may be working together. Jesus.
Yeah. What a whip.
Banana whip?
Yeah.
She didn't show us this machine. What is it?
It's not
like a blender?
Basically, it's really healthy. It's just banana frozen up, and then that's all it is.
It's a little alternative to like custard. So you just feed them through that, and then
Yeah, it takes about like one whole piece to get it like filled up, and then you just push it on down.
Have you had to put a quarter in that pig?
Nah, I haven't.
Wow. Competition.
Kind of new, so not yet.
Okay. Dang, so Tracy's picking up a whole bunch of new people. Sweet. Been tasked with turning on the roof light. Little silver bar. That's it? Is that it? I think that's a good sign. Hope that's not an emergency. All right. I did a good job. All right, I'm done for the day. I don't think we should both be in this closet. People are going to start asking questions.
We just came out of the closet, guys.
We did, legitimately, finally. And we got it on video, too.
Yep. Now you guys know.
So I guess all around to be like, hey, come buy ice cream, come buy ice cream. Sweet. So when people drive by and see the lights, that was me.
Yogurt shake, that's yogurt. And it's going to be a regular size.
Okay.
And did she get you a regular chocolate shake?
Yeah.
No.
Alright, sit down. Alright, Julia.
I'm pretty sure I saw him out there ordering food.
Yeah, he's definitely ordering food.
Right?
Yeah.
He's a friend.
Oh, they're just pulling random customers in and having them work before me. They're like, you look capable, come on back. Jesse's completely worthless. I'll catch my break. Dude, that's really good.
That's good.
Peanut butter sauce.
Oh.
It's not like, you know, peanut butter consistency, like definitely creamy, but have you ever had peanut butter in a glass jar? It's like that, but a little added, remember added sugar. It's like really, it's like milkshake consistency, but with sugar. Close call.
Sounds delicious.
And it was. I want more. I can't make a habit of that. It's addicting. Sugar's like really addicting. Like I don't think you realize. I really need to ask what the policy is on like discounted items or free items. Gotta be able to.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean I'm starting to really feel. This is dangerous. Man, fuck this shit. I gotta do something. I gotta do something. You guys need to do something? I had that conversation. He'll help us down there. I gotta do something. Why does nobody want to work with me here?
I think it's stuff for you to do.
What's your name? Travis. Travis, Jesse. Maybe working here. Oh, what? Need some help with these?
Sure you can.
Okay.
Actually, just start with anything if you find a spot.
All right, cool. Got him. She hired a lot of new people?
This year, I think she did, but a lot of them kind of just dropped off.
Oh, it just doesn't pan out?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I want to start here. This is my first day. I'm just trying to learn. Is there a good way to do this? I never really watched this before.
I mean, kind of just, follow along the top like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Basic, just whatever. You don't have to be too
Basic,
thorough with
right.
it.
You do a little squirt of this in there. Oh, decap. Decaffeinated. Smart. Do a little thing like that, right? Around the edge. Should I be rinsing while...
Not necessarily soaked up before.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck up your technique here. ice cream's going in here, so that kills the germs off anyway. So. Sure. I think that one's pretty good. Yeah, that's good.
I'll redo that one for you if you want.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't want to step into your territory here.
This is everyone's territory. It's all good.
Might take your job from you.
I doubt it.
All right, Travis, he said? We're going to have a little rivalry going here. I thought you said. Oh, you want to do that? All right.
Sure.
I thought you were trying to shank me real quick.
Not yet.
How long you been here?
Since the 9th of March.
Well, see how long that lasts. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna take a break actually. So the drum in here.
Just a towel up there, bro.
Sure, go for it. Works. Assert the dominance. You about to cook something, man?
I have no clue.
What do you mean you have no clue?
What does that mean? What are you doing with this food then, if you don't know?
I'm making it for myself, to be honest.
Oh, we can do that?
If you pay for it, yeah.
Oh, you have to pay. Is there discounted?
I have no idea. I just put on for it.
Bro, you just started here today. Look at these condos, Jerry. So this is all stuff you would need. Do they have you cooking much?
Not a lot.
No? Okay. So what are you making for yourself?
I'm making a junkyard dog.
Junkyard dog. So you're gonna throw that onions and peppers. Did you put any like sauce on that? Or ketchup? Or no, just
Put the
straight
oil
up?
down. Yeah.
Oh, do I need to be cleaning something else? Are you doing right?
I'm just wiping shit down.
But you're not actually doing anything?
It's kind of the method around here.
Oh, I just need to act like I'm doing stuff, and then she sees that, and it's like, hey, that's good.
You should probably have a rag to do that.
Yeah.
There you go. Thanks, man.
Good looking out. Good looking out. You could probably keep this up for an hour, at least. Just want to know, just to have a new.
That's what I do.
Hey, smart. So smart. Cause I just been standing around. Because as people, we can only focus on so many things at once. So it's just a quick glance. Boss looks over real quick. Just be like that. Just me doing that looks like some, even though I'm just literally. Bad habits. Bad habits. Nah. Technically, it's just getting really clean, thoroughly clean.
Yeah. For the most part.
So you should just saw me cleaning.
She didn't even say anything.
Huh? She probably knew it was bullshit. She probably knows that. About to root beer float. Check it out. I'm assuming. Wait.
Alright, so where you want to go?
Orange Crush. That's when we crushed Jeffrey's PS4.
Float.
Oh, it's orange float. Okay.
Alright.
Same premise.
You're
just
gonna
different.
pour it like you pour a beer. You want to try to keep all the fizz out of it, and you're gonna give them that on the side. All right. Now you want to put your cherry on. Spoon and a straw.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. You like this, don't you?
It's like cream soda.
This is like your style, right?
Oh, very easy. It is.
All right. So then you're gonna put that on there.
Okay. And cherry on top.
Put your cherry on top. Now see how it's melting down a little bit?
That's all the fizz?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we only fill them up halfway because we don't want it to all foam over.
Okay.
All right, Trav, that is going to go to the guy at the table, the first guy.
Training is very long.
All right.
I want to get my
There's
hands
too many
dirty.
things in here.
Yeah.
Julia, you're going to hand this to the second guy sitting at the table? All right, I'm going to put my food ticket in the kitchen.
Okay.
I need 2 footlongs, I need a fry for the money, I need a side of coleslaw.
always wanted to do that.
So you're gonna put like chili. My mom makes this chili homemade.
Steak or beef?
What?
Steak or beef?
Beef. You want to give your cheese a little stir before you put it on. And you kind of want to stay inside your roll.
And these are Texas dogs?
Yes. You serve a fork with them.
She split the hot dog, like I said.
So they come down. Alright, so you're going to go to the table like this. This guy on that side is getting this one. This guy is getting that one. Walk up to the table. Thomas Price will be right out.
Juggies, Tracy actually makes her own mac and cheese. This is what she eats. In hours when she has a break to eat some food. I grew up with mac and cheese. So let's try it out. That ain't no craft. That ain't no craft. This is legit.
Alright, you want a little
That's real
pepper on
cheese.
there?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. I could use this.
You want a little more?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's really good. I can see why you eat that.
Right. But I haven't eaten all day, so like, you know.
This is what you do whenever you have a quick second, you'll grab
Right.
some mac and cheese.
Right.
Nice, thank you. It's good. Yeah, the pepper, you definitely need that on there. I'm good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I just posted a tweet. What's going on, guys? So you're looking over, laughing a little bit. Is something you want to say?
To be honest with you, I don't think Tracy's really impressed with your work today.
Don't tell him that.
No.
Wait, what?
It would be mean not.
She said something like she didn't think I was.
Well, yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean,
Your
like,
hands on my shirt. That says enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was just playful.
they didn't teach you the towel trick?
Nah.
I think we taught you the towel trick.
I think we taught you to tell
Shit, but she actually said something. You're not bullshitting. Roxy, did Tracy say something about my work habits? Okay, I see what's going on here. A little three-way mutiny thing going on for the new guy. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Nah, it's
Sorry about that.
Nah, you guys being honest. Shit, man.
McDonald's is not right.
I've been there actually. Yeah, they said they do it online.
Yeah. Alright, I need a large chocolate shake. And I need a chocolate.
I mean, I haven't even done any real work to be impressed with, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's training. It's training. I can't let that dampen my spirits.
Impress people during.
Away we roll. Good morning, Mario.
मेरा दिमाग बिल्कुल खराब
Yeah, you read the title right. EVGA is no longer going to be doing business with NVIDIA. We gotta talk about this.
Things right now.
I think what we could see though.
Yeah, good old hamster
Where did
yoga.
you get these potatoes?
Baby, you're all that I want when you're lying here in my arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast, episode 2.
Earlier in the year, as Sonic
Wings of Redemption, a person that one could only hope was a character. He was someone who was given a second, a third, a fourth, and so on chance at a better life.
In the future, everything will
Wings of Redemption, a person that one could only hope was a character. He was someone who was given a second, a third, a fourth, and so on chance at a better life. But those had been squandered time after time by the insanity that are his habits. His downfall is a live event that as things seem to get better, they only get worse. When we last left him in to get a weight loss surgery and was on a path at a healthier lifestyle. But his existence is the definition of old habits die hard. Since then, the two major differences in his life are that he has gained all that weight back and that he has gotten married. But he is also married to his online presence, and that presence is attached to the many trolls that follow him, that record every step, or rather every sniff of finger or every squeak of a chair. The relationship between Jordy and his trolls is a coin where both sides are equally weighted with unfavorable activity, with each accusing the other of heinous actions. But the troll side is now backed by a source that claims the worst about Jordy is true. Enough so for many of you to believe a continuation video is necessary. And to that, I give you the continuation of Jordy's downfall. Jordy Jordan, better known as Wings of Redemption, is a 33-year-old live streamer whose YouTube origins predate even the most infamous content creators. Once one of the largest and fastest growing content creators out there, has since then crossed paths with the many other titans of YouTube, though in most cases, interactions would end poorly. Each interaction in its own way would act as a catalyst that would only serve to accelerate Jordy's downfall, as throughout his online career, he has seen a slew of controversies, from bursting out in rage during a live stream Call of Duty match all while insulting his co-host and threatening the life of his opponent, to more serious aggressions where he would threaten suicide along with threatening the lives of others. This can be attributed to a volatile mix of his ill temper and inconsideration for others. Even with his infamous persona, many fellow content creators would attempt to rejuvenate his dying channel by providing or suggesting different forms of content, but due to his lack of commitment would lead to further failures, and finally, as he moved on to live streaming, would get notoriety for the various outbursts he would have and would build a community of trolls that make up a large portion of his ever-decreasing viewer base. But even still, very few know of his origins, which is where we'll start. Born on April 21st, 1986 in Conway, South Carolina, Jordy Jordan's birth was a result of a teenage pregnancy, where due to his parents' adolescence, he would live with his grandparents in their trailer. And at the age of 2, Jordy's alcoholic father would abandon the family. 4 years later, in 1992, Jordy would experience his first serious injury. While playing baseball with his younger brother, the bat slipped out of his brother's hand, hit Jordy's head, and cracked his skull. He would then be rushed to the hospital where they would perform surgery in order to